Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Last week, we told you about a new virus outbreak in China. Over the weekend, more reports have come in. The virus has spread beyond China. It is not a new disease. It is not a new virus. Yet the world is nervous because it feels like déjà vu. This is exactly how it played out 5 years back. We were all putting on our masks. Experts and celebrities were teaching us how to wash our hands properly. Social distancing was a life-saving strategy, because a virus from Wuhan in China had spread across the globe and led to total shutdown. And now, China is dealing with another virus outbreak. It is called HMPV, the human metapneumovirus. It's not as dangerous as the Wuhan virus, but experts are recommending the very same precautions as more cases are being reported from other parts of Asia, including Malaysia, Hong Kong, and even India. We don't have the latest numbers from other places, but we can tell you that India has 3 confirmed cases. All 3 are infants. 2 cases were detected in Bengaluru, which is India's IT hub. The third was found in Ahmedabad, the capital of the western state of Gujarat. It is not clear how these children got sick. None of them has a flying history. These children have not traveled anywhere, and yet they tested positive. How did that happen? Because, like I said, HMPV is not a new virus. It has been around for decades. The first case was officially reported in the year 2001 in the Netherlands. That's where HMPV was first identified. And since then, scientists have seen a pattern. They say an HMPV outbreak is quite common during winter. It's quite similar to the flu. In fact, the symptoms are almost the same. Patients with HMPV experience cold-like symptoms like a runny nose or a cough and a sore throat. They could even develop a fever in extreme cases. The fact is, most children get HMPV before they turn 5. That is what doctors say. It is that common. Then why is this year's outbreak raising an alarm? Because of the scale, also because it's happening in China, which is infamous for hiding more than it shares. So the world is worried if there's more to the story. Also, like I said, the caseload in China is pretty high. We've shown you these pictures before. These are from Chinese hospitals. They appear packed. Patients are waiting for treatment in masks. Some are walking around with IV lines. These are believed to be HMPV patients. I must repeat, we've not been able to confirm this independently, but these videos are strikingly similar to what we saw during the pandemic. During the Wuhan virus outbreak 5 years back, China downplayed it. And now it is doing the same with HMPV. How many patients are in hospital? How many of them are serious? How widespread is China's outbreak? Is this a new strain of the old virus? We don't know. China has not released any data whatsoever. All we know is that cases are rising in northern China. In fact, Beijing did release a statement, but it does not even refer to HMPV. It is quite generic and vague. China says respiratory infections are common during winter and that this year's caseload is small. Even if that's true, the world deserves transparency. China must share the data it has, even if this is a mild outbreak, as they like to put it. Because HMPV targets the most vulnerable parts of our population. Most patients fall in 3 categories: the children, the elderly, and patients with compromised immune systems. Also, the treatment is not straightforward. There are no vaccines or antiviral drugs for HMPV. Patients are simply treated for their symptoms. In severe cases, they may develop complications. It could turn into bronchitis or pneumonia. They may require oxygen support or even a ventilator to survive. Most patients may not develop such a severe infection because this virus has been around for decades, so it is assumed that most of us have some sort of immunity against it. But if the pandemic has taught us anything, it is this: any large outbreak can overwhelm health systems. So vigilance is key. China has asked its citizens to take precautions. Its neighbours Cambodia and Taiwan have stepped up surveillance. In India too, multiple states have issued advisories.
Health experts have clarified that HMPV virus is not a new virus. The health systems and surveillance networks of the country remain vigilant, ensuring the country is ready to respond promptly to any emerging health challenges. There is no reason to worry.
Indian authorities say there is no need for alarm. You just heard from the health minister himself. And the health ministry has issued a statement. It said that they're monitoring the situation. They're also receiving timely updates from the World Health Organization. So far, there has been no major spike in infections. Let's hope it stays that way. No more suspense. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has resigned. He's just announced his decision in Ottawa. It comes after months of criticism from his own party lawmakers. He won't be out immediately though. Trudeau will stay on until his party finds a new leader. After that, he will step down. In his speech, Trudeau mentioned the party rebellion. He said if he's fighting internal battles, he cannot be the best candidate. He also said another candidate could win the election. Listen in.
So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process. Last night, I asked the President of the Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election.
Trudeau is leading a minority government in Canada. The opposition is plotting to oust him later this month. Plus, his own party wants him gone. The Liberals have around 150 MPs in Parliament, that is the party that he leads. Nearly 50 of them want Trudeau out. 50 MPs from his own party, one-third of his party wants him to step down. On Wednesday, the Liberals have a party meeting scheduled. If he waits till Wednesday, the optics will be bad. It will look like the party forced him out during the meeting, which is why Justin Trudeau is resigning today. So what happens now? Well, Trudeau is not leaving in a flash. He wants to stay on until a new leader is elected. And how long would that take? Between 3 to 4 months. But the Liberals may not have that sort of time. Canada's parliament was supposed to convene later this month and the opposition had planned a no-confidence vote. But Trudeau is trying to delay it. He has asked Canada's Governor-General to prorogue the upcoming session, basically to suspend it. Chances are that this decision will be challenged in court, but if he succeeds, the parliament will only convene in March and not in January. The idea is to give the Liberals, that is his party, some more time to hold a contest and find the best replacement for Trudeau. Even then, the Liberals will have a hard time. Just look at the poll numbers. Trudeau's Liberal Party is at 21%. The Conservatives are at 44%. That's a massive lead for the opposition party. So good luck to Trudeau's replacement. They'll have maybe 1 month to overcome this lead. But that's all in the future. For now, let's focus on Trudeau's career. Where did things go wrong for him? In 2015, Justin Trudeau shot to global fame. He won Canada's elections in a landslide. At that point, he had everything going for him. Youth, a famous surname, and surging popularity. Trudeau was exactly what the media wanted. Vogue called him Canada's politician dreamboat. He announced a cabinet with equal number of men and women. He advocated for minority rights and he fought for climate action. So naturally, people liked him. But if you look past the activism, one thing becomes quite clear. Justin Trudeau was not a good administrator, nor was he a savvy politician. In 2017, we saw evidence of that. Trudeau and his family vacationed with spiritual leader Aga Khan, but his office kept it a secret. Later, Canada's Ethics Commission pulled up Trudeau. They said he should not have taken the trip. And from there, the honeymoon was over. Trudeau lost his majority in the 2019 general election. He gambled by calling snap polls in 2021. But again, same result. Trudeau was left at the mercy of another party, the NDP. the New Democratic Party, led by Khalistani Jagmeet Singh. This third term hurt Trudeau a lot. At home, his handling of the pandemic came under criticism, especially his vaccine mandates. Anti-vax truckers began protesting on the streets. Justin Trudeau responded by cracking down hard. The same Trudeau had asked India to negotiate with protesting farmers, but at home, he chose violence. And that's just one example of his hypocrisy. The pandemic also saw rising inflation in Canada. It reached more than 8% by mid-2022. And that's when the opposition smelled blood. They blamed the inflation on Trudeau's signature policies, especially his carbon tax. It's a price levied on energy from fossil fuels. Say you install a gas heater at your home, or you fill up your car at the gas station. A fixed amount must be paid as carbon tax. The opposition says this is why prices are rising. Their leader, Pierre Poilievre, is running a campaign around it. He's got T-shirts that say, "Axe the tax." He's also calling the upcoming election the carbon tax election. And how did Trudeau fight it? By finding enemies outside Canada. First was India. In 2023, Justin Trudeau accused New Delhi of murdering a Khalistani in Canada. His name was Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Trudeau gave no evidence or intelligence reports, yet he wanted the world to believe him. It's a strategy as old as politics itself. Failing at home, just blame so-called external forces. And he did the same in late 2024. When Donald Trump won, Trudeau flew down to Florida to meet him. Trump was threatening Canada with tariffs. So Trudeau saw this as an opportunity. He branded himself as a leader who could handle Trump, who could protect Canadian businesses. But Trump, being Trump, began mocking Trudeau. He asked Canada to join the United States, and he called Trudeau governor instead of prime minister. Which brings us to present day. Trudeau has basically run out of tricks to play. He's tried activism, he's tried foreign threats, and he's tried the Trump card. But so far, none of it has worked. So it was really a question of how Trudeau wanted to go, ousted by his own party, ousted by his parliament, or on his own terms. He has chosen the last option. But even that may not save his legacy. Trudeau stands exposed after 10 years in power. He cloaked his poor leadership skills behind woke values and activism. But finally, Canadians have seen through it. The question is, what sort of damage has he already done? Our next story is about Elon Musk, the world's richest man, advisor to incoming US President Donald Trump, and the owner of the social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter. It's quite the combination, really. Untold wealth, one of the biggest microphones in the world, and the backing of the soon-to-be most powerful person on the planet. Elon Musk has it all. And what has he chosen to do with all of these resources? Apparently, he's trying to shape the world in his image by picking fights with politicians. The latest target of Elon's ire is Nigel Farage, the leader of the Reform UK party, his one-time friend, now turned foe. Musk put out this tweet yesterday saying that Farage did not have what it took to lead the Reform party. Musk even backed another politician to take over the reins at Reform. Farage must have been blindsided because this is what the Reform UK leader was saying on Saturday.
Beside him, he's got Elon, who is a proper hero, who believes in free speech. And free speech doesn't mean you agree with every single word that everyone says, but it means you have a platform and the right to excuse it. We have to have the courage to take the knife to all of it. And I believe that Elon is going to set the mark. He's going to set the mark for all of us in America. I hope and pray that he does. And if he does, it'll give us absolutely the right ideas going ahead.
Farage was talking about his friendship with Donald Trump and Elon Musk. He called Musk a hero, someone to learn from. But in just one day, Musk flipped the script, saying Farage needed to go. The two haven't been seeing eye to eye lately. Musk supports a controversial British figure called Tommy Robinson. Farage does not. And since Farage decided to have a mind of his own, Musk now wants to undermine him. That is the risk, I suppose, of putting your eggs in the billionaire's basket. Farage was showing off his ties to Musk and Trump, hoping that this would win him some votes in the UK, and now he's paying the price. Musk has his own agenda, apparently in every corner of the world. From Britain to Brazil, from Australia, where he called the government fascist, to Germany, where he's accused of meddling in the upcoming election.
The crucial thing is that Mr. Musk has supported a partly right-wing extremist party, and as you can see, is not only acting in this direction in this country. And that is something we not only disagree with, I reject that.
Musk is making enemies in all corners of the globe. He's backing certain parties in various countries, like the Alternative for Germany party in Germany and the Reform party in the UK. But he isn't their friend. As Farage seems to have found out the hard way, Elon Musk wants something from the parties that he's backing, and if they do not deliver, he's happy to throw them under the bus. That means that with Elon's endorsement comes an implicit agreement. You toe his line. Party leaders are no longer free to do what they believe is right. It is Elon Musk calling the shots. Now, I must stress that Musk is doing nothing wrong, technically. He's just exercising his right to free speech. He's perfectly entitled to express his opinion and back whoever he wants to, even in countries where he cannot vote. His fanboys are spread across the globe, so Musk will inevitably end up influencing some votes. He has this influence because of his fame and success, so you can't really fault him for this. Musk has earned his influence, and he paid $44 billion for Twitter, so he definitely shelled out the big bucks for his megaphone. That being said, it can still feel wrong. Why should a billionaire sitting in the US have a say in your country's elections? What gives Elon Musk the right to sway votes, to undermine your chosen candidate, especially if he won't have to live with the consequences afterwards? If you feel this way, sadly, there is not much to do. You can try going on a Musk-free diet. The markets led to Elon Musk's rise. Only they can dictate his fall. Until that happens, you can just treat Musk like white noise. This advice is for both his detractors and the politicians getting riled up with his antics. Have you heard of the White House? Of course you have. It has long been the epicenter of American politics, but of late a rival hub has emerged, one that trades marble columns for swaying palms. Welcome to Mar-a-Lago, a sprawling luxury resort in sunny Florida. It is owned by Donald Trump. And in his words, it is not just a resort, it is, as he puts it, the center of the universe. World leaders fly in for exclusive dinners. You can spot tech CEOs here. Elon Musk practically lives in this resort. In some ways, it is Trump's own Oval Office. And this weekend, he had a new guest, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She flew down to Florida. On the agenda was dinner and diplomacy. They discussed a range of issues, including the case of an Italian journalist who's been detained in Iran. Meloni also watched the premiere of a documentary with Trump. The two leaders dined together, and with that, the visit was over. It lasted for only about 5 hours. But Trump could not hide his admiration. Listen to what he said.
This is very exciting. I'm here with a fantastic woman, the Prime Minister of Italy. She's really taken Europe by storm.
Donald Trump won the US election in November, and since then, this is his second meeting with Giorgia Meloni. The first meeting was in Paris when they attended the reopening of the Notre Dame Cathedral. Trump was seen laughing with Meloni. He even called her a real live wire. The two share quite a friendly relationship, evidently, and it's easy to see why. Giorgia Meloni is a natural ally for Donald Trump. Her political rise mirrors his in many ways. They both rely on nationalism. They both support conservative values, and they use it to mobilize their bases. Meloni's government has passed some controversial laws, like cracking down on immigration and punishing those who are seeking surrogacy abroad. Yet she has faced very little resistance. The key to that is avoiding issues that could bring her government down, issues like abortion. 80% of Italians support abortion rights, so Giorgia Meloni steers clear of it. She knows which battles to pick. And her approval ratings are quite strong, which is an impressive feat in Italy's politically volatile climate. Her cabinet is among the longest lasting in the country's history. So how does Giorgia Meloni do it? The answer lies in her political balance. The Italian Prime Minister is tough enough to please her conservative base, but cautious enough to avoid alienating the centre. She is a conservative at home, but abroad she's built a reputation as a moderate. She's a fierce supporter of the NATO. She's an ally to Ukraine. She's Europe's most talked about leader and probably the most powerful one too. You see, her counterparts in France and Germany are struggling to keep their governments in power. Meanwhile, Meloni has seized this opportunity to lead. And this is where the plot thickens. In just a few days from now, the Italian Prime Minister will play host to Joe Biden. He's going to Rome. It's the last trip of his presidency. The two leaders will discuss global challenges from NATO to the war in Ukraine. Now, on the surface, these two meetings could not be more different. The one in Florida, championing the conservative agenda, and the one in Rome, discussing global issues. But for Giorgia Meloni, they are two sides of the same strategy. To Trump, she is a conservative partner in the global nationalist movement. To Biden, she's a moderate who upholds international alliances. It is a delicate balance, but it's something that she has mastered. Meloni knows when to be tough, when to be diplomatic, and how to please her base without losing the center. Her Mar-a-Lago visit may have lasted just a few hours, but it speaks volumes about her politics. A leader who can play both sides of the Atlantic and still keep her eye on the prize. Our next story is about Pakistan and Bangladesh, two countries with a fraught history, and that's putting it mildly, we say. Pakistan once committed genocide in Bangladesh. It killed millions of people. But it seems Dhaka has forgotten all this. It has decided to let bygones be bygones and instead work together with its old overlord. Today's Bangladesh, led by the unelected Mohammad Yunus, is about to welcome Pakistan's foreign minister next month. It is also scheduled to have joint training drills with Pakistani troops. And Dhaka is thinking about buying Pakistani missiles. It's a 180-degree shift in Bangladesh's foreign policy. Our next report has the details.
Pakistani soldiers are about to enter Bangladesh. They will be welcomed there for the first time since 1971, since they committed genocide on that very soil. The new interim government of Bangladesh has lost all sense of history and decided to welcome back its one-time oppressor. The Pakistani soldiers will go to Bangladesh in February, but they won't be the only visitors. Dhaka will welcome Pakistan's foreign minister that month as well. Ishaq Dar is scheduled to visit Bangladesh on or after the 5th of February. Dar was all praise for the current Bangladeshi regime. He said Bangladesh was like a lost brother. But here's how this brother got lost in the first place. Bangladesh and Pakistan were once a single country. What is now Bangladesh was then East Pakistan. There was a clear ethnic split in this greater Pakistan. East Pakistan was majority Bengali, West Pakistan was a mix of cultures, but mostly dominated by Punjabi people. West Pakistan held control over this country, even though the Bengalis in the east were a major ethnic group. Things came to a head during the 1970 general election. The Awami League, led by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, won that election. He should have become the Prime Minister of Pakistan, but he was denied. That led to the Bengali-speaking East Pakistan breaking away from the Punjabi-dominated West. This break was not peaceful. Pakistani soldiers tried to quell this liberation struggle. They committed genocide, killing up to 3 million Bengalis. But despite the brutality, Bangladesh gained its freedom. Now, listening to that, do you feel that West Pakistan treated Bangladesh like a brother? It denied Bengali people the prime ministership. It sent in troops to kill millions, not to mention rape and pillage the land. It took Bangladesh decades to recover from all this. But now, Pakistan wants to bury this history. sweep it under the carpet as some sort of trivial dispute between age-old friends. And what's worse, the new Bangladeshi dispensation is complicit in the whitewashing of history. It is cozying up to its one-time oppressor, going as far as to invite Pakistani troops back into their old killing fields, being chummy with the Pakistani government, and even considering arms purchases from them. Bangladesh reportedly wants to buy Abdali short-range ballistic missiles from Pakistan. These have a range of about 400 kilometers. Islamabad won't be worried about selling these to Dhaka. After all, they don't fall in range. There's no danger of Bangladesh turning their own weapons against them. They just get to pocket millions of dollars, courtesy the Bangladeshi taxpayer. And then, Pakistan can sit back and relax, knowing that only India or Myanmar will ever be the targets of those missiles. It's a sad state of affairs. Bangladesh seems to have forgotten its liberation struggle. It has forgotten age-old friends like India, and instead chosen to ally itself with its old tormentor. That is how the unelected Muhammad Yunus regime is reshaping Bangladesh. One can only hope that when polls are eventually held, the people of Bangladesh don't show the same disregard for history as their present leaders.
India and China ended 2024 with hope. The hope of a reset. Both countries had been locked in a standoff since 2020, but in October they agreed to pull back to normalize the border situation. Cut to January, things are not looking so good because China is being China again. In other words, they're poking India again. Look at their latest move in Ladakh. Beijing has set up 2 new counties in the region, Heian County and Hekang County. Both these places include parts of Aksai Chin. Now, Aksai Chin has historically been part of Ladakh and therefore it is Indian land. But in the 1950s, China began encroaching on it. They needed Aksai Chin to connect Tibet and Xinjiang. So Beijing laid claim to it. In the 1962 war, they captured most of Aksai Chin. Even today, China illegally occupies it. And now they are setting up counties there over Indian land. So naturally, New Delhi is furious. The government has lodged an official protest with China. They've also rejected Beijing's claims over Ladakh. Listen to this.
We have never accepted the illegal Chinese occupation of Indian territory in this area. Creation of new counties will neither have a bearing on India's long-standing and consistent position regarding our sovereignty over the area, nor lend legitimacy to China's illegal and forcible occupation of the same. We have lodged a solemn protest with the Chinese side through diplomatic channels on this matter.
And this is not a one-off. China is also building a massive dam in Tibet, pretty close to India's border. Reports say it will be the largest dam in the world. It is being built at a cost of $137 billion. Now, there are 2 problems here. First is the impact on downstream areas in India. That's how a dam works. You can control the water flow to regions downstream. You can flood them or dry them up. In this case, India is downstream. Secondly, China did not inform New Delhi. We're talking about basic protocol here. If you're building a dam, you inform the countries downstream. If you're building the world's largest dam, more so. Yet Beijing did not do that. India learned about the dam from a Chinese media report. So once again, New Delhi lashed out.
We have consistently expressed through expert level as well as diplomatic channels our views and concerns to the Chinese side over mega projects on rivers in their territory. These have been reiterated along with the need for transparency and consultation with downstream countries following the latest report. The Chinese side has been urged to ensure that the interests of downstream states of the Brahmaputra are not harmed by activities in upstream areas.
The timing is also important here. On December 18th, India and China held special talks. India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval flew to Beijing. He met China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Beijing was thrilled about the outcomes. They said Doval and Wang had reached a 6-point consensus. They also agreed to resolve all border issues. But on December 25th, Chinese state media announced the mega dam, and on December 27th, the new counties, basically the week after Doval's trip. Coincidence? Not in China. This is how Beijing practices diplomacy. They welcome you warmly, they say what you want to hear, they put you at ease, and then snap, they do something against you. It's a very old Chinese strategy. It's how they keep rivals in check. The question is, how should India respond? Well, New Delhi knows a lot about China's betrayals. Prime Minister Modi has first-hand experience. In 2019, he extended a hand of peace to Xi Jinping. You may remember that famous meeting in Mahabalipuram. The next year, Chinese soldiers attacked India in Galwan Valley. That's China in a nutshell for you. They don't see India as a long-term partner. They see India as a long-term rival, as a challenger to their dominance in Asia. Any talks or reset must account for that thinking. Yes, there are economic benefits to closer ties with China, but they come with political risks. So it's important for India to be alert, to not rush into a reset. And to be fair, New Delhi has done just that. We have seen China pushing for direct flights and visa relaxations, but India has not agreed to such demands yet. It wants the border to be resolved first. Of course, China will keep trying to delay that question. They will provoke India with such counties and dams. It is up to New Delhi to be mindful of the risks. Now let's turn our attention to France, where a historic case is on trial. A case which follows a complex relationship between former President Nicolas Sarkozy and the late Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi. Sarkozy has been accused of receiving money from Gaddafi, some $52 million. It is a record for France. And where did this money go? Apparently in illegal campaign funding for the 2007 election. This case is so mind-boggling that it has been investigated for about 10 years now. So can the courts reach a verdict? And if found guilty, what awaits Sarkozy and the people of France? Here is a report.
The Libyan case. This is the biggest political financing scandal in modern French history, and the most dreaded trial for Nicolas Sarkozy, the former French president, who served from 2007 to 2012 before retiring from public life in 2017. While he denies them all, Sarkozy faces severe accusations of passive corruption, illegal campaign financing, concealing embezzlement, and criminal association. Sarkozy is alleged to have received $52 million in illegal election campaign funding from the late Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi, whose brutal rule of 41 years was marked by human rights abuses and terrorism, including the bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Scotland in December 1988. Gaddafi was isolated by the international community, but Sarkozy and 12 other people, including 3 former French government ministers, have been accused of conspiring with him in this historic trial. The 3-month trial, which opened today, will hear the allegations, which have the makings of an over-the-top Hollywood movie. The case first emerged in March 2011 when a Libyan news agency made some explosive revelations. They claimed that the Sarkozy entourage met members of the Gaddafi regime in 2005 when Sarkozy was the French Interior Minister, and the two parties forged what's been called the Corruption Pact. The Gaddafi regime delivered suitcases full of cash to Parisian ministry buildings to fund Sarkozy's presidential election campaign, which he won. In an interview, Gaddafi himself said, "It's thanks to us that he reached the presidency. We provided him with the funds that allowed him to win." But the court will examine whether Sarkozy doled out favors to Gaddafi in exchange for this funding. It could have been diplomatic, legal or business favors, because soon after becoming president in 2007, Sarkozy invited Gaddafi for a visit to Paris. He welcomed the Libyan leader with great honors and became the first Western leader to do so. But in 2011, he also became one of the first Western leaders to push for military intervention in Libya. This was during the Arab Spring pro-democracy protests. It helped topple the Gaddafi regime before the dictator was captured by rebels in October 2011 and killed. The trial will seek to detangle this complex relationship between the former French leader and the autocratic Libyan leader and look at a 10-year anti-corruption investigation, which brings with it a dizzying maze of shell companies and contradictory statements. And it comes after Sarkozy's two recent court convictions, one for corruption and another for hiding illegal overspending during an election. Last month, Sarkozy made history by being the first French head of state to wear an electronic tag. But this may be the beginning of his troubles. If found guilty in the Libyan case trial, Sarkozy could face up to 10 years in prison, which is bad news for him and for the French voters, who already have low trust in French politics amid the ongoing chaos.
People often say nothing is impossible. It's more optimism than pragmatism. Because in life, some things are indeed impossible. But in geopolitics, apparently not. Just look at the statement from India's External Affairs Ministry. It talks about Pakistan's airstrikes on Afghanistan. Let me quote from what it says. We unequivocally condemn any attack on innocent civilians. It is an old practice of Pakistan to blame its neighbors for its own internal failures. We have also noted the response of an Afghan spokesperson in this regard. Now, first, some context. Pakistan launched airstrikes on Afghan border regions last month. Their target was the TTP, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Now, Islamabad says they killed TTP militants, but the Taliban disputes this. They say that dozens of innocent civilians were killed, some of them children. This is the background to India's statement today. And there are two things to note here. One, India is siding with the Taliban's version of events. You see, Islamabad blames Kabul for the rising TTP threat. They say the Taliban is protecting the TTP. But look at India's statement. India says Pakistan is blaming neighbors for its own failures, which is also what the Taliban say. That's one point to note. Secondly, India says it has noted the response from an Afghan spokesperson. We don't know who they're referring to, but all of the responses last month came from the Taliban regime, a regime that India does not recognize. Who could have imagined this? We're talking about the Taliban here, the same Taliban that was funded and supported by Pakistan, the same Taliban that helped anti-India terrorists, the same Taliban that allowed attacks on Kashmir. Why is India warming up to them? Simply put, pragmatism. The first Taliban regime was a Pakistani proxy. This one seems to be different. They have clashed repeatedly with Pakistan over the border, over the TTP and over bilateral trade. Last month's strike was proof of the tensions. At the same time, Kabul is keen to get support from India. New Delhi has a history of investments in Afghanistan, plus recognition from the world's largest democracy would make a difference. Now, India is not going that far, but we have seen more exchanges. In June 2022, New Delhi reopened its embassy in Kabul. In October, Indian diplomats met the Taliban. In November 2023, the Taliban took control of the Afghan embassy in India. In March 2024, an Indian diplomat met Taliban's foreign minister, and in November, an Indian envoy met their defense minister. So clearly, India is willing to talk, which is why this latest statement is so important. The ministry could have refused to comment on the airstrikes. They could have simply noted the incident. Instead, they backed the Taliban's version of events. Now, just to be clear, this does not mean that India is openly embracing the Taliban or that New Delhi will recognize them. It merely suggests flexibility in India's position, a willingness to engage when it serves our interests. And that is how it should remain, not more, not less. Because India also has a commitment to the Afghan people. They are suffering under the Taliban's rule, especially Afghan women. Look at what they did last week. The Taliban banned windows overlooking women's spaces. They're being erased from public life. Afghan women cannot get jobs. They cannot attend school. They cannot hear music or read. They cannot step out without a veil or male companions. India has a responsibility to speak up for those women, to put pressure on the Taliban. Any engagement with Kabul must factor that in. In the world of fizzy drinks, some names have dominated for decades. like the likes of Coca-Cola and Pepsi. But what happens when culture and newfound ambition collide with an industry that's long ruled by the West? That is the story of Milaf Cola, a new drink released by Saudi Arabia. It's a fizzy soda made exclusively with dates. It claims to be a healthy alternative. And more importantly, it's backed by Riyadh's Vision 2030. So can this date-based cola take on the global heavyweights? Or is it another dream in a glass for the kingdom? Our next report tells you.
The year was 1967. Coca-Cola was put on a boycott list by the Arab League. It had a franchise bottler in Israel and was selling in the country. And this boycott was a punishment for that. The ban lasted till 1991, and that meant Coca-Cola lost on a huge market like West Asia. For years, its competitor PepsiCo made gains, and Coca-Cola has since tried to play catch-up. But in 2025, it has another challenger in the region, Milaf Cola, a fizzy drink made exclusively from dates. It was unveiled at the Riyadh Date Festival. It is being made by Al Madina Heritage Company, which is a subsidiary of the PIF, that's the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund. Milaf Cola claims it's a healthy alternative. It's said to be the world's first commercial cola made from dates. Historically, dates have been a staple in West Asian beverages, so Milaf Cola wants to highlight that, and it could soon carve out a niche. There are two reasons for that. First, Western cola brands are facing a growing boycott. That's because of their support or association with Israel since the war began in Gaza. So people in West Asia are looking for alternatives. The second reason is the health factor. Gen Z are ditching sugary drinks like cola and want healthier alternatives. And that gives Milaf Cola a perfect opportunity to capitalize on that. But the question remains, can a fizzy, date-based drink capture the imagination of global taste buds? And perhaps more importantly, why is Saudi Arabia venturing into this carbonated fray? The answer lies in Vision 2030, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's roadmap to diversify the kingdom's economy and move away from its dependence on oil. Vision 2030 isn't just a series of policy initiatives. It's a rebranding exercise for an entire nation. It's glitzy and ambitious. It's full of hyper-modern mega-projects like NEOM and the Red Sea Global Resort. But beneath the neon-lit veneer is a subtler strategy to position Saudi Arabia as a global player in industries that were once unimaginable for the kingdom, like the cola industry. But while the kingdom's ambition is palpable, the beverage industry is notoriously unforgiving. Coca-Cola and Pepsi have spent decades building their brands. But for Saudi Arabia, this isn't just about selling soda, it's about creating a narrative. Milaf Cola is a symbol of Saudi's new identity. It's a statement to the world that the kingdom is ready to lead in unexpected ways. And perhaps it's a reminder that even in the world of fizzy drinks, the tide can change sometimes as new players seek to fizz up the ladder.
Do you know the leading cause of death the world over? It is not wars. It is not traffic accidents. It is cancer. It accounts for 1 in every 6 deaths. That's at least 8 million deaths every year the world over. And do you know what causes cancer? Can you list the top 3 preventable causes? You may say tobacco, and of course you're right, but the other 2 may shock you. Obesity is one of the leading causes of cancer, and so is alcohol. And tonight we'll talk about this last bit. Alcohol is one of the biggest reasons why people get cancer. 750,000 cancer cases are linked to alcohol. This is the average global number. In India, it is about 62,000 cases. In China, more than 280,000, and in the US, nearly 100,000 cancer cases. In fact, alcohol-caused cancer kills about 20,000 people in the US every year, and their top doctor wants to change this. That's the US Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy. He wants warning labels on alcohol, like the warning labels on cigarette packs. Murthy wants warnings on alcohol bottles that clearly tell consumers about the cancer risks of alcohol consumption. This suggestion may seem drastic, but experts say about time.
I think this has been a long time coming. I think they're just trying to get this information out to the general public that, again, if you're going to drink, you have to be aware that there are health risks associated with it besides the common ones that everyone is familiar with.
You see, alcohol can hurt your body in a lot of ways. It can damage your DNA, your proteins and cells. It can increase inflammation. It can alter your hormone levels. It can even increase your ability to absorb carcinogens or cancer-causing agents. And you know what happens next? Your life can shorten by up to 15 years. And you are at a greater risk of developing not one, not two, but at least 7 different types of cancer. If these alcohol factoids are hard to digest, we do not blame you. For as long as humans have been drinking alcohol, we wanted to believe its health benefits. In ancient China, rice wine was used as medicine. In ancient Greece, Hippocrates advocated alcohol for the mind, body and soul. In the modern world, binge drinking may get a bad rep, but moderate drinking has been considered okay, if not good. Look at red wine. 2 decades back, studies were raving about it, talking about its heart benefits. People even said that 1 drink a day is safe for pregnant women. But guess what? A lot of these studies were funded by the alcohol industry. Their commercial interests muddied the data. They showed the benefits of drinking, but such research has long been debunked. Now we know that there is no safe level of drinking, no benefits outweigh the harm, and it does not matter whether you drink from a $4 bottle or from a $400 bottle. No matter the form, alcohol is harmful. And the more you drink, the more harmful it is. But Dr. Murthy's advisory is not the first to report this or to talk about the link between alcohol and cancer. Yet, only a quarter of the world's countries mandate health warnings on alcohol. And often the language is vague. And cancer warnings are rare. Like in India, warnings usually say consumption of alcohol is injurious to health. In the US, they warn about birth defects. So far, only South Korea has labels warning about cancer, and that too only liver cancer. These steps are helpful, but they're barely enough. As per surveys, 93% adults are aware of cancer risks of tobacco, as compared to only 39% for alcohol. Because government policies are falling behind, we need health warnings on alcohol labels, restrictions on marketing and advertising, greater awareness to the risks of drinking, and we need them yesterday. But until nations catch up, we can do our bit as well. So how much alcohol should you drink? Health guidelines say women should not consume more than 1 drink a day and men not more than 2. But experts warn that these guidelines must be revised. Many of them say they have no more than 2 drinks in a week. And remember, it's not easy to calculate individual odds of risks. A lot of factors come into play, like family history, weight, and smoking habits. So ideally, stop drinking alcohol, but if you cannot, cut back to the bare minimum. This may be hard to swallow, but alcohol is toxic. So in the spirit of a new year, know that drinking less should not be reserved just for January. We started our show with the story of the virus, how it's not a new disease, how it's spreading in China. India too has recorded a few cases. There is no need to panic yet, but the internet is already having a déjà vu. Think work from home, TikTok dances, Dalgona coffee and stocking up on toilet paper. The internet is asking, is this a repeat of 2020? Take a look. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Syria, rebels toppled the largest statue of Bashar al-Assad's father, Hafiz al-Assad. In India's Kaziranga, 2 women fall out of a speeding jeep in front of rhinos during a safari. And a bluefin tuna as big as a bike was sold in Tokyo for $1.3 million. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1838, Samuel Morse unveiled the telegraph. It was a device which used electric impulses to transmit messages over a wire. This revolutionized long-distance communication. It led to further technological advancements, including the invention of the telephone. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to the program. We're live in a snowy nation's capital of Washington, D.C. with the latest. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. And here in the United States, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni paid a surprise visit to incoming President Donald Trump at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. The 2 leaders had dinner as Meloni sought to strengthen ties with the United States under the incoming Trump administration. Donald Trump and Giorgia Meloni were also joined by the president-elect's cabinet picks, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. The president-elect told a crowd at Mar-a-Lago that Giorgia Meloni is a fantastic woman who has taken Europe by storm.
This is very exciting. I'm here with a fantastic woman, the Prime Minister of Italy. She has really taken Europe by storm, and everyone else, and we're just having dinner tonight.
Meloni shared a picture of herself next to Donald Trump on social media, thanking him for his hospitality. Meloni's unofficial meeting with Donald Trump comes days before she is due to host outgoing President Joe Biden in Rome and what would be the last trip of his presidency. Now, no details have been given about what the 2 leaders actually discussed ahead of the Trump inauguration. However, a possible topic on the agenda could be the detention of Cecilia Sala, an Italian journalist detained in solitary confinement in Iran since December of last year for breaching Islamic law. Salah's arrest came days after Italy arrested an Iranian engineer wanted in the United States for allegedly exporting technology used to kill 3 American soldiers in Jordan a year ago. Other issues that Donald Trump and Giorgia Meloni reportedly discussed were the war in Ukraine, gas supplies, and possible U.S. tariffs on goods from European nations. Now, this is the second time the Italian leader met Trump after his victory in the 2024 presidential election. The first time they met was at the reopening of Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris in early December of last year. The Italian leader also met one of Donald Trump's strongest allies, Elon Musk, at that time, sparking rumors about their relations. However, both Elon Musk and Giorgia Meloni have denied a romantic relationship.
I can be a friend of Elon Musk and at the same time the head of the first Italian government that made a new law to regulate private activity in space.
Italy is now in talks with Elon Musk's SpaceX for a $1.5 billion deal for a telecom services security contract. Notably, Giorgia Meloni was an avid admirer of Donald Trump during his first term as well, when she was still an opposition leader at home. And now, with European powerhouses like France and Germany grappling with rocky politics and Meloni's close ties with Elon Musk, her stability could make her Donald Trump's go-to ally in Europe. Elon Musk has plunged into British politics, igniting a storm of controversy for his scathing criticisms of Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the Labour government. Musk has accused Starmer of failing to address the sexual violence carried out by Pakistani grooming gangs during his tenure as Director of Public Prosecutions. And once an admirer of the far-right Reform Party, Musk has now questioned the party's leader, Nigel Farage, and his ability to lead the opposition. Our next report brings you more on Elon Musk's growing political influence and its implications in the UK.
Elon Musk, the world's richest man, has ignited a political controversy in the United Kingdom. His sharp criticisms of Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the Labour government have reopened sensitive debates about child grooming gangs. Musk's accusations have drawn strong reactions across the political spectrum, leaving the nation divided. It all started on New Year's Day when Musk targeted Starmer for alleged failures as Director of Public Prosecutions. He accused Starmer of failing to prosecute grooming gangs effectively, allowing vulnerable young girls to suffer. But Musk didn't stop there. He also criticized the safeguarding minister Jess Phillips, labeling her a rape genocide apologist and calling her out for rejecting calls for a public inquiry into grooming scandals in Oldham. Musk accused Phillips of shielding Starmer for political gain, calling it a cover-up. He demanded a national public inquiry and called for an immediate general election. In an inflammatory post, he went so far as to label the British Prime Minister a national embarrassment. The Labour government quickly pushed back. Health Secretary Wes Streeting dismissed Musk's claims as misjudged and misinformed.
Some of the criticisms Elon Musk has made, I think, are misjudged and certainly misinformed. But we're willing to work with Elon Musk, who I think has got a big role to play with his social media platform to help us and other countries tackle these serious issues. If he wants to work with us and roll his sleeves up, we'd welcome that.
Yet Musk's remarks have revived public anger over Pakistani grooming gangs. In the UK, these groups have sexually exploited vulnerable children, mostly thousands of young women. These gangs typically established a relationship with their victims, often using manipulation, gifts or threats to gain their trust before subjecting them to sexual exploitation. Netizens claimed these scandals revealed systemic failures by local authorities and law enforcement, and many officials allegedly ignored the abuse out of fear of being labelled racist or Islamophobic. While a 2022 inquiry found safeguarding failures in Oldham, it didn't uncover evidence of organised exploitation. Far-right figures like Tommy Robinson have long exploited these issues, using them to fuel anti-immigrant sentiment. And Musk's alignment with such figures has further stoked controversy. However, the Tesla CEO defended Robinson, who is currently in prison for contempt of court, questioning his solitary confinement. Musk claimed Robinson was punished for telling the truth about grooming gangs. But this isn't Musk's only foray into UK politics. The billionaire had previously expressed support for Nigel Farage's Reform UK party, which challenges Labour and Conservatives. However, on Sunday, Musk abruptly withdrew his support for Farage. He declared that Farage doesn't have what it takes to lead the party, suggesting that the Reform Party needs new leadership. Farage responded with disappointment, calling Musk a remarkable individual, but firmly rejecting his views on Robinson. Farage insisted he wouldn't align with the divisive activist, saying, "I never sell out my principles." The rift comes amid reports that Musk had considered a significant financial donation to Reform. Billionaire Elon Musk's unpredictability has left British politics in turmoil. While his comments against Starmer have reinvigorated scrutiny of past failures, his feud with Farage could weaken Reform's influence. As Musk continues to insert himself into Britain's politics, one question remains: is he a disruptor or a destabilizer?
And now to the Middle East, where Iran's foreign minister has issued a stark warning to Israel, vowing to retaliate against any future attacks and cautioning that Israeli aggression could spark a wider regional conflict. The Iranian minister added that Tehran remains committed to a diplomatic approach and will consult with allies, including China. However, his remarks come amid heightened fears of escalation as Israel grapples with recurring missile attacks by Yemen's Houthis, who are widely believed to be funded and armed by Iran.
Prepared for the possibility of further Israeli attacks. I hope Israel will avoid such reckless actions, as they could escalate into a large-scale war.
The backdrop to these warnings includes a year of unprecedented attacks between Iran and Israel. In fact, last year on October 1, Iran launched 200 ballistic missiles at Israel, most of which were intercepted by Israeli defenses. And in retaliation, Israeli warplanes struck Iranian military sites on October 26. Meanwhile, amid this heated atmosphere, a chilling video released by Hamas has spotlighted the human toll of the ongoing conflict in Gaza. The video features a 19-year-old Israeli soldier who was abducted during the Palestinian group's deadly assault on October 7th of 2023. In the clip, the hostage pleads for her release, saying she's only 19 years old and now her entire life has been upended.
כל החיים שלי לפניי, כל החיים שלי נעצרו. היום התחילה שנה חדשה. כל העולם חוגג את הסילבסטר. ורק אנחנו מתחילים פה שנה חשוכה, שנה של בדידות. אנחנו לא בסדר העדיפויות של הממשלה שלנו, של הצבא שלנו. כבר העולם התחיל לשכוח אותנו. כבר העולם לא אכפת מאיתנו.
The Israeli hostage's family, devastated by her visible psychological distress, issued a public plea to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to take decisive action.
This isn't the Leary we know. Today we spoke with the Prime Minister, President, IDF Chief of Staff, and Defense Minister, and we told them to make a deal. This is the time. There's Leary and 99 other hostages who need to return home quickly.
We demanded from the Prime Minister and Defence Minister that the negotiating team must not return without an agreement. We understood from their words that they are willing to make a deal and bring all the hostages home.
Now, Hamas has claimed to have offered Israel a list of 34 hostages it would release in the initial phase of a potential ceasefire deal. However, the Israeli Prime Minister's office has denied receiving such a list, fueling frustration. Mediated by Qatar, Egypt, and the United States, negotiations for a truce have dragged on without resolution. And now, even though Prime Minister Netanyahu has authorized Israeli negotiators to rejoin talks, critics accuse him of stalling under mounting domestic pressure.
Donald Trump, Mr. President, sir, do not agree to a partial hostage deal. That is a confirmed death sentence to those left behind, and it will ensure the war drags on aimlessly and endlessly. Please, Mr. President, do not agree to this partial deal, which will allow the most extreme factions in Netanyahu's government to erect settlements in the Gaza Strip above and over the living corpses of our loved ones, tortured in airless Hamas tunnels deep underground. You, sir, are the only one capable of pressuring Netanyahu to end the war and securing a comprehensive hostage deal to release all 100 hostages.
Now, as indirect talks reportedly resume in Qatar, the region waits in a fragile balance. Will diplomacy bring relief to hostages and their families, or will another spark push the Middle East towards unthinkable chaos? And today we end with Meghan Markle's new Netflix series. The show, titled With Love, Meghan, is already stirring the pot, and not the way she might have hoped. The 8-episode show, set in a lavish estate in California, includes lifestyle tips on cooking, gardening, and crafting, delivered with Meghan's signature charm. However, critics have labeled it tone-deaf and laughable, accusing the former Duchess of promoting an unattainable fantasy under the guise of relatability. From harvesting honey to walking through manicured avocado groves, the trailer has sparked both mockery and debate. With Love, Meghan is shaping up to be this year's most polarizing Netflix series, even before it's released. Here's the latest.
Brace yourselves, peasants. Meghan Markle is gracing us with her own Netflix show titled With Love, Meghan. Set to drop January 15, the series promises to revolutionize lifestyle by teaching us mere mortals how to cook, garden, craft, and presumably survive in palatial mansions. Filmed in Montecito, California, but not at her own $11 million estate, the 8-episode series showcases the Duchess of Sussex doing what she does best, being Meghan. Netflix claims this is playfulness over perfection, but the internet has been anything but playful. Critics have already branded the show as tone-deaf, tasteless, and entitled. But why? Perhaps because watching a Duchess-turned-lifestyle guru prance around avocado groves feels less like aspirational TV and more like a parody of privilege. In the trailer, Meghan, decked out in linen frocks that probably cost more than your rent, harvests honey, arranges flowers, and makes yummy noises after tasting her own dishes. There's even a blink and you'll miss it cameo from Prince Harry, because what's a Meghan Markle production without reminding us who she married? Despite branding the show as an at-home experience, Meghan opted to film at a nearby $5 million estate owned by the Cipolla family. It is complete with avocado trees, lemon groves, and French doors that scream money. Apparently, her own $11 million mansion wasn't intimate enough, because nothing says relatable like filming at her second mansion. The backlash has been swift. Blogger Meghan McCain, the daughter of late Navy veteran turned politician John McCain, has not minced her words and called the Netflix series utterly tone-deaf. She slammed it as a curated fantasy that misses the mark for audiences craving authenticity. Others have compared it to a horror movie, with Meghan's Stepford Wives aesthetic sending shivers down their spines. Dr. Tessa Dunlop, a royal historian, joked that Meghan Markle's perfect world is all too easy to mock, from her designer beehives to her sun-dappled kitchen garden. Even Meghan's authentic rebranding as a trade wife, complete with 1950s housewife vibes, has divided public opinion. Some see it as a return to her pre-royal lifestyle vlogging roots, while others think it's a calculated PR move designed to distance her from her former royal drama. The criticism levels peaked when Meghan had to turn off the comments on her new yet disabled Instagram account after posting the trailer. Now, the million-dollar question is whether With Love, Meghan will resonate with audiences. Sure, she's got Mindy Kaling and Roy Choi dropping by for some candid chit-chat, but is that really enough to salvage a show already labelled out of touch? As Meghan sashays through her immaculately curated life, offering tips on how easy it can be to create beauty, one can't help but wonder, is this show for us or for her? Because if With Love, Meghan teaches us anything, it's that the former royal's world might be too picture perfect for the rest of us to handle.
That's our show for today. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. We certainly look forward to having you back here again tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest from Mozambique, where tensions are ratcheting up further after the southern African country's exiled opposition leader announced his return. Mozambican opposition leader Venancio Mondlane said in a Facebook Live that he would arrive in Maputo on the 9th of January. Mondlane, who left the country after his lawyer was gunned down in October last year, said he would be there in Mozambique ahead of the inauguration of the new president on the 15th of January.
They are killing our brothers. They are destroying our brothers' stores. They are burning gas stations. They are destroying warehouses. They are burning factories. They pretend they are protesters when they are not, to create hatred between brothers. So if it is because of me, if it is because of Venancio, then Venancio will be on Thursday at 8 o'clock in the morning at Mavelane International Airport at Maputo Airport. I will be there.
No Aeroporto Internacional de Mavelane, o Aeroporto de Maputo. 50-year-old Mondlane, who has been leading more than 2 months of deadly protests from outside Mozambique, also reportedly shrugged off the criminal and civil charges that authorities have laid against him, including for damages caused during his protests by his supporters. Now, he has reportedly said that the authorities could do whatever they wanted upon his arrival in the capital of Maputo on Thursday. Now, Mondlane has been in exile at an unknown location since October and has repeatedly called for demonstrations against the results of the 9th of October elections. He claims that the elections were rigged in favor of the ruling Frelimo party, which has been in power for nearly 50 years. Mondlane insists that the election was stolen from him and that another count said that he was the true winner of the polls. Now, the final official results of the poll that were validated by Mozambique's top court late in December said that Mondlane took 24% of the vote share, compared to 65% for Frelimo's party candidate Daniel Chapo. 47-year-old Frelimo party candidate Daniel Chapo is due to be sworn in as the president of Mozambique on the 15th of January. But Mondlane has vowed to install himself as the head of state as he continues to maintain his rejection of the results. Mondlane called for fresh protests in December against the court's decision, which he called a fraud. But the protests against the Frelimo party's extended rule in Mozambique have been met with tough police crackdown. The total number of deaths from post-poll violence in Mozambique has reportedly touched nearly 300. With the Decide electoral platform, the prominent Mozambican non-governmental organization claiming that at least 176 people have been shot dead by the police since the 23rd of December. Authorities have also reported looting and vandalism of shops, petrol stations and banks since the protests erupted. Thousands of prisoners have also escaped a high-security prison in Maputo, taking advantage of the unrest. Many Mozambicans are also fleeing to neighboring Malawi and Eswatini to avoid being caught in the mayhem. The unrest in Mozambique has also caused major losses to the southern African country's economy and has also stopped cross-border trade, especially with South Africa. Several shipping, mining and industrial activities have also been affected. Now, the tensions in Mozambique have also caused fears among the regional grouping, the Southern African Development Community, or SADC, which is concerned that the situation might jeopardize the peace and security of the region. And additionally, the United Nations has also called for all sides to defuse tensions immediately. So with the opposition leader, Mondlane, planning to return to the country this week, will the government arrest him and ignite further protests in Mozambique? Or would it invite Mondlane to talk on a peaceful resolution to the dispute? Now, to discuss more on this, we have with us Andre Mulongo, who is a senior political journalist and joining us live from Maputo in Mozambique. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Now, what does Venancio Mondlane's return from exile signal about the current state of opposition politics in Mozambique? And how might it influence the political landscape moving forward?
Thank you again. We don't have information about the reasons that Meghan Mondlane comes to Mozambique. But we can try to draw two scenarios. And the first one is that Mondlane return must be, as I said, by two perspectives. The first perspective is that Venancio Mondlane lost his fear and decided to challenge the regime, particularly in relation to the legal process against him and the trust that the threats of death that made him leave Mozambique. As you know, Mondlane is in exile after the death of his juridic advisor called Elvin Dias, and he said that he was facing threats. But Mondlane also is facing a judicial process moved against him by the Mozambican authorities. So if he decides to come to Mozambique, and as he said that he will be in Mozambique in 9th January, it means that he lost a fee. This is one perspective. The other perspective, or the second one, is that maybe there is a principle of agreement between him and the regime. If we consider the first scenario or the first hypothesis, it means that the tension will continue in Mozambique. With Venancio Mondlane, he person to face the regime. It means the tension will continue. But if we consider the second scenario, depending on what the nature of the agreement that he can have with the regime, we will have two groups of Venancio Mondlane supporters. One will feel betrayed by Venancio Mondlane, and the other will continue supporting Venancio Mondlane. But it will be important the nature of the agreement that he will present to his supporters. So we can have those two scenarios. The one is that Venancio Mondlane lost fear and he decided by himself to face the regime, and the other is to have a principle of agreement with the Mozambican authorities.
Yes. Right. And Andre, given the political tensions and the recent electoral disputes, how is the public likely to react to both Mondlane's return and to Chapo's swearing in? And what implications could this have for Mozambique's political stability and also for international relations?
Let me explain that the Chapo inauguration called to 15th January will be the materialization of Frelimo ruling party's plan, in which consists this plan. This plan was to take time until the Constitutional Council proclaimed the result, announced and announced the inauguration. Why? Because, as you know, with Chapo in power, Frelimo will call the opposition to negotiate with Chapo. Frelimo never wanted dialogue before results were announced. So Frelimo took time until the day the board that managed the election announced that Frelimo and Chapo are the winner of the election. They took time until the Constitutional Council validated the result. So this plan consists in taking Chapo and Frelimo to the power, and after that, Frelimo will call for a dialogue with the opposition, including Venancio Mondlane is the head of the protest. Any inauguration without agreement, this is the effects of the inauguration without agreement. Is the opposition could lead the reception of the protest and violence. Violence must be replicated to a greater or less extent in the current crisis. If the current crisis does not have the outcome that satisfy the people. What I'm saying now is that the inauguration that are called for January, it's party of the plan of Frelimo part. But the risk to have this inauguration without any agreement with the opposition leader, Venancio Mondlane, is that we are going to have the replication of the violence along the time if the agreement, if the possible agreement doesn't satisfy the people's will.
Right, Andre, thank you very much for your analysis there and for being with us on First Post Africa. While Mozambique is bracing for the new president's inauguration ceremony, the U.S. is also set to inaugurate Donald Trump as the new president on the 20th of January. Now, Trump's re-election has left the world in a guessing game mode. There is a lot of speculation and anticipation regarding how the U.S. policies under him would take shape and impact the world. Now, the deepfake market has taken note of it. Ahead of his re-election, Trump topped the list of people with most deepfake videos, and the trend continues after the re-election as well. Trump deepfakes are flooding the internet, and their latest target are Kenyans and Nigerians. Dozens of AI-generated videos of Trump have been doing the rounds in Kenya and Nigeria. These fake videos of Trump show him issuing threats and directives to these African nations. Now in Kenya, Trump deepfakes are also targeting President William Ruto. Kenya is witnessing renewed protests over recent abductions of several government critics. Ruto has denied any government role and says that he is working to end the unexplained abductions. But now the fake videos of Trump are fueling public anger. In one such video that has gone viral, Trump is saying that if the Kenyan government will not stop the abductions, the U.S. government will stop funding Kenya and issuing loans. In a deepfake video, Trump is also heard saying that the International Monetary Fund will also stop issuing loans to Kenya.
Kenyan government will not stop the abductions. I want to promise you that the U.S. government will stop funding Kenya and issuing loans. The International Monetary Fund will also stop issuing loans to Kenya.
The clip uses the logo of the White House to make it look authentic, and many people have actually fallen for it. Many social media users expressed satisfaction about Trump's apparent show of support for the missing people. The video originated on the platform TikTok and has now spread to other social media platforms as well. On X, it has attracted close to 200,000 views. Donald Trump has never publicly commented on the abductions in Kenya. The current President Joe Biden and his administration, which has designated Kenya as a major non-NATO ally, did issue a statement. It said that the U.S. government has conveyed to Kenyan President Ruto the importance of full accountability on security forces reportedly involved in protest violence and ongoing abduction. Now, that's the latest reaction from the U.S. on Kenya. But Trump's deepfakes are targeting Africans from the east to the west. In Nigeria as well, dozens of similar AI-generated videos have flooded social media since Trump's re-election. One of the videos shows Trump allegedly announcing changes to U.S.-Nigeria immigration policy. Now, Trump, in a fake video, says the U.S. will limit certain visa approvals for Nigerians, and that this temporary measure aims to encourage Nigerians, especially those in critical professions, to stay and invest in their homeland. Again, the video emerged on the Chinese social media platform TikTok and then went viral on X with some 871,000 views. Some users seem to be convinced by Trump's generosity, that he is not sugarcoating and is straight to the point, and that he wants Nigerians to give back their skills to their country, not to the U.S. During Trump's first presidency, Nigeria was among 6 countries from which his administration restricted migration. Another of Trump's deepfakes has also gone viral in Nigeria, where he is calling for the release of the Nigerian separatist leader Nnamdi Kanu, who is facing terrorism charges. While they might seem convincing, Trump has not publicly spoken about the internal matters of Kenya or Nigeria. So if you come across such videos, it's best not to press the forward button. And moving on to some more TikTok troubles, France has arrested 3 Algerian TikTokers. 2 of them face terrorism-related charges. They are accused of publishing posts inciting violence on the social media platform. One of the arrested individuals is a 31-year-old blogger known as Imad Tintin. Now, he was arrested after publishing a video urging followers to allegedly burn alive, kill, and rape on French territory. The post received some 800,000 views before it was taken down. France's Interior Minister also reacted to the video and called it vile. TikToker Imad Tintin has been placed under judicial supervision and is due to appear in the fast-track trial on charges of direct incitement of an act of terrorism. He is also subject to an expulsion order. Then the second Algerian TikToker who has been arrested by French authorities is a 25-year-old Algerian identified as Yusuf A. On TikTok, he is known as Zazu Yusuf. He has been taken into custody for calling attacks in France and violence in Algeria. Now, he will stand trial on the 24th of February on a charge of publicly advocating an act of terrorism in posts to his hundreds of thousands of TikTok followers. He was living in France on a temporary residency permit. Another Algerian TikToker has been arrested in France for violent comments targeting an Algerian activist who opposes the North African country's government. Now, these arrests come amid a backdrop of increasing tensions between France and its former colony, Algeria. The source of this contention is the dispute over Western Sahara. Western Sahara is a former Spanish colony, but now it is mostly under the de facto control of Morocco. However, the territory is claimed by the Sahrawi separatists of the Polisario Front, who are demanding a self-determination referendum. These separatists are supported by Algeria. Last year, in a landmark shift, French President Emmanuel Macron renewed support for Moroccan sovereignty over the territory. This triggered diplomatic tensions between Algiers and Paris. In the latest, Algerian President Abdelmajid Tebboune has launched a strong critique against France over the lingering effects of its colonial rule on his country. He said that Algeria demands France's acknowledgement of its crimes during the brutal colonization. Then, earlier, Algeria also summoned France's ambassador to address accusations of French intelligence involvement in destabilizing campaigns in the country. In November last year, a well-known French-Algerian novelist, Boualem Sansal, was also imprisoned by the Algerian authorities on national security charges. The arrest of 3 Algerian TikTokers only adds to the ongoing rift. How will Algeria react, and will it further deteriorate ties between the two nations? We will keep you posted. Our last story for today is from Central Africa, where the Democratic Republic of Congo has arrested Chinese nationals for gold smuggling. 3 Chinese nationals have reportedly been arrested with 12 gold bars and $800,000 in cash in the eastern region of the DRC. Authorities in the South Kivu province said that the gold and money were hidden under the seats of the vehicle that the suspects were traveling in. Authorities further said that they were acting on a tip-off and that the gold, as well as the money, was only found after a meticulous search of the vehicle. But they said that the operation to arrest the Chinese nationals had been kept a secret, as some of the dealers in precious metals enjoyed good relations with influential people in the capital, Kinshasa. Now, the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo has abundant reserves of gold, diamonds, cobalt, and minerals used to make batteries for mobile phones and electric vehicles. This mineral wealth has been plundered by foreign groups since the colonial era and is one of the main reasons why the region has been plagued by instability for the last 30 years. Militia groups have controlled many of the mines in eastern DRC, and their leaders have become wealthy by selling them to third parties. Competition over mining operations has also fueled fighting in the region that borders with Rwanda, and the Central African country has struggled to stop unlicensed companies and armed groups from exploiting its rich reserves. Now, the arrest of the foreign nationals comes weeks after 17 Chinese men had been arrested on suspicion of running an illegal gold mine in the strife-torn South Kivu province in December. The men were arrested after a government delegation made an unannounced visit to the mine site. But days later, DRC freed 14 of the 17 Chinese men who were detained along with others from Congo and neighboring Burundi. Now, this prompted the governor of South Kivu province to say that freeing the nationals was undermining the efforts to clean up the DRC's notoriously murky mineral sector. The governor also reportedly said the nationals owed $10 million in taxes and fines to the government. Moreover, the recent arrest is also coming at a time when China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi is visiting Africa to advance Beijing's sizable influence across the resource-rich continent. Wang Yi is expected to visit Namibia, the Republic of Congo, Chad, and Nigeria this week. But the Chinese officials have yet to comment on the arrest or the allegations made by the DRC authorities. The detention has also occurred when tensions are flaring up in eastern DRC, where Rwanda-backed M23 rebel groups have captured large parts of the territory. In the latest, rebels have captured the strategic town of Masisi in North Kivu province, that it's known for its mineral and agricultural wealth. Authorities have accused Rwanda of using M23 to loot eastern DRC's minerals. Rwanda, on the other hand, has denied these claims. Last month, the DRC also sued tech giant Apple over the use of blood minerals, prompting the company to say it had stopped getting supplies from both the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. But with illegal mineral trade and smuggling increasing in the DRC, all eyes are on the efforts that the government will undertake to crack down on these activities. Eyes will also be on whether the government releases the Chinese nationals this time or negotiates with China overcompensation. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
I intend to resign as party leader, as prime minister.
Justin Trudeau is gone. He won't be fighting the upcoming election, and he certainly won't be Prime Minister. Canadians are naturally talking about this news, but surprisingly, so are Indians. Trudeau had a very bad relationship with New Delhi. He shielded Khalistani separatists. He accused India of killing terrorists in Canada, and he expelled Indian diplomats. So a lot of Indians are asking the obvious question: will Trudeau's exit fix the relationship? To answer that, we must look at Canada's political future. Their parliament was supposed to convene later this month, but Justin Trudeau has asked for a delay. He wants the Governor-General to prorogue the session.
Despite best efforts to work through it, Parliament has been paralyzed for months after what has been the longest session of a minority parliament in Canadian history. That's why this morning I advised the Governor-General that we need a new session of Parliament. She has granted this request, and the House will now be prorogued until March 24th.
So the Canadian Parliament will meet in March. The idea is to give Trudeau's Liberal Party some time. A leadership contest takes around 4 months. If they speed things up, they could have a new leader by late March. And who would that be? Around 3 or 4 names are doing the rounds. The first is Chrystia Freeland. She was Trudeau's Deputy Prime Minister for 4 years, but in December she resigned in protest. The second is Mark Carney, a former governor of Canada's central bank. Trudeau tried to recruit him as finance minister, but Carney refused. Apparently he has bigger ambitions. The third contender is Anita Anand. As her name suggests, she is of Indian heritage. She has been the Minister of Defence and Public Services. Right now, she is the Minister of Transport in Canada. A fourth name is Dominique LeBlanc, Finance Minister and longtime friend of Justin Trudeau. He too comes from a political dynasty. 3 of these leaders were in Trudeau's cabinet. They backed all his decisions against India, so do not expect a U-turn. But frankly, it's not about them. Let's say the Liberals elect a new leader by March. 2 things can then happen. 1, the opposition pushes a no-confidence vote. The Liberals lose and elections are called. Every poll says that the Conservatives will win the next election, so the new Liberal leader will be Prime Minister for maybe 1 month, which is not long enough to make a dent. That is one scenario. The second one is that the Liberals survive the trust vote. Even then, elections are slated in October, so the new leader will be in office for about 5 months. By then, Trump will be president in the US, so Canada will be too busy to focus on India. And come October, elections will happen. So I guess all roads lead to the same person, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. He will be Prime Minister at some point in 2025, but he's not willing to wait. He wants an election right now.
We need a carbon tax election now to choose between the NDP Liberal costly coalition that taxes your food, punishes your work, doubles your housing costs, and unleashes crime and drugs in your community, or common sense Conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
He's almost certain to win because the public sentiment is firmly with him. Just look at this store in British Columbia. They're selling $2 burgers to celebrate Trudeau's resignation. If that does not sum up the political climate, nothing will. Which is why Pierre Poilievre is on course to win. The question is, how will he handle India? Let's look at three factors here. One, his past statements. Two, his party's history with India and Khalistanis. And three, his priorities as Prime Minister. When Trudeau accused India, Poilievre supported him. He called the alleged attack an affront to Canada's sovereignty. He also paid tributes to Hardeep Singh Nijjar. But there was a crucial difference. Poilievre also asked Trudeau to come clean, to reveal the evidence he had on the case, which is also what New Delhi has been saying. So that's the first factor to consider. The second is the Conservative track record. Historically, they have never won the Sikh vote. Most Canadian Sikhs vote for the Liberals and the NDP. In a close election, those votes may have mattered. But right now, the Conservatives have a 20-point lead over the Liberals. They do not need to appease Khalistanis in Canada. Plus, the last Conservative government was quite good for India. It was led by Prime Minister Stephen Harper. He apologized for the Air India bombing in 1985, an attack carried out by Khalistanis. Listen to what he said. This was Stephen Harper in 2010. I'm quoting, "It is incumbent upon us all not to reach out to, but rather to marginalize, to carefully and systematically marginalize those extremists who seek to import the battles of India's past here and then to export them back to that great and forward-looking nation." Let me simplify that for you. He said that Canada should not import Khalistanis. Instead, they should send them back to India. And it wasn't just statements. Under Harper, bilateral trade doubled. Investments went up from 700 million to 55 billion. And Canada reversed its position on India's nuclear program. All in all, a good reset before Trudeau ruined it. And finally, the third factor. What will be the priorities for Pierre Poilievre? His biggest challenge will be Donald Trump. He's threatening Canada with a 25% import tariff. He's asking Canada to join the US. Even yesterday, Trump repeated this offer. He said if Canada became the 51st US state, all of these problems could be avoided. That will be the first priority for Poilievre. His second will be Canada's economy and inflation. That's what sealed Trudeau's fate. And that's where India could help. Right now, the India-Canada free trade talks are paused, but Poilievre may want to revive it. He's talked about expanding exports to India, especially natural gas, uranium, and lentils. So it's a question of what he will prioritize, a deal with India or a witch hunt started by his predecessor. Poilievre does sound more pragmatic than Justin Trudeau. He will also have much bigger issues on his plate. That does not mean that he will abandon the Nijjar issue altogether, but he could take a different approach. We'll have to wait and see what that approach is. So Justin Trudeau is on his way out. He announced his resignation yesterday. World leaders are yet to wane. But Donald Trump is not just another world leader. He is Donald Trump. Subtlety is not his strong suit. So Trump put up this post. Let me quote from it. This is what Donald Trump posted on social media. Many people in Canada love being the 51st state. The United States can no longer suffer the massive trade deficits and subsidies that Canada needs to stay afloat. Justin Trudeau knew this and resigned. No words about the outgoing leader, no calls for stability. This is not your typical diplomatic response to a resignation. Instead, Donald Trump is reiterating his musings. In December, he floated the idea of Canada becoming the 51st US state. Trump argued that Canadians wanted the two nations to merge for Canada to become a part of the United States. And now with Trudeau stepping down, he's doubling down on his vision. And it does not stop with Canada. Donald Trump has his eyes on a bigger prize, Greenland. He wants to make the island great again. So MAGA, but the ice edition. Donald Trump's son has landed in Greenland. He even posted videos from the Trump Force One. This is a private visit. He has no meetings set up with government officials. Greenland says it is not up for sale. Yet Donald Trump is selling this visit like a recce visit, like visiting an apartment before buying it. And his antics are part of a broader strategy, the politics of provocation. Trump has championed it. In his last stint in power, in fact, he was the disruptor-in-chief. And this time he has a partner in crime, Elon Musk, who has single-handedly riled up Europe. In the UK, the target is the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Musk has been attacking him and his Labour government. He's put out dozens of posts. He wants Keir Starmer imprisoned. He's asked King Charles to dissolve the parliament. He's wondering if the US should liberate the UK. Then we have Germany, which is heading into an election soon. Musk has criticized German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. He's backing another party, a far-right party called the AfD, that's the Alternative for Germany party. The exchanges have been sharp and frankly uncalled for. And all of this has alarmed European leaders. They're asking Elon Musk to back off.
Those that are spreading lies and misinformation as far and as wide as possible, they're not interested in victims. They're interested in themselves.
The crucial thing is that Mr. Musk has supported a partly right-wing extremist party, and as you can see, is not only acting in this direction in this country. And that is something we not only disagree with, I reject that.
The sentiment is pretty much the same from French President Emmanuel Macron to the Norwegian Prime Minister. Everyone is bothered by Musk's continuous meddling. But that isn't going to stop him. You see, Donald Trump and Elon Musk thrive on disruption. What is different is their tone and execution. Trump's approach is the opposite of subtle. It's a playbook that he's used time and again. Make an outrageous claim, double down when challenged, and revel in the media circus that follows. Musk, however, is more surgical in his provocations. His tweets come in unpredictable bursts, each one a calculated jab aimed at his target. His strategy is not about chaos for its own sake. It is designed to provoke outrage with precision. Together, the two have weaponized the politics of provocation. They're testing the limits of diplomatic patience. But here is the twist. They may also be testing each other's patience. Reports say Trump is getting a little tired of Elon Musk. And honestly, we can see why. Right now, Musk is camping at Trump's Mar-a-Lago. He's renting a $2,000 per night cottage. So he's practically living in Trump's backyard, like that house guest you cannot seem to get rid of. Reports suggest that Donald Trump is not a fan of this arrangement. The word on the street is that he finds Musk a bit clingy. Yes, that's why he's eyeing Greenland. Maybe he just needs an entire island to get some space. But jokes aside, this politics of provocation comes with serious risks. Yet, yes, in the short term, it might keep the media buzzing and social media algorithms humming. But in the long run, Trump and Musk's actions will have consequences. They are alienating American allies and stoking divisions. So the question is, at what point does provocation stop being a clever strategy and start becoming reckless self-destruction? It is a question worth asking. Until then, the world remains their stage, chaos their script, and the rest of us their captive audience.
Please leave this area immediately.
choppy waters of the South China Sea are witnessing fresh turbulence. China is threatening the Philippines again, this time with a massive warship. A warship called Monster. It is the world's largest Coast Guard vessel, and it does look like a monster. This is the ship we are talking about. It has a displacement of 12,000 tons. It is 165 meters in length. That's equal to 3 Olympic-sized swimming pools. It has an intimidating presence. It also has considerable firepower. The ship is armed with heavy weapons. We're talking about machine guns and a fully equipped helicopter unit. This Chinese monster ship was seen around Scarborough Shoal. It is part of the disputed South China Sea. Both China and the Philippines claim the Scarborough Shoal. The monster ship has been loitering around this atoll. Manila spotted it. They dispatched their Coast Guard. They ordered the Chinese ship to leave. The crew of the monster was warned. They were told that they have no authority to operate in the area.
Coast Guard, CD5901. This is BRP Cabra, MRRB 4409. We are reminding you that you are within 72.6 nautical miles west by the south of Silangin, Zambales, inside in the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone. Please leave this area immediately. Over.
But the crew ignored the warning. They refused to leave, claiming that they have every right to be there. The Philippines is not backing down either. Manila ships have been tailing and shadowing this vessel, and the situation remains tense. In fact, this tension has been simmering for almost a year now. Manila and Beijing have clashed multiple times at sea. Their ships have collided. Water cannons have been fired. In one incident, a Filipino sailor lost a thumb. This happened when the Chinese Coast Guard carried out an attack. The Chinese were behaving like pirates. They blocked a Philippine Navy vessel and threatened its crew with knives, sticks, and an axe. Now we are in a new year, but China has not given up its old ways. On the contrary, it is becoming more aggressive. Deployments in the region have increased. Along with the monster, 3 other Chinese ships have been spotted. Chinese militia are also roaming in the area. They have at least 7 ships in this disputed region. These militia are an extension of China's military. They operate with direct support from Beijing. Plus, the Chinese military has been conducting drills in this region. These exercises include both naval and air forces. So China is deploying more military assets. It is boosting its defense capabilities around the Philippines. The goal is quite obvious: to ramp up pressure on Manila. China uses the same tactics against Taiwan too. This is called gunboat diplomacy. The idea is to overwhelm and intimidate by flexing your military muscle. Nearly every day, Taipei spots Chinese warships near its waters. Chinese jets are also frequent visitors. Taiwan often detects them in its air defense zone. In recent weeks, China has stepped up deployments around Taiwan as well. Last month, it sent as many as 90 ships, 90 ships near the island. Taipei called these deployments alarming.
This number of China Navy and Coast Guard ships in the region was indeed very alarming. And how they are scattered is beyond the eastern border of Taiwan between the first and second island chain. I think their China intention is very clear.
Chinese military is also engaging in sabotage. This week, an undersea cable was damaged. This is quite similar to what we've seen in Europe, where multiple cables have been sabotaged in recent times. This one was located off the northeast coast of Taiwan. A Chinese ship dragged its anchor over it. Remember, these cables are critical for communication. They transmit data signals. They keep the internet running. If these cables are damaged, they could isolate Taiwan from the rest of the world. Thankfully, that did not happen this time. The damage was not severe enough to disrupt communication, but the intent was quite clear. So, like Manila, Taipei is not taking this lightly. They are investigating this incident as an act of sabotage. They cannot afford to lower their guard. China is becoming more brazen, raising the military pressure on neighbors and the risk of a dangerous face-off. And staying with China, their companies are facing trouble in the United States. Remember the game PUBG? The company behind PUBG has been blacklisted by the Pentagon. The company is called Tencent. Pentagon is, of course, the American Defense Ministry. The biggest games developer in the world, that is Tencent for you, and it's not alone. The US has placed dozens of Chinese firms on a blacklist. They say these companies are military firms, meaning they do business with China's army. And look at the fallout. Tencent shares fell more than 7% today. Another blacklisted firm, CATL, fell almost 3%. Now, CATL is a Chinese battery maker. It is the largest in the world. So clearly, Joe Biden is not holding back. He has targeted two of China's crown jewel companies, the largest gaming firm and the largest battery maker. China has lashed out at the decision. They say the US is unfairly suppressing Chinese businesses.
The development rights of the Chinese people cannot be deprived or ignored. We urge the U.S. to immediately correct its wrong practices and lift the illegal unilateral sanctions and long-arm jurisdiction against Chinese enterprises. China will take necessary measures to firmly safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of Chinese enterprises and protect its rightful development rights.
Beyond the stock hit, what does this move mean? If you are put on this list, you cannot do business with the US military. That is the main problem. Having said that, it's not a sanction. You can still sell your products in the open market, just not to the US military. Nonetheless, these companies are worried, A, because it's a blot on their business, and B, because it is indicative of more trouble. Tomorrow, the Treasury could cite this blacklisting to sanction them, and that will hurt. Both Tencent and CATL have denied the accusation. They say they're not military suppliers. They also plan to legally challenge this move. But do they have a case? Well, Donald Trump used this blacklist liberally in his first term as president. One of the firms he targeted was Xiaomi. But the company challenged the Pentagon's decision. And in 2021, Trump's successor, Joe Biden, reversed the move. So there is precedent for U-turns, which is why Tencent and CATL will be hopeful. But this move is not just about them, it's also about Joe Biden. He is in the lame duck phase of his presidency, sort of like a notice period. His last day on the job will be January 20th. Until then, he's supposed to be a lame duck. No big decisions, no major policy moves, and no controversies. But looks like Biden did not get the memo. Just look at everything that he's done since Trump won the US election. He pardoned his son Hunter, something that he promised he would never do. He's also pardoned 39 people in total. He commuted the death sentences of 37 prisoners, some of whom committed gruesome crimes. In total, Biden has commuted around 1,500 sentences. He relaxed H-1B visa rules, even as Republicans fought over it. He allowed Ukraine to strike deep inside Russia. He considered airstrikes on Iran's nuclear sites. He's sending weapons worth $8 billion to Israel. He has blocked Nippon Steel's takeover of U.S. Steel. He has set a new climate goal for the U.S. And yesterday, he banned offshore drilling in many areas. And that last one is very important, because Donald Trump has promised to increase drilling. That's a solution to rising prices, to produce more energy at home. But Biden has thrown a spanner in the works. His ban covers 625 million acres of ocean, near Alaska, near Texas, near California, and along Washington state. Now, Trump has promised to reverse this ban, but it's easier said than done. Biden used a 1953 law to ban drilling in these parts. This law allows a president to take away mineral leasing and drilling, but it does not allow a president to reverse it, meaning Trump cannot overturn the ban. He will need the US Congress to amend the law first. Only then can he change it. All these last-minute moves reveal how desperate Joe Biden is, desperate to leave a legacy, because history is not always kind to one-term presidents, more so if you're weak. Biden presided over 2 full-blown wars. He pulled out of the election at the last moment, and his chosen candidate lost. So Biden is trying to do damage control. He's expected to visit Italy later this week. He wants to end his term with a meeting with the Pope. After he returns, he's expected to address the nation twice. All of this reeks of desperation. You cannot build a legacy in your lame duck phase. You had 4 years to do that. Biden spent most of his term escalating wars and supporting massacres in West Asia. Last-minute pardons won't change that. Now let's shift our attention to Tibet. The region was struck by a powerful earthquake today. The quake measured 7.1 on the Richter scale. Tremors were felt in Nepal, Bhutan and even in India. But Tibet has suffered the worst damage. More than 100 people are dead and dozens are wounded. Many more remain trapped under the rubble. The rescue efforts are proving to be challenging. It is winter season. The local conditions are harsh, with temperatures dropping to minus 18 degrees Celsius. Chinese authorities are scrambling. They're rushing rescue workers and relief materials, and these teams are racing against time. Here's a report.
This was the moment when the earthquake struck. It was a powerful one, measuring over 7 on the Richter scale. Tremors were felt in Nepal, even in some parts of India. But Tibet has suffered the worst damage. It was the epicenter of the earthquake. Entire buildings have been reduced to rubble there. Over 1,000 homes have collapsed and more than 100 people have lost their lives. The rescue effort has been challenging. Dozens of aftershocks have slowed down the rescue workers. They have been unable to get to the survivors, many of whom remain trapped below the rubble. Shigatse is likely the worst-hit city in Tibet. It is the closest to the earthquake's epicenter. Shigatse is of great historical significance in Buddhism. It is a holy site and the seat of the Panchen Lama, one of Buddhism's most senior figures. The Dalai Lama expressed his sadness over the loss of life in the natural disaster. Shigatse was annexed by China in the 1950s. Since then, it has been under Beijing's tight control. The Chinese state curtails any flow of information from Shigatse. Access to media and the internet remain limited and restricted. The rescue efforts there will be extremely challenging. Shigatse is a remote city far from China's major urban centers. The harsh winter adds to the difficulty. Temperatures in Shigatse drop to minus 18 degrees at this time of year. China's President Xi Jinping has issued orders to his officials. Vice Premier Zhang Guoqing has been dispatched to the region. Xi Jinping wants the casualties to be minimized and survivors to be resettled. 1,500 rescuers and 250 vehicles have been pressed into the search effort, but they are racing against time. To save lives, they will have to mobilize quickly. The relief materials are yet to reach the victims. The pictures released by the Chinese state show rescue workers working in harsh conditions. They are digging through the rubble, using ropes, shovels, and even their bare hands. Shigatse is highly vulnerable to earthquakes. It lies near a major fault line. The area experiences frequent seismic activity. In the last 5 years alone, it has recorded 29 earthquakes. In 2015, Nepal was struck by a 7.8 magnitude quake, killing over 9,000 people. This time, disaster has hit China.
Our next story is about Emmanuel Macron. The French president faces trouble from all sides. The war in Ukraine has hammered Europe. Macron's dreams of leading the continent lie in tatters. His grip on domestic power has weakened because of the poorly thought out election that he conducted last year. And farmers are protesting all over France. Everywhere you look, there's chaos. You would think it couldn't get any worse. But somehow, Macron has managed to create even more trouble for himself. The French president did it again yesterday, another classic foot-in-the-mouth moment where he casually insulted a bunch of African nations. Take a look.
One part was our commitment to fighting terrorism since 2013. We were right. I think some have forgotten to say thank you, but that's okay. It'll come in time. I'm in a good position to know that ingratitude is a disease that cannot be transmitted to humans. But I say this for all the African governments who have not had the courage, in the eyes of their public opinion, to bear it. None of them would be in a sovereign country today if the French army had not been deployed in this region.
That was Macron giving a grand foreign policy speech, addressing a gathering of French ambassadors and chalking out the way ahead this year. Somehow, Macron thought that this was the right time to pick a new fight with people who already don't seem to like him very much, the people of Africa. You know that France has been on the back foot in Africa over the past few years. It had military bases all over the continent, mostly in its former colonies in West and Central Africa. French troops have been squatting there for decades, ostensibly to provide security cover. But on their watch, West Africa became a terror hotspot. Boko Haram, the Islamic State West Africa province, the Islamic State Sahel province, Al-Qaeda and its offshoots like the JNIM, all these terror groups have been running rampant in the Sahel region. In former French colonies like Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger, right under the noses of the French troops stationed there. This instability led to multiple military coups in West Africa, in Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger. And the military juntas promptly decided to switch partners. They kicked France out and chose to work with Russia instead. They believed that the Russians would be more effective against the terrorists. The decision had a knock-on effect. Anti-France sentiment started spreading to other countries hosting French troops like Chad, Senegal, and most recently the Ivory Coast. This is a massive failure for France, a moment of shame. But Macron does not see it that way. He says Paris is not on the back foot. Instead, he blames the African nations. Macron called them, and I'm quoting, ungrateful. And then he said, and let me quote again, none of them would be in a sovereign country today if the French army had not been deployed in this region. This is the French president, the leader of a former colonial power, talking about countries that won their independence from France. Macron says the French army is responsible for their sovereignty. How tone-deaf can you be? If anything, the African countries would have been sovereign sooner if not for the French army. Macron's mental gymnastics are truly world-class, but obviously the African nations were not impressed. Chad and Senegal have called him out. Chad's foreign minister issued a statement. He said Macron holds, and I'm quoting again, a contemptuous attitude towards Africa and Africans. He added that the French presence in Chad has often been limited to its own strategic interests without any real lasting impact for the development of the Chadian people. And then he reminded Macron about how Africans had helped France, especially during the 2 world wars. That was Chad's rebuke. Senegal's was even sharper. Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko put up this post on social media. He counters Macron's claims, saying that France helped destabilize countries like Libya, which contributed to the Sahel security crisis. And then Sonko issued a parting shot. Let me quote again. This is what he said. This is finally the place to remind President Macron that if African soldiers, sometimes forcibly mobilized, mistreated and ultimately betrayed, had not deployed during the Second World War to defend France, it would perhaps still be Germany today. During the Second World War, Germany had occupied parts of France. We know that the US, Britain and the Soviet Union helped liberate the country, but we often forget the role of African soldiers, conscripts from French colonies who fought to free France from the Nazis. It seems Macron had forgotten this too, but Sonko was happy to remind him. All this shows just how untethered Macron is from reality. Instead of acknowledging his failures, instead of respecting the wishes of the African people, he has chosen to insult them. It's another mess of his own making, one that will probably accelerate France's departure from Africa. Now let's turn to Southeast Asia. A major development took place today. 2 countries have come together to create a major business hub. Singapore and Malaysia have signed a new deal. They plan to create a massive special economic zone in the Malaysian state of Johor. Malaysia will provide land and infrastructure. Singapore will bring investments. Together, the 2 neighbors hope to reshape Asia's business landscape. Our next report has the details.
Singapore is one of Asia's greatest success stories. The tiny island nation has one of the highest per capita incomes in the world, beating the US and most European nations. But it has one major disadvantage: its size. Singapore's total area is about 735 square kilometers. For context, that's the size of just New York City's land area. Delhi is over twice as large as Singapore, and Tokyo is more than 3 times bigger. So while Singapore is extremely well off, its growth is restricted. The island nation can't spawn new land to develop, so instead it has opted to partner with its neighboring country, Malaysia. Singapore and Malaysia have signed an agreement to create a joint special economic zone. It'll be located in Johor in Malaysia. The SEZ will span 3,500 square kilometers. That's more than 4 times the size of Singapore. This will allow both Singapore and Malaysia to expand their economic footprint.
It's an important project which will build on the complementary strengths of Singapore and Johor, so that we can both be more competitive, enhance our value proposition, and jointly attract more investments to our shores.
The SEZ is a unique initiative. Very rarely do you find 2 countries working together as a team. You can see any part of the world where 2 countries decide to work together, promote both countries.
The prime ministers of the 2 nations signed the agreement earlier today. They say it's a win-win situation. Malaysia will provide the land, Singapore will provide investments. To make the SEZ more attractive, Malaysia will also lower taxes, both corporate and personal income tax. Reports say that the SEZ could add $26 billion to Malaysia's economy annually. It's an ambitious plan, building up a new industrial area around a wealthy island economy. It has actually been done before. China did something similar by building up Shenzhen around Hong Kong. That was part of the inspiration behind the new Johor SEZ. But Malaysia and Singapore aren't trying to copy China. They hope to surpass it.
Because the greater competition that we face is not amongst ourselves within ASEAN, it's outside of the region. Everyone is trying to anchor major projects now in today's world where the big economies are all talking about reshoring, onshoring, nearshoring. They want the key projects to be nearer to their home economies. So ASEAN has to come together, look at ways in which we can enhance our value proposition and be competitive together.
Singapore's Prime Minister seems to be referring to all the talk of decoupling and de-risking from China. A number of companies have been looking for alternatives to China, and many have landed in ASEAN nations like Vietnam. This Johor SEZ could act as a new destination for investment. Now, Singapore and Malaysia don't want to pick a fight with Beijing. Chinese businesses are being welcomed to the SEZ too. But if the Johor SEZ takes off, it could reshape Asia's economic landscape. But there are some hiccups though, some long-standing issues between Malaysia and Singapore. There are tiffs involving water supplies, maritime boundaries, and airspace. But Singapore and Malaysia say they're working to resolve these issues. If they manage to, it could turbocharge Asia's growth in the years to come.
Imagine this. It's 9 a.m. on Monday. You shuffle into the office, coffee in hand. You're ready to battle another week of endless meetings, but you notice something different. There's a new hire sitting at the desk across from you. They don't need caffeine. They don't make small talk. And most importantly, they don't have a body. Meet virtual employees. They are designed to work alongside humans or potentially instead of them. So should this prospect bother you? What is a virtual employee, and is your job in danger? Let's start with the term itself, virtual employees. Simply put, these are AI agents, bots running on artificial intelligence. They were mentioned in Sam Altman's blog post. He is the founder and CEO of OpenAI. He wrote, and I quote, "We believe that in 2025, we may see the first AI agents join the workforce and materially change the output of companies. Sam Altman believes this is the year 2025 is when AI agents clock in with us. No need for onboarding or benefits, just plug them in and they're ready to go. Technically, he's not wrong. Some companies are already ahead of the curve. Take McKinsey, for example. They have partnered with Microsoft to build a new AI agent, one that is capable of handling client inquiries. Guess they want an assistant who does not complain about back-to-back meetings. And they aren't the only ones. OpenAI too is planning to launch its own agent called Operator. It can write code. It can take care of all menial tasks. Then there's Microsoft's new AI suite. It's called Copilot Studio. Anthropic has also launched a new AI model. This one can move the mouse cursor and type out text. So you get the gist. These AI agents seem to be the future. McKinsey predicts that 30% of US work hours could be automated by 2030. That's a lot of jobs getting a digital makeover or potentially disappearing altogether. If you think about it, it is kind of unnerving. So the big question now is, are they here to replace us? In some cases, yes. In fact, in a lot of cases. AI could impact 300 million jobs. That is a projection, 300 million jobs. That's about 9.1% of all jobs in the world. According to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, 60% of all jobs will be affected by AI in some way. So yes, AI is coming for your job in some way. But before you dust off your resume, consider this. These agents aren't flawless. Some of them are in the development stage. They have their own car crash moments. Also, there are ethical dilemmas, like who controls these agents? How do we ensure that they do not perpetuate biases? How do we prevent them from wreaking havoc? And more importantly, will they ever understand the subtle art of office small talk? You see, AI excels at repetitive, data-driven tasks. They can process inquiries. They can schedule meetings. What they cannot do, at least not yet, is empathize or dream up big ideas. For that, you will still need humans. So here is the bottom line. Virtual employees are no longer science fiction. They're here reshaping the workplace in real time, but they're not perfect. And let's face it, they lack the human touch. So will they replace us entirely? Highly unlikely. Will they change how we work? Absolutely. So the key is to resist, not to resist this wave of automation. It is to evolve with it. We embraced computers, email, and the internet, and we can do the same for AI. Find a way to collaborate, learn to work with these new virtual colleagues. Lean on them for what they do best and focus your energy on the things that only humans do best. Because at the end of the day, the magic of the workplace is not just about efficiency, it's also about the human spark. And no algorithm can replace that. Have you watched or heard of Squid Game? It is a Korean series and it's a global hit. It is the most popular show on Netflix ever, the most popular ever, and it has returned for a much anticipated season 2. But not everyone is happy about this, including Vietnam, the Southeast Asian country. Squid Game has sparked criticism in Vietnam. Many viewers are accusing the show of distorting history and of whitewashing atrocities. They want to boycott Squid Game. And now Vietnam is mulling taking it off the air. It seems the real game has begun for Squid Game. Can it come out alive? And what's behind this controversy? Our next report tells you.
Let's play. Do you know the most watched non-English show in the world? Well, here's a clue. It's the most watched show on Netflix. We're talking about Squid Game, the smash hit Korean series where hard luck contestants compete to death in sadistically themed children's games. Its second season released the day after Christmas and has already drawn more than 124 million viewers the world over. But not everyone is a fan. Squid Game has sparked criticism in Vietnam for allegedly distorting history, and now the show is facing calls for a boycott in the country. The controversy stems from a particular scene which has a dialogue referencing the Vietnam War. In the scene, the character Dai Ho describes his family's military history. He says, "My father wanted me to become a real man, so he sent me to the Marines. My father was a Vietnam War veteran." That's when other contestants respond by praising his father, saying, "Your father must be an honorable man." This exchange has angered many viewers in Vietnam. They say the series is glorifying South Korean soldiers who served in the Vietnam War. They are quote-unquote whitewashing the atrocities committed by the soldiers. Reactions on Vietnamese social media say they are boasting about a war fought on the blood and bones of another nation. And Korea always demands reparations from Japan, but proudly boasts about deploying troops to Vietnam. You see, South Korea and Vietnam share a fraught history thanks to the Vietnam War. It was a long divisive conflict fought between 1955 and 1975. It pitted the communist government of North Vietnam against South Vietnam. The North was supported by China and the Soviet Union, while the South was supported by the United States and other non-communist nations, including South Korea. Between 1964 and 1973, South Korea deployed around 320,000 troops to Vietnam, and they fought alongside the US Army in exchange for US aid to resuscitate their ailing economy. And the South Koreans were a brutal fighting force. It's estimated that they killed more than 41,000 enemy fighters and slaughtered 9,000 innocent Vietnamese. Yet Seoul has been adamant that there's no evidence of such atrocities. The Vietnamese government has never publicly pushed for an apology, so neither country has really addressed the wartime baggage. But time and again it pops up. Like in 2022, when Little Women was removed from Netflix Vietnam after being accused of distorting history through a controversial dialogue where South Korean soldiers were portrayed as heroes. And now, Squid Game faces a similar fate. The Vietnamese Culture Ministry is taking the backlash seriously. They are reviewing the second season of Squid Game, re-evaluating whether it violates laws and misrepresents the nation's history. Depending on the ministry's findings, the show could be pulled from Netflix Vietnam. So the game will not stop, but in Vietnam, the Squid Game show might just.
Before we begin our last story tonight, let's go back to medieval times. During the Middle Ages, people held a strong idea about food. They believed that what they ate affected their mood. So if they were feeling down, they would reach for dates or pears. If they were anxious, it would be chicory or lettuce. But over the years, it seems to have changed. We seem to have lost the idea that food can affect our brain. Today, as a society, we are so used to feeding our bodies that we seldom think of the brain. We connect what we eat with the shape of our waistline. And many of us forget that the same diet feeds one of our biggest organs, the brain. Food alters our brain chemistry. It shapes our thoughts and our actions. You may have heard the saying, "You are what you eat." Well, it's true. Decades of research proves it. Your stomach and brain have a connection, and it begins before you're even born. It starts in the womb. The brain and the gut originate from the same cells in the embryo. And as you grow older, this connection only gets stronger, so much so that the gut is called the second brain. Day after day, what you eat is broken down. It turns into nutrients. These nutrients are taken into the bloodstream. They're carried up to the brain. And once there, they become the very fabric of your brain. And this is very crucial. You see, our brain works very hard. It works 24 hours a day. Even when we sleep, the brain is active. So it needs a lot of fuel. Our brain makes up only 2% of our body weight, but it uses 20% of our energy. The brain is the hungriest organ. So what we feed it matters. I can give you 3 reasons why. First, because of the mind's physical building blocks, our cells replace continuously. You probably learned this in primary school. But a quick disclaimer, while this is true for most of the body, it does not apply to the brain. A majority of our brain cells stay with us for our entire lives. So if you need high quality brain cells, you need high quality food. Now, healthy food protects your body, you know that. It can protect you from cancer, diabetes, heart disease. It can make you live longer. but it also helps your brain. And this is the second reason. A healthy diet can protect your mind. It can shield your brain from harm. It reduces the risk of stroke. It slows brain aging. It boosts memory. It even reduces the risk of Alzheimer's. This is the same disease that affects 46 million people today. By 2050, it is projected to affect 130 million people. And for the longest time, this projection has seemed inevitable because Alzheimer's is seen as a result of bad genes and aging. But here's what newer research says. The genes may load the gun, but it is the lifestyle that pulls the trigger. 1/3 of all Alzheimer's cases can be prevented if people eat a healthy diet. So there are long-term benefits and short-term ones as well. This brings us to the third reason. Food can affect your mood. It can happen when you don't eat something. For instance, if you have a vitamin B2 deficiency, you are more prone to depression. It can also happen when you eat too much of something. If you eat a lot of processed foods, a lot of sugar, it increases inflammation. This is the root cause of stress and low mood. Yet the world over, 6 out of every 10 people eat junk food regularly, while 9 out of 10 do not eat enough fruits and vegetables. The good thing is, it's never too late to start. Our brain has a fascinating quality. It is plastic. So the way you learn a new language or a new skill, you can train your brain to prefer healthy food, to eat better. And the way new information changes your thoughts, opinions, and actions, healthy food can make you a better version of yourself. So listen to your gut and start feeding your brain right. Here in India, we won't miss Justin Trudeau, the politician, but we will miss his antics. Remember when he came to New Delhi? People could not decide what was worse, his bhangra or his dinner invite to Khalistani terrorists. That's when India was introduced to Trudeau. But his career is full of such antics. Like in 2012 when he tried boxing, only to be punched in the head straight away. Or his party trick of falling down the stairs randomly. Trust me, it is as weird as it sounds. Take a look.
I intend to resign as party leader, as prime minister.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Extreme rainfall hit Saudi Arabia, submerging the holy city of Mecca. International sculptors get creative at the annual China Ice Festival, and newly arrived pandas play around in the snow at the National Zoo in Washington, D.C. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 2015, 2 gunmen stormed the Paris office of satire magazine Charlie Hebdo. 12 people were killed. The magazine was targeted for publishing controversial caricatures of Prophet Muhammad. The attack sparked global outrage, with millions rallying in solidarity with the slogan, Je suis Charlie. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Merci. Okay.
Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for being with us. Today, we've got the latest on Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's resignation, as well as President Joe Biden's meeting with Venezuelan opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez. We'll get you caught up on all those and other top stories of the day. We begin in Canada, where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has announced his resignation, ending his 9-year stretch as the country's leader. In a public announcement, Trudeau said he would step down in the coming months once the Liberal Party chooses his successor.
I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process. Last night, I asked the President of the Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election. As you all know, I am a fighter, and I am not someone who backs away from a fight, particularly when a fight is as important to carry the Liberal standard into the next election.
The Prime Minister bowed out after an internal revolt fueled by the recent exit of Chrystia Freeland, Trudeau's Deputy Prime Minister and one of his most trusted political allies. Now, as Trudeau prepares to leave, the Liberal Party will select its next leader by holding a nationwide leadership contest. In the meantime, the outgoing Prime Minister has already requested the Governor General to prorogue Parliament until March 24th. The possible contenders to succeed Trudeau include his new Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc, Foreign Minister Melanie Joly, Innovation Minister Francois-Philippe Champagne, and Transport Minister Anita Anand, and former ally, of course, Chrystia Freeland. But Trudeau's successor might not be the Prime Minister for long, as the most immediate challenge would be fighting an early election after the opposition's expected no-confidence vote. Meanwhile, President-elect Donald Trump renewed his offer of making Canada the 51st state of the United States just hours after Trudeau resigned.
Many people in Canada love being the 51st state. The United States can no longer suffer the massive trade deficits and subsidies that Canada needs to stay afloat. Justin Trudeau knew this and resigned. If Canada merged with the U.S., there would be no tariffs, taxes would go way down, and they would be totally secure from the threat of the Russian and Chinese ships that are constantly surrounding them. Together, what a great nation it would be.
Donald Trump has always had a rocky relationship with Trudeau, and his return to the White House was not good news for the Canadian leader. Soon after his victory, the president-elect threatened a 25% tariff on Canada if Trudeau failed to curb the flow of illegal drugs and migrants into the United States. The Prime Minister met Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago as a show of goodwill, but the president-elect instead humiliated Trudeau and called him the governor of the Canadian state.
People are right to be angry. They've got a Prime Minister who's more interested in protecting his own job than defending Canadians against Trump. We've got a Prime Minister who's failed to defend workers from rich CEOs that the Conservatives love, who continue to rip off Canadians and drive up the cost of food and homes. The Prime Minister has failed. For New Democrats, it's always workers first and not CEOs. And not CEOs who the Conservatives want to defend. So will the Prime Minister acknowledge he has failed? He has to quit.
Now, as the Trudeau era comes to an end, it remains to be seen how a new Canada without Trudeau's charm would shape the relations amid the looming threat of Donald Trump's unforgiving policies. And here in the United States, Donald Trump's eldest son is visiting Greenland amid his father's renewed desire that the United States should own the self-governing territory. In a social media post, the president-elect confirmed that Donald Trump Jr. will arrive in the Danish autonomous island with various representatives. The post also included a video clip of an unnamed Greenlander wearing a MAGA hat and supporting Donald Trump's idea of buying the island. Now, reports say the younger Trump has no plans of meeting officials in Greenland during the one-day private trip. Donald Trump Jr. instead plans to record a video for his podcast while exploring the cultural sites in Greenland.
As someone who has traveled to some fascinating places across the globe as an outdoorsman, I'm excited to stop into Greenland for a little bit of fun this week.
Nevertheless, his father linked his visit to his much larger ambition of ownership and control of the world's largest island. Trump reignited the controversy in December last year when he said Greenland's control is an absolute necessity for the United States, citing national security reasons. However, he was rebuffed by both Greenland and Denmark, which previously rejected his plan to acquire the territory during his first term in office.
Well, a lot of things could be done. I mean, essentially, it's a large real estate deal. A lot of things could be done. It's hurting Denmark very badly because they're losing almost $700 million a year carrying it. So they carry it at a great loss. And strategically for the United States, it would be nice. And we're a big ally of Denmark, and we help Denmark, and we protect Denmark, and we will.
Of course, Greenland is not for sale. I totally agree with Kim Kielsen, and by the way, Greenland does not belong to Denmark, so it's not a matter for us, but naturally, Greenland is not for sale.
And now Denmark's king has changed the country's coat of arms to include Greenland and the Faroe Islands in what is being seen as a rebuke of Donald Trump. Meanwhile, the incoming president's renewed interest in buying one of the most strategic islands has received criticism, and rightfully so, at home. Several current and former U.S. officials have pointed out that the territory is not for sale, and the idea of acquiring it could alienate Greenlanders and Danish people from cooperation with the United States. Greenland has about 57,000 residents and was completely a Danish colony until 1953. While it's still part of the Kingdom of Denmark, the island now has a wide-ranging autonomy. In 2009, Greenland achieved the right to claim independence through a vote, and the island presented its first draft constitution 2 years ago. And staying in the United States, the Department of Defense has designated China's Tencent to a list of firms that work with the Chinese military. Tencent is a social media and gaming giant that owns two of the most popular apps worldwide, including the do-it-all app WeChat and the gaming app PUBG. Now, with the inclusion in the Pentagon's list, this does not result in immediate sanctions. However, it does impact the reputation of the firm. Following the announcement, shares of Tencent fell by 7% on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Also included in this list is a Chinese firm called Contemporary Amperex Technology Limited, or CATL, which is the world's largest battery maker. Now, according to the Pentagon, both Tencent and the CATL collect data for the Chinese military and could possibly be carving out operations on behalf of the Chinese army inside the United States. However, both Chinese firms have dismissed their inclusion on the list and called it a severe mistake. Meanwhile, several Republicans are now calling for TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, to also be included in the Pentagon's list. ByteDance remains a key player in the Chinese Communist Party's military-industrial complex and has been repeatedly accused of spying on American citizens.
But I'm particularly concerned about TikTok's connections to the Chinese Communist Party, which repeatedly spies on American citizens. It was reported last year that China-based employees of ByteDance have repeatedly accessed non-public data about users in the U.S. despite TikTok saying to the contrary.
Now, under President Joe Biden, Washington has taken a hardline approach toward Chinese tech giants, with TikTok now staring at a nationwide ban by January 19th if ByteDance fails to find a U.S.-approved buyer. However, President-elect Donald Trump, who once himself wanted to ban TikTok, has done a complete 180 and is now supporting TikTok's operations to continue in the United States.
We'll take a look at TikTok. You know, I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok because I won youth by 34 points. And there are those that say that TikTok had something to do with that. It was amazing. So we got the highest vote ever for a Republican candidate. We won by 36 points with young people. That never happens. A Republican loses by 36 or 40. So I'm going to have to start thinking about TikTok. I think we're going to have to start thinking. Because, you know, we did go on TikTok, and we had a great response with billions of views, billions and billions of views.
The tech rivalry between Washington and Beijing continues with less than 2 weeks to go before the incoming president's inauguration. Donald Trump has previously taken a hardline approach against China. However, it remains to be seen how he will navigate the growing crackdown on Chinese tech giants, particularly after admitting he has a warm spot for TikTok. Exiled Venezuelan opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez met President Joe Biden at the White House on Monday. After being endorsed by President Biden as Venezuela's true leader, Gonzalez held discussions with Donald Trump's team. The exiled leader's visit to Washington comes just days before Nicolas Maduro's contentious inauguration for a third term. And as Gonzalez rallies international support, tensions in Venezuela escalate with mass protests planned in an attempt to stop Maduro from taking the oath this week. Here's more in our next report.
A day after taking a trip to Argentina, exiled Venezuelan opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez took his fight for democracy to Washington, D.C. The man who claims to have won Venezuela's disputed July presidential election met outgoing U.S. President Joe Biden at the White House on Monday.
He accompanies me from the heart. He accompanies us in the effort that we are making and which is received with affection.
Gonzalez, who fled to Spain in September under threats of arrest, has been a thorn in Maduro's side. He accuses the Venezuelan leader of rigging the election, and his claim stems from the opposition published vote tallies that shows Gonzalez with double the votes of Maduro.
I feel in a position to assume the mandate that was given to me by the will of the people on the July 28th. With fear you don't go to war. So I am convinced that I will travel to Venezuela by any means.
Despite the figures, Venezuela's government-aligned National Electoral Council declared Maduro the winner. And even after repeated appeals, the council failed to release the official tallies.
Fear exists, we are all afraid. But we must be brave for our children and for a country that voted joyfully and won an election. We told the world that the tallies are there, and they have not shown the tallies.
However, the White House meeting offered a rare spotlight on Gonzalez's campaign to reclaim the presidency. According to a White House readout, President Biden openly endorsed Gonzalez, emphasizing a peaceful transfer back to democratic rule. Then, taking to X, the outgoing president called the exiled leader the true winner and reiterated his support, mentioning that Gonzalez should be the one who should be taking the oath. Now, it's also worth noting that Gonzalez's visit to Washington wasn't just about shaking hands. It was part of a whirlwind regional tour to rally support. Apart from meeting Biden, the exiled leader also met with Mike Waltz, President-elect Donald Trump's national security advisor, and discussed plans for civic protests in Venezuela and global strategies to restore democracy.
Our teams are in contact with President Trump's teams. They have been doing so for some time now. We will continue on the same course because our relations are going to be very, very close and very beneficial for the relations between Venezuela and the United States.
But Caracas didn't have it. Maduro's government lashed out, branding the meeting grotesque and accusing Biden of backing a violent anti-democratic project.
Let the whole world know that on January 10th, 2025, we will ratify our unwavering commitment to Venezuelan democracy and recognize Nicolas Maduro Moros as the constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, re-elected for the 2025 to 2031 term, to whom, as our commander-in-chief, will solemnly swear loyalty, obedience, and subordination.
Defiant Maduro didn't hold back. During a televised address on Monday, he assured he will take oath as president-elect.
It is clear and unquestionable, lawyers say, that on January 10th of the first year of the mandate, the presidential candidate elected and proclaimed by the electoral authorities must be presented before the National Assembly, and that is what is going to happen in Venezuela. the swearing in on January 10th, 2025, in peace, in national union together with the people. There will be no fascism. There will be no imperialism that can stop it.
Despite the threats, González seems undeterred. In a bold message to Venezuela's armed forces, he reminded them of their duty to defend the constitution and called on them to respect the will of the people. The stakes are high. The opposition has called for mass protests on January 9th. In the coming 3 days, Maduro plans to take the oath for his third term. But Venezuela's streets simmer with discontent, and the world watches closely. Will González's crusade ignite the change Venezuela craves? Or will Maduro tighten his grip? The next few days could rewrite the nation's history.
Day after day, it's becoming evident that billionaire Elon Musk is no stranger to controversy. And now he is at the center of a bizarre tale involving a fan account and accusations of censorship. The spotlight is on an ex-user whose sycophantic post sparked rumors that he was Elon Musk himself. Now a detailed investigation debunked the claims, but the fallout escalated dramatically, with accounts of journalists suspended and links to their findings locked. Critics are now questioning the Tesla CEO's commitment to free speech as the saga deepens. Our final report brings you more.
Elon Musk wakes up each day and courts chaos. From tweeting whimsically about other billionaires, world leaders, to reshaping social media, the tech mogul never fails to make headlines. But this time, the controversy revolves around a curious question. Is Musk secretly running a fan account? The saga began with Adrian Dittman, a user on X, who seems to adore Musk. Dittman's posts gush over Musk, calling him an amazing father and praising his virility. That's when some fans began speculating that Dittman was Musk's burner account. The theory gained traction because Dittman's voice eerily resembles Musk's, and he often engages with the billionaire on X. Enter Jacqueline Sweet, a journalist with The Spectator. Sweet investigated the rumors alongside Swiss hacker Maya Arsen-Cremieux and journalist Ryan Fay. Their findings were clear. Adrian Dittman is a real person, a German Musk fan living in Fiji, and he's not the Tesla CEO in disguise. Musk, however, added fuel to the fire, responding to Sweet's tweet, which now stands deleted. He joked, "I am Adrian Dittman. It's time the world knew." And what followed seemed straight out of a dystopian tech thriller. Within hours, Sweet's account was suspended for 30 days. X flagged her story as unsafe, preventing users from sharing it. The platform accused her of doxing, even though her report relied on public information. Sweet called out Musk on the rival platform Blue Sky. "Elon is mad, I ruined his game," she wrote. She denied any wrongdoing, insisting she merely debunked a conspiracy theory. Now, as the events unfolded, critics were quick to accuse Musk of hypocrisy. The self-proclaimed free speech champion seemed to censor criticism, and Sweet's suspension, paired with the block on her story, raised serious questions about Musk's commitment to transparency. Meanwhile, Dittman continues posting, claiming he's just a devoted Musk fan. But the uncanny similarities between his online persona and Musk's public image leave lingering doubts, with a question: could there be more to the story? For now, the billionaire seems unbothered, reveling in the chaos he thrives on. But as critics sharpen their knives, you can't help but thinking, what is Musk's next move in this ever-twisting saga?
That's all we have time for today. Thanks everyone for watching. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest on how ties between France and its former colonies and allies in Africa are plummeting to a new low with each passing day. After evicting French troops from its territory, Chad is now accusing France of contempt. N'Djamena is fuming over the recent remarks made by the French President Emmanuel Macron at a foreign policy conference. Macron not just dismissed suggestions that his country had been forced out of the Sahel region, he went on further to say that he is still waiting for the Sahel nations to thank Paris for stopping them from falling into the hands of Islamist militants. The French president even called some African leaders ungrateful.
2. We had a secure relationship. In truth, it was of two kinds. One part was our commitment to fighting terrorism since 2013. We were right. I think some have forgotten to say thank you, but that's okay. It'll come in time. I'm in a good position to know that ingratitude is a disease that cannot be transmitted to humans. But I say this for all the African governments who have not had the courage, in the eyes of their public opinion, to bear it. None of them would be in a sovereign country today if the French army had not been deployed in this region.
Many say these comments by the French president were not just condescending, but also echo a colonial rhetoric. And the African nations are not taking these comments lightly. They are calling out Macron's insulting attitude. Chad is among the first Sahel nation to do so. It has asked France to learn how to respect Africans. The statement by Chad's foreign minister was read out on state television.
The government of the Republic of Chad expresses its deep concern at the remarks made recently by the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, which reflect a contemptuous attitude towards Africa and Africans. Instead of attacking Africa, President Macron should concentrate his efforts on solving the problems that preoccupy the French people. Chad wishes to reiterate that it has no problem with France as a nation, nor with the French people, with whom it shares a history marked by human and cultural relations. However, French leaders must learn to respect the African people and recognize the value of their sacrifices.
Senegal in West Africa has also responded to Macron's comments. The country's prime minister took to social media and said France has neither the capacity nor the legitimacy to assure Africa's security or sovereignty. He also rejected Macron's claim that France's military withdrawal from Senegal was the result of its reorganization strategy. Instead, he said it was a decision as an independent and sovereign country. In another swipe at Macron, the Senegalese prime minister said if African soldiers who were mistreated and ultimately betrayed had not defended France in the Second World War, perhaps it would still be German today. Now, these latest war of words come as France has been facing major setbacks in Africa, a continent it was once the biggest colonial power in. After nations gained independence, it still kept engaging with the former colonies. Its troops were stationed in several Sahelian nations to repel Islamist attacks. But around 70% of Africa has kicked France out. The military juntas of West Africa were the first ones to do so. Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger severed long-standing ties with France and other Western partners and turned to Russia for support. Then Chad, which used to be a key partner in the region, abruptly ended a key defense and security agreement with France. Around 1,000 French military personnel were stationed there and are in the process of being withdrawn. Then Senegal and the Ivory Coast have also asked France to leave military bases on their territory. Now, the only French troops present in Africa are in Gabon and Djibouti. African nations have often accused France of neo-colonial inclinations, and such comments by Macron are only fueling the anti-French sentiment further. Now, this is not the first time that he has made such remarks. Back in 2017, when he was newly elected as president, he faced a severe backlash for saying Africa has a civilizational problem. Most recently, he came into the limelight after he visited French territory Mayotte in the Indian Ocean, which was struck by a powerful cyclone. He was met with an angry reaction by the islanders over France's response to the cyclone. These are the same people who chose to remain with France while the rest of the Comoros archipelago gained independence. But Macron ended up swearing and telling them that they would be in deeper trouble if they were not a part of France. While Macron still believes that his country is not being forced out of Africa and that reducing troops is part of his New Africa strategy, perhaps not making rude comments should also have taken a place in it. Now, for more on this, we have with us Dr. Oluwale Ajawale. He is a regional coordinator for the Central Africa at the Institute for Security Studies in Dakar, Senegal. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, how significant is France's role in combating the militant insurgencies in Chad and the broader Sahel region? And how has this shaped the relationship between France and the African nations like Chad in the past?
Thank you so much for having me once again. It depends on how we want to view these developments. Indeed, France put up some security architecture and defense partnership to aid the countries of Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Chad in the fight against terrorism. But we must highlight the fact that that is not without altruism, because, that is without altruism because it is about strategic preservation of France's interest in the region, the issue of migration and the fact that these are the countries that are about the closest to France with the inflow of migrants and then the possible infiltration of terrorism or importation of terrorism into France from Southern Europe through Libya, which connect to the Sahel. So it is in the context of that France actually established this security partnership with these countries. And they've played strategic roles in that regard. But that is also not without the neo-colonial connotations and connections that has come with this, and with the rising anti-French sentiment. The call is that the people in these countries with their military leaders do not want to sustain their relationship further. And the case must also be treated one-on-one. What do I mean? Look at the case of Senegal. The Prime Minister has constantly maintained that in their travesty political challenges that they've had in the recent time, they did not see France standing on their side and to probably curb the recklessness of Macky Sall. So it is in the context of that the Prime Minister is voicing some of the things that he's saying now. And then it is also about looking at what the situation look like now that France is departing from those countries. Are they better off security-wise? I think it is looking at that number that made Macron to be able to make that condescending statement that looks like Africans do not really have the agency power to protect themselves.
On that, Doctor, what do Macron's remarks reveal about these evolving dynamics of France's engagement with its former colonies, and why do they seem to have struck a sensitive chord with African leaders?
It's about the geopolitical contestation that is going on in the region and the emergence of military authoritarians that we're seeing in the region, particularly with the exception of Chad, who has quickly transitioned from military authoritarian to a purported Democrat now. You know, the common denominators of this leader is that they are all from the military background who came through the coup. So, and to be able to prime some sort of legitimacy, they needed to anchor their campaign on anti-French sentiment. And to be able to be seen to be doing that is to ensure that whatever represent the vestiges of France or colonial relics of military occupation is demolished in the region. And that is what I think they are doing collectively, which is helping them to gain popularity in the midst of their people, because the popular discussion on the streets, which they are selling to the people, is that the reason why those countries have not developed is also because of the neo-colonial ties that they've maintained with France. The second thing is the fact that we are seeing the rise of multipolarity in the region. Most places that France is vacating, you see them being supplanted by Russia. And the implication of that is that these countries are looking for new partners. You see Turkey, you see the Gulf nations, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, all of them providing some sort of a partnership, maybe in form of aid or in form of military support in the region. So I think they've come to the realization that they can do without France and embrace new partners that are not going to impose any condition, particularly for democratic transition on them, as the case of Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali.
All right. Doctor, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and your valued insights and analysis on the latest.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, as France turns from a friend to a foe, there is one country that is using it as an opportunity to make deeper inroads in Africa, and it is Russia. From security cooperation to economic ties and to diplomacy, Moscow is becoming the go-to friend for Africa. Apart from its diplomatic support and vast resources, in recent years, Russia has shown growing interest in Africa's nuclear power sector. Moscow has increased its engagement with African countries that are facing chronic power shortages, hindering industrialization and economic growth in the continent. In recent years, Russia has signed agreements with 15 countries, including Burkina Faso, Zimbabwe, Mali, and South Africa. The surge in engagement has been driven by a combination of strategic, economic, and geopolitical factors that align with Moscow's broader aspirations to expand its influence globally. By entering the African energy market, Russia seeks to position itself as a key partner in addressing the continent's energy needs, while simultaneously advancing its own interests. Tapping into Africa's growing energy needs allows Russia to expand political influence on the continent, especially as its ties with the West deteriorate over the war in Ukraine. Russia's state-owned nuclear corporation, Rosatom, is a global leader in nuclear technology and sees Africa as a lucrative market. Rosatom currently holds about 70% of the global export market for the construction of new nuclear power plants. Its exports exceeded $10 billion in 2022, and a schedule of upcoming international orders amounts to about $200 billion over the next 10 years. Rosatom has undertaken several projects and is in talks with various African nations to develop nuclear energy programs. Many African nations have shown a keen interest in Russia's offers, which are an attractive option to bridge their energy gaps and move toward industrialization. In North Africa, Algeria signed a cooperation agreement on peaceful nuclear energy use with Russia last year. In 2022, Morocco inked a deal with Russia to support the construction of a nuclear power plant. In 2015, Russia and Egypt signed an agreement for Rosatom to build a $30 billion nuclear power plant. In West Africa, Guinea and Russia signed a deal in 2024 to develop power units to supply electricity. In 2023, Burkina Faso signed an agreement to construct a nuclear power plant to double its electricity production during the Russian Energy Week in Moscow. And in the same year, Mali signed 3 deals for nuclear cooperation with Russia. In 2019, Nigeria signed an agreement with Rosatom to develop nuclear energy. And moving over to East Africa, Burundi also signed an agreement with Russia on peaceful nuclear technology use. Rwanda signed a deal with Rosatom to build nuclear power stations in 2019. And neighboring Uganda also agreed to cooperate on nuclear infrastructure and education in 2019. In the Southern Africa region, Zimbabwe signed an agreement with Russian investors to build small modular nuclear reactors in 2023. In 2019, neighboring Zambia had decided to partner with Russia to make the country a hub for nuclear science. In 2015, South Africa and Russia joined hands to cater to Pretoria's growing energy needs. South Africa is the only country in Africa with an operational nuclear power plant. But Russia's growing interests have also spurred controversies, as some nations have reportedly opposed its growing interests in the continent. In South Africa, the 2015 nuclear power deal with Russia was thwarted by a court challenge in 2017 during former President Jacob Zuma's scandal-plagued presidency. In 2023, when South Africa announced plans to build a new nuclear power plant, the opposition immediately criticized the government for favoring Russia's Rosatom. So despite its ups and downs as Africa turns to adopting cleaner energy, Russia is clearly tapping into this opportunity and increasing its influence in the continent by offering its expertise. And moving to Uganda, where President Yoweri Museveni's heir apparent and the king of controversies has made a return with another brazen remark. Now this time, Muhoozi Kainerugaba, who is also the head of Uganda's military, said that he wants to behead Uganda's opposition leader. Now, on a post on social media platform X, Kainerugaba had said that his father was the only person protecting opposition leader Bobi Wine from him, otherwise he would cut off his head. Now, responding to Kainerugaba's threat, Bobi Wine, who finished second to Museveni in the 2021 presidential election, said he did not take the threat lightly, adding that there had been several previous attempts on his life. To this, Kainerugaba had responded asking the opposition leader Bobi Wine to repay the money he was loaned, suggesting the government had previously bought him off to undermine opposition. Now, Muhoozi Kainerugaba has been the head of Uganda's military since 2024. He is widely seen as his father, President Yoweri Museveni's successor. Kainerugaba is also accused of sponsoring violence and abusing critics in Uganda. A popular keyboard warrior in Uganda, Kainerugaba is known to routinely make inflammatory posts on social media platforms, which he sometimes says are meant ironically. Late last year, he posted 2 comments on social media where he threatened to capture Khartoum in Sudan with the support of US President-elect Donald Trump. This led Sudan to reportedly demand an official apology from Uganda over the offensive and dangerous comments made by the military chief. The posts were later deleted. Earlier, he also threatened to expel the US envoy to the country if he did not apologize. It was not clear why Kainerugaba issued the ultimatum to the US ambassador in October of 2024. In 2022, the Ugandan military chief stoked tensions after he threatened to invade neighboring Kenya, adding that it would take his army only 2 weeks to capture the capital, Nairobi. Apologizing later, he said that the comments about Kenya were made in jest. His comments led his father, the Ugandan president, to also formally apologize to Kenya for the tweets. Now, President Yoweri Museveni also said that his son would stay off X, then known as Twitter. The government has not yet commented on Kainerugaba's latest post threatening opposition leader Bobi Wine. However, it has also remained cautious and has distanced itself time and again from Kainerugab's controversial statements. The Ugandan government had previously said that the military head's social media posts should be understood as casual comments and not taken seriously or as reflecting government policy. The Ugandan government has repeatedly been accused by human rights groups of suppression, silencing the opposition, torture and arbitrary detentions. So far, President Museveni has called these allegations a farce. But now, with his son and the military chief openly threatening to behead the opposition leader, how will the Ugandan president counter this charge? And our last story is from South Africa. Africa's biggest economy is losing millions of dollars as its ultra-rich are packing their bags and dumping their nation. As per reports, South Africa lost around $160 million in tax revenue in 2024. Around 38,000 wealthy taxpayers ended their tax residency in the country as these individuals declared their non-resident status. The South African Revenue Service, or SARS, has not been able to collect taxes. This, in turn, has had a negative impact on the country's economy. South Africa relies heavily on taxes to fund critical government operations, and taxation is crucial for the nation's stability and growth. Its tax-to-GDP ratio is significantly higher than other African nations. However, the ultra-rich, who contribute most to the taxes, are leaving the nation. It's a trend that South Africa has been witnessing for the past few years. Now, in 2023 alone, 1,700 millionaires left the country. In 2024, 600 more were expected to leave. But the question is, why are South Africa's rich leaving the nation? There could be a number of factors behind this exodus. One of them is the economy. South Africa's economy has been facing challenges that have led to a stagnation. There is high unemployment and the pace of job creation has been slow. Then second is the tax system itself. South Africa's tax base is already under immense strain. The high-income earners contribute a disproportionate share of tax revenue. The tax burden is making living in the country increasingly less attractive. Then there are safety concerns. South Africa has a high crime rate. Some of its cities rank among the most dangerous in Africa. Crimes like assault, robbery, murder, and sexual offences are rampant in the country. Then there is the search of a better lifestyle. Despite South Africa being known for the best quality of life in Africa, country's millionaires are seeking more. Now they want access to premium healthcare and education, and safer and cleaner environment. So they are relocating. But where are the South African millionaires heading to? Now, some of the popular destinations include the UAE, Australia, USA, Singapore, and Switzerland. The UAE has in fact become the top destination for African billionaires. It offers tax benefits that make it financially appealing, along with a thriving business ecosystem. This exodus of the rich from South Africa is building pressure on the Ramaphosa government. Will South Africa overhaul its strategy to put an end to this trend? And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Iran is preparing for war, bolstering its air defenses, tightening security around nuclear plants and conducting nationwide military drills. They're calling the exercise Iqtidar. In Farsi, Iqtidar means might. So this is basically a display of Iran's might. It involves the entire security apparatus of the country, from the army to the air force, and most importantly, the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This is the force that protects the regime, the IRGC. They are conducting drills in central Iran near the Natanz nuclear plant. It's one of their most important nuclear facilities. And here, the Iranian forces practiced how to respond to strikes from an enemy.
As this aspect is one of the most decisive aspects of our defensive power, we have been focusing on it, and it was necessary to test the capabilities of our air defense in a situation close to reality.
They will conduct more such drills across Iran in the coming days, but the question is, why now? Why is Iran holding this exercise? Because it feels threatened by its arch-enemies, Israel and the United States. Tehran fears an attack, and there is good reason for this. Last month, Joe Biden considered attacking Iran. He held a meeting with his national security team, and they discussed strike options. They discussed the potential targets that they could hit inside Iran. They also talked about neutralizing threats from Iran. The Americans call this scenario planning. In the end, Biden did not order a strike. He hasn't ordered yet. But their plans are ready, very much in place, and can be used at any point in time. To make matters worse, Israel is making similar preparations. Reports say Israel too has drawn up strike options. Donald Trump's victory has emboldened them. Israel believes that even if Biden hesitates, Trump will support a direct attack on Iran. So they're counting on Trump to support Israeli strikes and to order American strikes on Iran. At least that's what Israel is said to be hoping for. Trump activating the plans that Biden has been reluctant to pursue. That is the hope, which brings us to the why. Why do the US and Israel want to attack Iran? Why now? What is the trigger? It is Iran's nuclear program. You see, the threat perception has shifted. Iran is expanding its nuclear program. It is said to be making rapid progress towards building a bomb. Tehran has stepped up uranium enrichment. By December 2024, it had uranium enriched to 60% purity. Reports say that they're now approaching 90% enrichment. And why does this matter? How is 60% different from 90%? Uranium enriched to 90% is weapons grade. This is what you need to build a bomb. So Iran is one step closer to a nuclear bomb. With this level of uranium, it can make 4 bombs. That's according to one estimate. France too has made an assessment. Their President Emmanuel Macron shared it himself. He says Iran's nuclear program, and I'm quoting, is on an irreversible course. Macron says it is nearing a point of no return.
The acceleration of its nuclear program brings us very close to the breaking point. Its ballistic program threatens European soil and our interests.
America and Israel share these concerns. Their strike plans target Iran's nuclear program, so if Tehran cannot be stopped, they want to destroy its nuclear facilities. And that is why Iran is conducting these drills, to prepare to ward off such strikes and to be able to protect its nuclear program. Tehran issued a statement. It came from Abbas Araghchi. He is the foreign minister of Iran. He said that they're ready for any kind of attack, and that if Israel strikes Iran, it will lead to a wider war in West Asia. Can these tensions be dialed down? Iran has given the West an opening, an out. It says it is willing to renegotiate the nuclear deal, the deal which Donald Trump had torn up in his last term as president. The nuclear pact that was supposed to stop Iran from developing a bomb. Trump walked out of it in 2018. Will he reverse his position now? There is no indication of that happening, which leaves Iran with almost no options. With Trump set to resume his maximum pressure campaign, Iran's proxies weakened by Israel's war, and Iran's economy battered by Western sanctions, it seems the nuclear program is the only leverage left with the regime. They won't give it up without a fight.
We need Greenland for national security purposes. If those hostages aren't back, all hell will break out in the Middle East.
Donald Trump is all set for his second term. We can't say it'll be good, but we can say it will be entertaining. Remember those whirlwind Trump pressers from the pandemic? Well, they're back. He spoke to the media in Florida yesterday. It was billed as a pre-inauguration press conference, but frankly, it was a warning shot. To whom? Practically everyone. Allies, rivals, friends, enemies, all of them are on Donald Trump's radar. He began with a low-hanging fruit, a promise to rename the Gulf of Mexico.
So we're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate.
Can he do that? In US documents, maybe they can call it the Gulf of America or whatever they want, but other countries do not have to follow because the US does not own this Gulf. It is not some inland lake or river. It is shared between Mexico, the US, and Cuba. We have global agencies to name such water bodies. Donald Trump alone cannot rename it. No point complaining, though, because unilateralism was the theme of Trump's presser. After water bodies, he turned to land. Trump is trying to take over 3 countries/regions, Canada, Greenland, and the Panama Canal. And he is not ruling out military action.
Your references to Greenland and the Panama Canal, so forth. Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
I can't assure you, you're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this, we need them for economic security. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security.
Well, where do we start? Trump is talking about forceful land grabs, using the military to take over the Panama Canal and Greenland. Now, Greenland belongs to Denmark, and Denmark is a NATO ally. So Trump is basically threatening to attack a fellow NATO member. I don't think their charter covers that. And his argument is flawed. Trump says he needs Greenland for national security. But that's a slippery slope argument. Your national security cannot come at the cost of someone else's sovereignty. Putin is using the same argument in Ukraine. Xi Jinping will use the same argument in Taiwan. But before you know it, it's invasion galore. Plus, there is no evidence of a threat. It's not like China is deploying military assets on Greenland or Denmark is cozying up to China. None of that is happening. In fact, it is the Americans who already have a base on Greenland. So Trump's concern is imaginary. Of course, Denmark cannot mock the incoming US president, so they're politely rejecting his offer.
I, as a very close ally to the United States, think there is a reason to be pleased with the growing interest from the USA. But it has to go off in a way that is respectful towards the population of Greenland.
Next, we have the Panama Canal, built by the Americans in the last century, but now operated by Panama. 40% of America's trade passes through this canal, but Trump has 2 complaints. 1, that Panama charges them too much, and 2, that Chinese soldiers are manning the canal, which, by the way, is false. His solution? Take over the canal, possibly with force.
The Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way.
And finally, we have Canada. It started off as a joke to mock Justin Trudeau, but now Trump seems quite serious about it.
We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more to protect Canada? And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money.
Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state. That's why I told Trudeau when he came down, I said, what would happen if we didn't do it?
The Canadians have had enough. Even Justin Trudeau has grown a spine. He says there's a snowball's chance in hell that Canada will join the US, and that's the first time in years that Trudeau has made sense. But Canada is not off the hook yet. Trump may not use the military against them, but he is planning economic coercion, basically tariffs and trade curbs. Now, this is what Trump said to allies and neighbors, people you are supposed to like. What about the rivals? For them, Donald Trump had a mixed message. He had a stern warning for Hamas in Gaza: return the hostages by January 20th, or all hell will break loose.
If those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out.
To Russia, he was understanding. Trump said that Ukraine was a red line for Putin, and he blamed Joe Biden for crossing it.
A big part of the problem was Russia for many, many years, long before Putin said you could never have NATO involved with Ukraine. And somewhere along the line, Biden said, no, they should be able to join NATO. Well, then Russia has somebody right on their doorstep, and I could understand their feeling about that.
Not surprising at all. Trump spent hours threatening to take over Greenland and Canada. He can't just turn around and blame Putin for doing the same. Trump also had a message for NATO. He wants members to increase their defense spending by how much? 5% of their GDP. In his first term, Trump had a similar demand. He asked NATO countries to increase military spending to 2% of their GDP. Back then, a lot of them complained, but eventually they came around. In 2021, only 6 NATO members set aside 2% of their GDP for defense. Now it is 23 members, 23 out of 32. We can debate whether it's the right policy or not, but the fact is, Trump succeeded the last time. And his presser yesterday makes a couple of things quite clear. One, Donald Trump believes that he has the mandate to do anything. He won the popular vote for the first time. He swept the Electoral College. He also gave the Republicans a majority in Congress. All of this has fed Trump's ego. He wants to redraw the world map, rename countries, and rename centuries-old water bodies, and turn neighbors into states. This has gone beyond pressure tactics. That's one point. And two, expect fireworks once he takes office. He may not actually use the military to attack his allies, but his rhetoric will force realignments, both among allies and rivals. So brace for a period of chaos and unpredictability. Our next story is about Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta. Recently, he's been on a reinvention spree. He's gotten a new hairstyle. He has updated his wardrobe. He has taken up adventure sports. That sounds like a lot already, but Zuckerberg did not stop at that. He has changed himself, and now he wants to change the internet. Yesterday, Mark Zuckerberg released a statement. Meta is now letting go of fact-checkers.
Hey everyone. I want to talk about something important today, because it's time to get back to our roots around free expression on Facebook and Instagram. I started building social media to give people a voice, but the fact-checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US. So over the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community notes system.
You heard him. Meta is doing away with fact-checking. They will replace it with a community notes model, similar to what X is currently using. We'll get to Zuckerberg's reasoning in just a bit, but first let's look at what this move means. In 2016, Meta introduced a fact-checking program, and here's how it works. Say you post something on their platforms. If it looks fake or misleading, Meta will refer it to fact-checkers. These are independent organizations. They assess the credibility of your post, and if they flag it as false, then your post will either be taken down or labeled with a warning. The initial idea was to curb misinformation, but Zuckerberg says there was too much bias at play.
So we built a lot of complex systems to moderate content. But the problem with complex systems is they make mistakes. Even if they accidentally censor just 1% of posts, that's millions of people. and we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship.
So Meta will now introduce a community notes model. How does that work? Well, this is where users decide if a post is real or fake. They can also fact check it. And that's not all. Meta will also allow more political content. Posts about elections, politics, or social issues will show up more on the feed. The reasoning? Well, Zuckerberg said a lot, but to sum it up, it's basically your prerogative now. You choose what you want to watch.
The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
Now, the timing is key here. In 2 weeks, Donald Trump will take oath as US president. Trump and Zuckerberg have had a rocky relationship. In his first term, Zuckerberg spoke out against Donald Trump. In 2021, Trump was banned from all Meta platforms, so it's been quite hostile. But this time around, Zuckerberg has different plans. After Trump won, he flew down to Mar-a-Lago. He dined with the US president-elect. He also donated $1 million to his inaugural fund. So did Trump and his politics dictate this latest move at Meta? Well, hear it from the man himself.
I think they've come a long way. Meta, Facebook. I think they've come a long way. I watched it. The man was very impressive. I watched it on Fox. I'm not allowed to say that. Say it?
Do you think he's directly responding to the threats that you have made to him in the past? With
Probably. Yeah, probably.
It's quite clear. Meta is bending with the political winds. Trump wants something in particular, Zuckerberg is happy to deliver. And technically, there's nothing wrong with it. A change of government affects every business. Some win, some lose, some incur huge losses. And Zuckerberg, at the end of the day, is a businessman. He wants his business to thrive, so he is accommodating Trump. You cannot blame him for bending the knee. But the problem is the business he runs. It is more than the sum of its parts. Facebook has 2.1 billion daily active users. Instagram has 500 million daily users. WhatsApp has nearly 600 million daily active users. So over 3 billion people log on to Zuckerberg's apps every day. And like they say, with great power comes great responsibility. This decision does not just influence Zuckerberg's businesses. It also shapes the digital landscape. Yes, community-driven moderation may sound democratic, but it's a system full of problems. Community notes are subject to mob rule. Often the loudest voices dominate the conversation, not the most accurate ones. So you need external checks and balances, else the internet can become the Wild West. It's emblematic of a larger existential crisis. For years, tech giants have grappled with this problem. How do you champion free speech while moderating content? Algorithms were designed to amplify engagement, but they ended up prioritizing sensationalism and divisiveness. Fact-checking was an attempt to course correct. It may have been flawed, but it did introduce some accountability in this chaotic landscape. Now, those safeguards are gone. Zuckerberg has steered Meta into uncharted waters. Will it enhance free speech, or will it further deepen the divisions? The answer, frankly, depends on who you ask, but one thing is for sure, the internet was already a battleground for truth, and with Zuckerberg's latest gamble, that battle just got a lot messier.
On the question of Elon Musk, I think most people
The new year is off to a rocky start for Keir Starmer. He's being accused of shielding grooming gangs. We talked about this last week. These gangs lure, groom and abuse teenaged girls. And the UK has a long history with them. Recently, the city of Oldham flagged this issue. They demanded a national public inquiry. But Starmer refused. Since then, pressure has been building on the Prime Minister, the UK's opposition parties, Elon Musk, American activists. All of them want Keir Starmer to order an inquiry. But the Prime Minister remains reluctant. He says there has been enough research and studies. What they need is action.
This doesn't need more consultation. It doesn't need more research. It just needs action. There have been many, many reviews, this constant asking for a further review. No stone should be left unturned. But frankly, it's time for action. Get on with it.
Today, the issue was also raised in Parliament. The UK government is pushing a new bill for children's safety. But the Conservatives want an amendment, one that will mandate a national inquiry on grooming gangs. Starmer has rejected the amendment. Reports say his party has asked its MPs to oppose it. But why this reluctance? Why not order an inquiry and be done with it? Well, it's hard to say exactly why, but we can think of a couple of reasons. Number one, a similar inquiry was completed in October 2022. It was led by Professor Alexis Jay, and it lasted 7 years. The UK government spent 200 million euros on that inquiry. It covered the exact same issues, child abuse and grooming gangs. This inquiry resulted in 20 recommendations, none of which have been fully implemented. So Starmer could have a point. You've just finished an inquiry 2 years ago. Why do you need another one? Even the chair of the last inquiry agrees.
No, I don't agree with that. In the sense of requiring further and more detailed national inquiries into child sexual exploitation. We have learned quite a lot from those reviews that have already been undertaken. But locally, people need to step up to the mark and do the sorts of things that have been recommended.
That could be one reason for Keir Starmer's reluctance. Reason number two is politics. A lot of these grooming gangs are made up of Pakistani men, but people are hesitant to call them out. They're scared of being called racist. That's what happened in the city of Rotherham. Grooming gangs abused more than 1,500 girls there. A lot of complaints were filed, but no action was taken. A later report blamed this inaction on so-called political correctness, the fear of being called racist. Is that same attitude holding Starmer back? Some in the UK believe so. More than 40% of Britain's Pakistani community voted for Keir Starmer and his party. He may be keen to protect that vote. Which brings us to the final possible reason, Starmer's own past. He was Crown Prosecutor from 2008 to 2013. This was the time when the grooming gangs were being exposed, including the ones in Rotherham. It was Starmer's job to prosecute these men, but his critics, including Elon Musk, say that he failed. The question is, are they right? Well, to some extent, yes. The Rotherham report directly blames the prosecutors. It says they were unwilling to take some cases to court. Why? Because they did not trust the evidence. Even the Home Ministry hinted at this. Let me quote from their report. This is what they said. In a speech in March 2013, the Director of Public Prosecution admitted that the approach taken by the criminal justice system had failed the victims of child sexual exploitation in the past. And who was this director in March 2013? Keir Starmer. So he admitted back then that problems existed, but he also fixed some of it. In 2013, Starmer upgraded the guidance on child sexual abuse cases. He made those cases easier to try. Under him, the number of prosecutions also increased. Nonetheless, his record is mixed. Maybe that is why he opposes another inquiry, to hide the skeletons in his closet. The fact is, we cannot be sure. But we will say this. You cannot politicize issues like rape. Both sides are doing that right now. The Conservatives are eagerly calling for another inquiry, but they were in power from 2010 to 2024. Why didn't they implement reforms? Why did they sit on the last inquiry? No answers. Similarly, Keir Starmer should not let woke ideas cloud his decision, because this is not random. Clearly, there is a trend of Pakistani grooming gangs. Race and religion are a factor. Let me take you back to 2012. One such gang in Rockdale was convicted by the court. Listen to what the judge said. All of you treated the victims as though they were worthless and beyond any respect. One of the factors leading to that was the fact that they were not part of your community or religion. Some of you, when arrested, said that this was triggered by race. That is nonsense. Some people will use these cases to sow divisions, to peddle Islamophobia, but the answer is not Silence. The answer to that is not silence. The answer is a meaningful investigation. So our message to Keir Starmer is simple. Ignoring crimes because of race is not political correctness. Protecting young girls is. Our next story is from Pakistan-occupied Gilgit-Baltistan. It is Indian territory, but it has been under Pakistan's control for decades. And as you would expect, Islamabad has managed to wreak havoc in the region. This time, it's the people of Gilgit who are paying the price. Protests are underway in the Hunza Valley. People are demonstrating in the town of Aliabad. It is the administrative center of Hunza. This is in North Gilgit, high up in the Himalayas, in the part known as the Karakoram Range. The Hunza Valley lies close to the border with China. It is China's gateway to Pakistan, literally. The illegal China-Pakistan economic corridor passes through Hunza. The region lies right in the middle of the Karakoram Highway. This is a vital trade route, facilitating overland trade worth billions between China and Pakistan. So you would think that the people of Hunza would be doing well, because they live along such an important highway. But here they are protesting, sitting out in the cold, braving daytime temperatures of -4 degrees Celsius and nights going down to -10 or 15 degrees, -15, for 6 straight days. The people of Hunza are doing all this to demand the bare basics. They are protesting because they want access to electricity.
जो हुंजा में साफ शिकन लोड शेडिंग है और जिसकी वजह से 24 घंटे में 30 से 40 मिनट बिजली हुंजा में आ रही है। रात को -15 से ज़्यादा सर्दी है। तुलबा को इंटरनेट में असर नहीं, बिजली न होने की वजह से लाइटिंग का इशू है, हीटिंग का इशू है, कुकिंग का इशू है। बिजली के सताए हुए तकरीबन 80,000 से ज़्यादा ज़िला हुंजा की आबादी इस वक्त बिजली के एक बल्ब के जलने के लिए तरस रही है। इंतहाई हसास, इंतहाई दिफाई एतबार से, स्ट्रेटजिक एतबार से इंतहाई अहमियत का हामिल ज़िला हुंजा, जहाँ पे सी पैक का गेट, चाइना के साथ पाकिस्तान की कनेक्टिविटी का रास्ता और इंतहाई हसास बॉर्डर के ये कम्युनिटी इस वक्त दिन में 1 घंटे 20 मिनट की बिजली के लिए तरस रहे हैं। अवाम गुज़श्ता 4 दिनों से सड़कों पे।
Hunza, like the rest of Gilgit-Baltistan, relies on hydroelectric power. There are a number of rivers and lakes in the region, so Pakistan took advantage of that. They reportedly built 127 hydropower stations in Gilgit-Baltistan. But there's a small problem with this grand scheme. Winter temperatures there go below 0 degrees Celsius. What happens to water at that temperature? It freezes. This is basic science. You would think that Pakistani engineers knew this. But alas, it seems they forgot, putting all of Gilgit-Baltistan at risk every winter. Islamabad did try some damage control. They also built about 34 thermal power plants in the region for just such an emergency. But they were overly optimistic. Pakistan thought it would be able to afford fuel, the fuel that goes into these thermal plants. But as we know, Islamabad has not been great at managing its finances. It has struggled to pay for the basics. And this is despite billions of dollars in loans from China, the Arab Gulf states, Western financial institutions, you name it. Islamabad owes everyone money. And despite this, it cannot afford to turn on its thermal generators. The result? The people of Gilgit-Baltistan have to freeze every winter, but this time they've had enough. The region is critical for trade. They know that they hold leverage, so they have decided to use it. They have blocked off the Karakoram highway. Trucks have been forced to stop and trade has ground to a halt.
रावलपिंडी से चले हैं, 3 दिन में हम इधर पहुंचे हैं सुस्त में। अभी सुस्त से हुंजा तक हमारा 6ठा दिन हो गया। ठीक है, यही बात है कि गवर्नमेंट की नालायकी कहें कि क्या कहें। किसी बंदे ने आकर, यहाँ हम भी देख रहे हैं, कोई बंदा इधर ऐसा नहीं आया मुद्दई जो वो पूछे यार ये रास्ता क्यों बंद है। यहाँ पे ये लोगों को तकलीफ है। इन लोगों की कमज़ोरी ये है, इन्होंने छोटी गाड़ी को ज़ाद किया हुआ है, इनका भी कसूर है। और बड़ी गाड़ियाँ रोकी हुई हैं,
50 से 60 गाड़ियाँ लोड खड़ी है। इस गवर्नमेंट को ये फ़र्ज चाहिए, या मुस्तबिल के तौर पर धरना हो रहा है तो हम लोग को भी फैसिलिटी देना चाहिए ना। रूट पर करोड़ों अरबों रुपए की माल खड़ी गाड़ियाँ हैं, परवाह नहीं है इंतज़ामिया को। हम ये इंतज़ामिया से रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं, हमें मुस्तकिल एक रास्ता निकाल के हमें निकाल दें, नहीं या तो ये 2.5 लाख के लिए पहुँच जाए।
The pressure tactic seems to be working. The Pakistani government is trying to negotiate with the protesters. They already offered to build a new power transmission line, but the people of Hunza have rejected the plan. They say it is another one of Islamabad's empty promises. The protests look set to continue until the people of Gilgit-Baltistan win or Islamabad decides to send in the military. That's what they did during similar protests last year in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Islamabad keeps resorting to brute force because it already spent all the money needed for any other solution. This is the sad fate of the people suffering under Pakistani occupation in Gilgit-Baltistan, in Kashmir, and let's face it, pretty much everywhere else in Pakistan. Now let's talk about Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI. He finds himself in fresh legal trouble, this time involving his sister. Her name is Anne, and she has sued him. Anne Altman has accused her brother of sexual abuse. The charges are extremely serious. Anne says her brother abused her when she was a child. The lawsuit includes allegations of rape. Sam Altman has rejected these charges. He has issued a joint statement along with his family, calling Anne's claims, and I'm quoting, entirely untrue. The Altman family says Anne has been going through mental health issues. There is no response from Anne yet, but her lawyers say that they want Sam Altman to face a jury trial. This man is not just the CEO of a tech startup, he is the face of the global AI revolution. What does this case mean for him? Our next report tells you.
Sam Altman is facing fresh legal troubles. This time, a family member has sued him. His sister Anne Altman has filed a lawsuit. The charges are serious. In a lawsuit filed in the US District Court, Anne Altman says her brother Sam sexually abused her. The allegations are serious and grave. Anne claims when she was barely 3 years old, Sam abused her several times in a week. The alleged abuses happened between 1997 and 2006. Anne has made similar claims before. She wrote a post on X back in 2021. She claimed she suffered sexual, physical, emotional, verbal and technological abuse from her brothers. In this post, Anne names her brothers Sam and Jack. But in her lawsuit, Anne has singled out Sam. She has demanded damages in excess of $75,000. The OpenAI CEO has denied these allegations. He issued a joint statement on social media along with his mother and 2 brothers. It calls Anne Altman's claims completely untrue. The letter from the Altman family offers a completely different version of events. It says Anne suffers from mental health challenges. She receives financial support from the family. They pay her rent and other bills. Anne is yet to respond to this statement, but last year in October, she did open up about her health troubles. On social media, Anne had claimed she was diagnosed with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a disease better known as elastic skin. This is primarily a disorder of the skin. There is no cure for the condition. It can also affect mental health. Patients with this disease are known to suffer from anxiety, depression and mood disorders. Anne wants a jury to hear the case against her brother. The OpenAI CEO faces more lawsuits as well. SpaceX and Tesla CEO Elon Musk has sued him too. Musk was a co-founder in OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, the revolutionary AI model. ChatGPT sparked a global AI boom and made Sam Altman famous. Musk alleges that Altman breached a contract and abandoned OpenAI's original non-profit mission. Musk and Altman have been locked in a bitter feud over OpenAI for several months now. But the lawsuit from Altman's sister will only intensify the legal spotlight on the OpenAI CEO.
We've all heard that justice delayed is justice denied. But there's a new twist to it, courtesy India's Air Force Chief. He says technology delayed is technology denied. And what was he talking about? India's homegrown warplanes, especially the Tejas fighter jets made in India. Now, this plane has a long history. It was conceptualized back in 1984 The first plane took flight in 2001, yet deliveries have been delayed. The Air Force placed its first order back in 2010, but even that has not been delivered. The Air Chief says he is waiting for the first 40 planes.
First aircraft flew in 2001, 17 years. Then the induction started another 15 years later, 2016. Today we are in 2024. I do not have the first 40 aircraft also. So this is the production capability.
The Tejas is made by HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, which is a state-run company. Clearly, the Air Chief is frustrated with them, and with good reasons. The Indian Air Force has long wanted 42 squadrons. Each squadron has around 18 aircraft. One squadron has 18 aircraft. That's how many we need to tackle our challenges. And how many do we have? Just 30 squadrons. So the Indian Air Force is already low on firepower, plus our rivals are making gains. China recently debuted a mysterious stealth jet. Experts say it could be a 6th-generation fighter aircraft. Beijing calls it the J-36. Meanwhile, Pakistan is buying 5th-generation jets from China. Reports say around 40 of them. And where does India stand? Our most advanced jet is the French Rafale. They're classified as 4.5 generation, basically 4th gen plus some enhancements. India is also making a 5th gen plane. It was approved in 2024 with a budget of 15,000 crore rupees, but don't expect deliveries before late 2030s. So the Air Force is facing twin challenges, one of quantity and the other of quality. And what's the solution? Normally, in such situations, you buy from outside. Russia and the US already have such jets. You could just buy them off the rack. But recently, India has been trying to move away from imports. It has been trying to make it home. In the long run, this does guarantee our security. You won't have to depend on allies or friends. You'll be able to make your own jets. That's what India is aiming to do. But right now, things are moving too slow. So the Air Chief has come up with a solution. He wants more private players to enter the defense sector. And his logic is quite simple. Suppliers must be scared of missing deadlines. They must be scared of losing contracts. Only then will they deliver on time. Unfortunately, that is not the case right now. HAL has a virtual monopoly on advanced jets in India. It will take time to change that, and it won't be easy or cheap. The Air Chief admitted that yesterday. He said self-reliance will come at a cost, that sometimes the Air Force will have to spend more to buy from home. But to do that, you need efficient suppliers. The government has set up defense corridors to attract such players. At present, there are more than 300 private defense firms, plus 14,000 small and medium ones. Together, they are making a dent. Last year, private players made up 22% of India's defense output. That's the highest share in 8 years. If given time, India will reach self-reliance, but the key is to be proactive because our rogue neighbors are not waiting around. They are militarizing fast, which is something that the Air Chief also noted.
We have our own security concerns on the western and northern borders, with increased militarization by China and Pakistan. As far as China is concerned, it is not just the numbers. Even the technology is growing at a very rapid pace.
Of course, panicking won't help. In the 1950s and 60s, China lagged behind India. Today, they're making 6th-generation jets. If they can do it, so can India. Let's hope the Air Chief's warning serves as a wake-up call. The US and TikTok. It's a love story for the ages. TikTok started out as a lip-syncing app. It soon became a cultural phenomenon. And in America, it captured millions of hearts. In the US, TikTok has 170 million monthly users. That's almost half of the country's population. For many people, many of these people, TikTok is more than just an app. It is almost a way of life. But like most love stories, this one too seems short-lived because TikTok came with the China baggage. The app is owned by a Chinese company called ByteDance. That means national security concerns. So last year, US President Joe Biden signed a new law. It requires ByteDance to sell TikTok. And the deadline for that sale is January 19th, so in about 10 days from now. If they don't sell TikTok by then, it will be banned in America. No more viral dances for the US. Of course, the app has challenged it. The case is in court in the US Supreme Court. The hearing begins this Friday, but there is not much hope. At least not until January 20th. That's when Donald Trump takes office. And what does he think about TikTok? Well, let's say it's a feeling that keeps changing.
We're looking at TikTok. We may be banning TikTok. We may be doing some other things. There are a couple of options, but a lot of things are happening. So we'll see what happens. But we are looking at a lot of alternatives with respect to TikTok.
We'll take a look at TikTok. You know, I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok because I won youth by 34 points. And there are those that say that TikTok has something to do with it.
In 2020, Trump wanted to ban TikTok. In 2024, he says he has a warm spot for the app. He wants to take a look at the case. You could say it's classic Trump. But the bigger question is, will he do something about it? Trump has already made his case. He wants the Supreme Court to pause the law. That would give his office more time. Trump believes that he can find a political solution. But even then, it still depends on the top court in America. If they uphold the ban, TikTok is gone, no matter what Donald Trump says or does. And the app knows this. So they're trying to fight back, this time sneakily. TikTok is pushing its users to join Lemonade. This is a sister app, also owned by ByteDance. Lemonade is a mix of TikTok-style videos and photos. In fact, it is too similar to the app. And TikTok is using that to its advantage. If you have a TikTok account, Lemonade automatically signs you in. You can keep your TikTok handle. You can also keep the same bio. It even lets you transfer your followers. The plan is quite simple. Transfer TikTok users to another app so that even if TikTok is banned, it still has a business. But there's a small problem here. The ban would apply to any ByteDance app, including Lemonade. This app will also be banned. Although for now, TikTok is betting on its odds. It hopes that regulators are so busy with TikTok that they forget about Lemonade altogether. It's a big risk to take. Do they have other options? As a matter of fact, they do. ByteDance can sell it, and it has takers. Some American businessmen are interested, like Kevin O'Leary and Frank McCourt. Kevin O'Leary is a Shark Tank investor. Frank McCourt is a billionaire. They're both teaming up to buy TikTok. Not the whole app, just the US business. But ByteDance is yet to agree, and most likely they won't. They have said repeatedly that they do not want to sell. So for now, it's a game of high stakes, a global tech giant, a divided court, and a president with a history of flip-flops. Will ByteDance sell? Will the ban be upheld? Or will an American buyout save the day? One thing is certain, the story of TikTok in America is far from over. Whether it ends in heartbreak or a new beginning is yet to be seen. We will keep you posted. Our next story is from Singapore. The island nation has just passed a novel law, possibly the first of its kind in the world. This law gives unprecedented powers to the police. It will allow the police to freeze bank accounts, not the accounts of a crime perpetrator, but the accounts of a potential victim. You see, Singapore is trying to crack down on scams. It wants to stop people sending money to scammers, even if it means freezing the victim's account. Is this the right call, or is this the hallmark of a nanny state? Our next report has the details.
The police are supposed to protect you. Their job is to prevent crimes. They have wide-ranging powers and can potentially make life-saving decisions. This is true all over the world. But how much power should they really have? How much should they be allowed to do to help someone, especially if that person does not want their help? This is a tricky question, and it seems Singapore has decided to err on the side of caution. They have given their police a new power, the ability to freeze a potential scam victim's bank account. There are a lot of online scams these days. You hear about things like romance scams or pig butchering. These scams are especially insidious. They involve building trust with the victim, luring them in with promises of love or friendship. And then, when the victim lets their guard down, the scammer proceeds to bleed them dry. The victims think they are helping a friend or a partner. They willingly give away their life savings until they are left with nothing. The worst part is the victims often ignore the warning signs. They refuse to listen to their friends and family, and they may even be hostile towards the police or banking officials. Singapore has seen this all too often. Tens of thousands of people every year fall victim to such scams. Billions of dollars have been lost. And even when the police know a scam is underway, they have been powerless to save the victims. Well, not anymore. Singapore passed a new law on Tuesday. It's called the Protection from Scams Bill. It allows the police to stop victims from sending money to scammers by freezing their bank accounts. The police can now suspend money transfers, block ATM and credit facilities, and basically take away a person's financial independence, all for their own good. Reports say that Singapore may be the first country in the world to bring in such a law, to give so much power to their police. There will be some guardrails in place. The freeze will only be allowed as a last resort, after the police and banks try and fail to convince potential victims that they're being scammed. The police can then impose the freeze for 30 days. After that, they will have to renew the freeze. The police can renew it up to 5 times. After that, the potential victim will be given back control over their account. They will then be free to blow up their life savings on that special new friend that they have never met in person. Singapore's Minister of State for Home Affairs said, "We cannot handhold the victim indefinitely, nor do we have the resources to do so." So they know that there's such a thing as a lost cause. But even if Singapore won't handhold the victim indefinitely, it's willing to handhold them temporarily. This has divided opinion. Should the police be given such overarching powers? Should they be able to dictate someone's finances? Singapore knows that this is the nuclear option. It wants to only use it in case of emergencies. They say they expect to use it 5 to 10 times a month. So that's about 120 times a year. The country says that 50,000 scams are reported annually. But what if the victims resort to sending cryptocurrencies instead? Or find another way to bypass their banks? Will Singapore keep giving more powers to the police every time a new loophole appears? This is a fight between personal autonomy and public safety. And Singapore has chosen to go with the latter.
The holiday season is for festivity, meals with the family and finding a place for that Christmas tree once the celebrations end. Usually you just toss it out or keep it for the next year, but a Belgian city has proposed another option. It wants to turn a post-Christmas dilemma into a foodie adventure. How? By eating your Christmas tree. Of course, this has not gone down well with Belgium's food agency. It is now asking people to not eat their Christmas tree. Our next report tells you why unusual trends like this show up and why a little common sense can go a long way.
Christmas is long gone, but if your Christmas trees are still around, here's a suggestion from the city of Ghent in Belgium. They urged people to recycle their tree. And of course, who doesn't like sustainability? But one of the suggestions included eating it. The council even had recipes for it. Flavoured butter and soup from the pine needles. Their point of reference, traditional Scandinavian recipes. Now, reused is the optimistic term for turning a festive plant into something that just might ruin your risotto or even end up poisoning you. So, Belgium's food agency issued a warning. A warning one imagines they never expected to write. Do not eat your Christmas tree. It's bold and stark in case you thought nibbling on pine needles was a good idea. The food agency says not all Christmas trees are edible. In fact, most trees are treated with pesticides and other chemicals. So it's best to keep it out of your meals. Since then, Ghent's local council has deleted its post. But in case you thought this was weird, don't worry. The internet is like a grand buffet of trends. Some on TikTok were consuming borax, the household cleaner used to tackle laundry stains. According to them, borax helped cure health conditions. Then there was the sleepy chicken, which involved cooking chicken in cough syrup. Guess a nap after a meal has a completely different meaning with that one. Then there was healthy Coke, adding balsamic vinegar to your fizzy drink. And I'm sure you all remember the Tide Pods, those green and blue pods that everyone was popping like candy. What began as a joke quickly spiraled into a dystopian cautionary tale. So what's next? Making a tree-based smoothie, or maybe a Christmas tree salad? Clearly, we're living in a dangerous era where common sense seems to be in short supply. So if this is the future of gastronomy, then humanity's taste buds are in for a wild ride. But jokes aside, while the internet loves to push the envelope, sometimes a little caution goes a long way. Recycling your tree is a great idea, but there are plenty of ways to go green without turning your Christmas tree into a side dish. Maybe next time, try those options. Or just use it to decorate your yard next year like a sensible person. After all, there's nothing wrong with a little festive nostalgia without the risk of food poisoning.
We told you about Donald Trump's threats from yesterday, but his press conference had a lot more. Trump dabbled in science as well. He talked about the size of the ocean. He talked about whales and windmills, and he talked about water scarcity. The only thing in common? He was wrong about everything he said. But at least now we can laugh about it. It wasn't as funny when Trump turned scientist in the middle of a pandemic, when he asked people to ingest bleach to kill the virus. Let me introduce Professor Trump.
But the 625 million acres, people can't realize it's like the whole ocean. It's called rain. Comes down from heaven, and they want to do no water comes out of the shower. It goes drip, drip, drip. So what happens? You're in the shower 10 times as long, you know. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in the Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period. And now they had 14 this season. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. Out of your homes and apartments, he wants them to be replaced by essentially electric heaters. We're also at a golden age of common sense.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots. Images that tell the story. Wildfires tear through the Los Angeles area, forcing at least 30,000 people to evacuate. In India's Kerala, an elephant turns violent during a festival, injuring 17 people. And the African circus performs during the Pope's general audience at the Vatican. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1992, US President George H.W. Bush vomited on the Prime Minister of Japan. This happened during a state dinner in Tokyo. During the dinner, Bush suddenly fell ill. He leaned forward, vomiting on the lap of his host. Bush then fainted as the Secret Service swiftly attended him. He recovered in moments, apologizing for the incident immediately. We are leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for being with us today. Donald Trump, the imperialist? The incoming president's continued attacks on sovereign and independent nations has gone from confusing to deeply worrying. We've got the latest on that and other stories from around the globe. We begin in the United States, where incoming President Donald Trump has refused to rule out the use of military or economic force to seize control of Greenland and the Panama Canal. Speaking at an hour-long news conference, he reiterated America's sacrifice in building the canal more than a century ago and falsely accused China of operating it today.
Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way.
As Donald Trump rambled his way through the presser, he again defended his claim that acquiring Greenland is necessary for America's national security. The Republican also floated the claim that Denmark might not have legal rights in Greenland, even though there's an overall global recognition of Denmark's sovereignty over the island.
We need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security.
Trump's remarks came as his eldest son landed in Greenland's capital on a personal trip Tuesday. Visiting the autonomous Danish territory, Trump Jr. also had a phone call with his father, who fueled concerns about Russian and Chinese ships sailing around the island.
What happened to Greenland to my son, and he's a real hunter, fisherman, all the things that you love. And I thought it'd be great to go up there with his two very talented friends and the other group, a lot of other people. So I just want to say that it's a very special place. It needs security for itself, but it also needs security very much for the world. The location really, you see the people and the ships sailing around, and they're not the right ships, and they're not the ships you want to know about. So we need security, and our country needs it, and the whole world needs it.
Meanwhile, Panama, Denmark, and Greenland have firmly rejected any idea of giving up territory. Panama's foreign minister reaffirmed his nation's control over the canal, saying its sovereignty is non-negotiable.
Our canal's sovereignty is not negotiable and is part of our history of struggle and an irreversible conquest. Our canal has the mission to serve humanity and its trade. That is one of the values that Panamanians offer to the world, giving guarantee to the international community not to take part, nor be an active part of any conflict. The only hands that control the canal are Panamanian, and it will continue to be so. We are a country open to dialogue today and always, to investments and good relations, but with the clear slogan that the homeland is first.
And Denmark's prime minister said Greenland belongs to its citizens and the world's largest island is not for sale.
Of course, I want to say some words to the discussion taking place about Greenland right now. I want to make it very clear that seen with the eyes of the Danish government, Greenland is for the Greenlandic people. It is a very proud people, a language and culture. It is a people that is their own. And as the chairman of the government of Greenland, Maitius Chagos, has stated before, Greenland is not for sale.
However, the Danish prime minister added that the United States is a strong ally of both Denmark and Greenland, and its investment in the territories are certainly welcome. Now, Donald Trump did not limit himself to the Panama Canal in Greenland, as he also suggested renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Trump's latest remarks are a stark reminder of his foreign policy that comes with the mind of a real estate developer wanting to expand American territory with zero concern about international law. And staying with Donald Trump, the convicted felon has shared a new map of the United States which shows Canada as part of the U.S. territory. Posting the distorted map on social media, Donald Trump captioned it, "Oh Canada," escalating his ongoing rhetoric of taking over its sovereign neighbor. The latest antic came after the incoming president threatened to use economic force to absorb Canada into the United States.
Economic force, because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like, and it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada.
Donald Trump once again criticized American spending on Canadian products and military support. He also once again mocked Justin Trudeau as the governor of Canada.
We don't need anything they have. We don't need their dairy products. We have more than they have. We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more to protect Canada? And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money. But why are we supporting a country, $200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state. That's why I told Trudeau when he came down, I said, what would happen if we didn't do it?
After weeks of online mocking and humiliation, Justin Trudeau finally hit back at the twice impeached, soon-to-be incoming president's imperialistic diatribe. The Canadian Prime Minister, who had earlier taken Donald Trump's comments as a joke, said, and I quote, "There isn't a snowball's chance in hell that Canada would become part of the United States. Workers and communities in both our countries benefit from being each other's biggest trading and security partner," end quote. The unexpected reaction came a day after Trudeau announced his resignation, saying he would step down once his party chooses a new leader. And with no more races to run and the political shackles removed, Trudeau is now going on the offensive against the former reality television star's bizarre and bullying tactics. Meanwhile, the Canadian leader's ruling Liberal Party shared a map clearly depicting the area that's not part of the United States. Notably, along with needling Canada about it becoming the 51st state of the United States, the president-elect has also threatened to impose a 25% tariff on all Canadian goods. The apparent threat is to stop the inflow of illegal migrants and drugs into the United States. As vague as they may be, Donald Trump has a history of using tariffs to stifle rival nations. And with Ottawa being heavily dependent on trade with Washington, only time will tell how Canada's next leader pushes back on Donald Trump's threats. And staying in the United States, investigators from the Las Vegas Police Department have found rather concerning details about the Tesla Cybertruck explosion that occurred on January 1st. The blast outside the Trump Hotel was triggered by a highly decorated Green Beret soldier who was also the only person to have died in the incident. Police officials have found that Matthew Livelsberger shot himself before the explosion and did not intend on killing anyone else. However, the investigation has revealed that Livelsberger extensively used artificial intelligence, including ChatGPT, to gain information about explosives and firearms.
But he basically starts using ChatGPT, which is a generative AI, to be able to get information on how to conduct this particular plot. So ultimately, you'll see that he looks at trying to figure out the amount of explosives needed in order to conduct the explosion he was looking to cause. He also talks about, in the next set of questions, you'll see he's trying to figure out where to buy fireworks and how much of it to buy. He looks at the equivalence of those fireworks and how they compare to TNT and other types of explosive material. On this next set of questions, there's a focus on the velocity of the bullet fired from the firearm and determining whether that would ignite the explosives. This is an important component.
Now, authorities have not disclosed the answers ChatGPT gave to Livelsberger's questions and notified the FBI and the Pentagon about their latest findings. Police officials are now worried that Livelsberger's case could encourage dangerous elements to use ChatGPT to carry out attacks within the United States.
We knew that AI was going to change the game at some point or another in really all of our lives. And certainly, I think this is the first incidents that I'm aware of on U.S. soil where ChatGPT is utilized to help an individual build a particular device, to learn information all across the country as they're moving forward. And so, absolutely, it's a concerning moment for us.
Meanwhile, the tech firm OpenAI, the developers of ChatGPT, issued a statement urging users to be more responsible when engaging their AI tools. Authorities are now also investigating Tesla and its Cybertruck, which also uses AI technology, particularly when the car is in self-driving mode. Police officials say that AI technology in cars could be programmed and used to target civilians or even sensitive military sites in the future.
There was some conversation about whether the vehicle is in self-driving mode. We've already addressed that in terms of the technical data that we collected, but also you can see that his hands are on the steering wheel as he's pulling up. He also does write in there that he was super high on weed and drinking, which we are still working to confirm. And then he discusses the Cybertruck being used as a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. He also says that he has graphic encounters from his military experience that replay in his head over and over.
Authorities also uncovered a 6-page manifesto from Livelsberger's phone that is currently being reviewed by the Pentagon as it contains classified material pertaining to the military. However, federal agencies are also raising the alarm about the possible misuse of artificial intelligence and how ChatGPT and other chatbots could pose a serious threat to national security. And now moving to Venezuela, the country remains on edge with Nicolas Maduro about to be sworn in for a third term. On Tuesday, the son-in-law of exiled opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez was kidnapped in Caracas. His shocking abduction also comes amid heightened military presence and accusations of foreign mercenaries plotting attacks on Maduro. The defiant president, who is currently facing international condemnation over his contested re-election, claims to have arrested several operatives, including 2 Americans. Meanwhile, Gonzalez, recognized by the United States as Venezuela's president-elect, vows to return and challenge Maduro's rule. Here's more from Caracas.
Chaos gripped Venezuela as hooded men kidnapped Rafael Tudares, the son-in-law of opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez. Tudares was ambushed on Tuesday morning in Caracas. He'd been walking his children to school when black-clad assailants intercepted him. They forced him into a gold van, leaving his terrified children behind. "My son-in-law has not appeared. This is a forced disappearance," Gonzalez posted on X. His daughter, Mariana Gonzalez, confirmed the children were unharmed, but described her husband as a victim of political persecution. "When did it become a crime to be family?" she asked. The kidnapping follows Gonzalez's meeting with U.S. President Joe Biden on Monday. Biden recognizes Gonzalez as Venezuela's president-elect, in stark opposition to Nicolas Maduro's claim to victory in the July election. And despite widespread international criticism, he's all set to take the presidential oath on Friday. Now, while Gonzalez rallies international support, Venezuela has seen a crackdown on alleged mercenaries. Maduro announced on Tuesday that 7 foreigners, including 2 Americans, were arrested. He labeled them high-level operatives and accused them of plotting terrorism. The detainees allegedly include Colombians and fighters from the Ukraine war.
Just today, we've captured 7 foreign mercenaries, including 2 important mercenaries from the United States. They are captured, caught with the kilos of the highest level like never before captured in Venezuela. They are convicted, and I am sure that in the coming hours they will confess. They came to carry out terrorist actions against the peace of Venezuela.
On the other hand, Gonzalez's election victory remains clouded in controversy. Reiterating his stance, defiant Maduro appreciated the independent Venezuelans in comparison to the slaves in America, and added ones with surnames like Gonzalez don't have a place in his country.
The surnames in their desperation go north, believing they can gain the strength they don't have here, and thinking that the people of Venezuela will back down because they take photos in the north. They are slaves of the American empire, while here the people of Venezuela are determined to be free, independent, sovereign, and to defend their right to peace and their right to the future. Do not be mistaken with Venezuela.
Venezuela's government-controlled electoral body declared Maduro the winner but withheld detailed results. In contrast, the opposition published receipts from voting machines showing González's landslide victory. Now, despite the dangers, González continues his global campaign to rally support. He met with Biden and Republican House Representative Michael Waltz, among others, and his next stop is Panama. But back home, Caracas is tense. With increased military presence ahead of Maduro's inauguration, the streets bristle with fear, uncertainty and anger. Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado had called for protests on Friday, but with security heightened, it remains uncertain if Venezuelans will take to the streets.
In all the homes of military and police families in Venezuela, there are their children, their partners, their parents, their brothers and sisters inviting them to be part of this and each one making a decision. They decide whether to be a tyrant who represses or a hero who defends their people. That is the decision. What we are telling them is, here we are. Everyone who joins this cause is saved from the future that awaits this tyranny through justice.
As González presses forward, the question looms. Can he return to Venezuela and fulfill his promise to reclaim democracy? Or will Maduro tighten his grip, silencing dissent once and for all? The clock is ticking, and Friday may change everything.
And finally, from the Middle East, the United Arab Emirates has emerged as a potential leader in reconstruction efforts of post-war Gaza. Having already given billions of dollars in aid to war-torn Ukraine and Yemen, the UAE has emerged as a nation committed to global peace and development. With an approach to rebuilding the lives of Palestinians, the Emirati nation is now awaiting the green light from the United States, Israel, and regional allies to rebuild the Gaza Strip. Our final report has more details.
The United Arab Emirates has once again reaffirmed its position as a global leader in humanitarian aid, development, and peace building. With its unwavering commitment to rebuild lives and foster stability, the UAE is shaping a brighter future for millions across the globe. Now, in the wake of the ongoing conflict in Gaza, the UAE has stepped forward as a potential cornerstone in post-war recovery efforts. However, its involvement hinges on principled preconditions designed to ensure meaningful and lasting peace. According to a UAE official who spoke to CNN, the Middle Eastern nation insists on an invitation from a credible, reformed Palestinian Authority, Israel's explicit commitment to a two-state solution, and strong leadership from the United States for the Emirates to fully redevelop Gaza.
While there have been many informal conversations taking place, parties involved have not aligned with the UAE preconditions for its involvement in any post-war effort in Gaza.
The UAE's approach reflects its deep-rooted belief in sustainable solutions over temporary fixes. Rejecting suggestions of private military contractors as peacekeepers in Gaza, the UAE has focused on fostering dialogue and creating pathways for real reform. High-level discussions, such as those between UAE Foreign Minister Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed and Israeli counterpart Gideon Saar, demonstrate its dedication to address Gaza's humanitarian crisis. But Gaza is only part of the UAE's broader story of global goodwill. The country stands among the world's most generous donors relative to its national income. Since the start of 2021, the biggest recipient of aid from the UAE is war-torn Yemen, having received over $435 million. However, the UAE's generosity extends far beyond the Middle East. In response to the Ukraine crisis, it pledged $100 million to support Ukrainian civilians. In South Asia, following devastating floods in Pakistan, the UAE organized an air bridge to transport emergency aid worth $13.6 million, alongside aid ships carrying food and medical supplies for 500,000 affected families. In Afghanistan, the UAE dispatched planes loaded with hospital supplies, operating rooms, and cutting-edge medical equipment to support earthquake victims. This legacy of giving is matched by the UAE's forward-thinking investments. Emirati billionaire Hussein Sajwani's recent announcement of a $20 billion investment in the US data center industry exemplifies the UAE's commitment to global economic growth. The initiative aligns seamlessly with US President-elect Donald Trump's focus on bolstering domestic industries, strengthening the UAE's role as a strategic economic partner.
And we're honored to welcome one of the most respected business leaders in the Middle East, indeed the world. He's a founder and chairman of Demak Properties, Hussein Sajwani, a very respected gentleman. And I'm thrilled to announce today that Demak will be investing at least $20 billion over a very short period of time into the United States, and they may go double or even somewhat more than double that amount of money. It's a great thing.
Since its founding in 1971, the UAE has donated a generous $98 billion in aid worldwide. From rebuilding war-torn regions to spearheading climate resilience and economic innovation. The UAE has proven that compassion and progress can go hand in hand. As the Emirati nation continues to drive humanitarian efforts and inspire international cooperation, the UAE reminds the world of the boundless potential of unity, vision and generosity, and how it intends to bring those in the post-war reconstruction of Gaza.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank all of you for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest from the Horn of Africa, a region that has been riddled with violence and conflicts. The United States conducted an airstrike in southern Somalia, killing at least 10 terrorists belonging to the al-Qaeda-linked al-Shabaab group. In a statement, the United States said that at the request of the Somali federal government, its Africa Command had conducted a self-defense airstrike on the 31st of December on al-Shabaab terrorists. The airstrike, which saw no civilian casualty, occurred in Birzani in Somalia, roughly 35 kilometers from the port city of Kismayo. Now, the US, which considers al-Shabaab a threat to its national security, said that in addition to the airstrikes, its forces also provided support to Somali forces by evacuating soldiers who were attacked while fighting the terrorist group in the region. Now, Somalia has endured decades of civil war, frequent climate disasters and jihadist violence from al-Shabaab and the Islamic State. The al-Shabaab Islamic group was formed in 2006 as a youth militia to fight the Ethiopian invasion and occupation of Somalia. However, the group has now morphed into a full-fledged insurgency, seeking control of the Somalian territory. It formally pledged allegiance to al-Qaeda in 2012 and is now working to overthrow the Somali federal government. The group says it wants to establish a fundamentalist Islamic state. Al-Shabaab controls swathes of territory in the southern part of Somalia, and it has carried out attacks in several parts of the country, including the capital Mogadishu, that have killed thousands so far. To counter the growing threats from al-Shabaab, Somali forces have also launched several military offensives in recent years. They have also partnered with the African Union to curb their rising influence in the Horn of Africa country.
Our forces are actively engaged in high-tempo offensive operations, successfully liberating numerous areas previously held by al-Shabaab. To sustain and build upon these achievements, we are increasing our efforts in extending local governance in these liberated areas and ensuring that the gains made on the battlefield translate into lasting peace and stability.
To support Somalia's efforts, the United States has also stepped up its investments, especially after President Joe Biden reversed a 2020 withdrawal decision by President-elect Donald Trump. In recent years, the U.S. has been regularly conducting airstrikes on insurgent groups in coordination with the Somali forces. In 2024, the U.S. conducted 10 airstrikes on terrorist groups in Somalia. In the year before that, it had conducted 15 airstrikes, while in 2022, it conducted 13 airstrikes. In 2021, the U.S. had conducted 9 airstrikes on terrorists in Somalia. But in 2020, during Donald Trump's first term, the United States dropped bombs in Somalia over 40 times. Now, the latest airstrike on al-Shabaab on the 31st of December comes days after the U.S. had conducted another airstrike on the terror group. On the 24th of December, the U.S. conducted an airstrike that killed a senior commander of the al-Shabaab group, who was responsible for the group's regional governance for 15 years. And played a key role in al-Shabaab's strategic decision-making. Moreover, the recent airstrikes on al-Shabaab also followed an attack by the Islamic State terrorists on the 31st of December. In the northeastern Puntland region of Somalia, which was repelled by security forces. So, with Somalia seeing an increase in attacks by terrorist groups day by day, and the government making efforts to counter them, will the United States increase its airstrikes once Donald Trump takes office on the 20th of January? To discuss more on this, we have with us Omar Mahmoud, who is a senior East Africa analyst at Crisis Group and is joining us live from Maputo in Mozambique. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, what strategic objectives does the United States aim to achieve through the airstrikes like the recent one in southern Somalia, which was targeting the al-Shabaab militants?
Well, the United States is locked into a battle with al-Shabaab, on behalf of the Somali government. This is a legacy of the global war on terror. Al-Shabaab was seen as one of these key organizations that allied to al-Qaeda, that the U.S. sought to reduce the influence and basically curb its activities. The U.S. views al-Shabaab not just as a threat to Somalia, but as to the wider region. And so airstrikes like this essentially maintain a degree of pressure on the organization, and try to sort of hem it in so it maintains its presence in Somalia and doesn't expand outwardly. At the same time, the U.S. is training an element of the Somali National Army. And so airstrikes like this support that unit while it's out in the field, while it's combating al-Shabaab.
And how does the airstrike align with the broader counterterrorism strategy of the United States in East Africa? And what implications might it have for regional stability?
Well, the broader strategy is more or less one of containment, basically trying to contain al-Shabaab into Somalia, trying to basically curb its regional ambitions and its regional capabilities. And if you look at who the group, in the group the United States has targeted through airstrikes, it usually tends to be individuals who have had some sort of external role with Shabab or had been involved in some sort of external planning, more so than those that have been primarily localized within Somalia. So I think, the strategy is basically trying to contain the group while supporting the Somali government forces so they can increase their capabilities to take on the group within Somalia. Part of what's lacking, though, is airstrikes can only be part of the solution. You can pound the group as much as you want. They tend to replace their leaders quite quickly. It doesn't really seem to make a massive difference on the ground. Yes, it increases pressure. Yes, it increases costs for the group, but it doesn't eradicate al-Shabaab. Rather you need an accompanying ground element to that, which is where the training of the Somali army comes in. I would even argue you needed a political element of that as well, given that there is really no military solution to a conflict like this.
Right. And what measures are in place to mitigate the potential civilian casualties during such operations? And how is accountability ensured in case of unintended consequences?
Well, it's a good question, and I think one, the U.S. government should also be prepared to answer. But essentially, I think we've seen over the years an ebb and flow to airstrikes. They're not as frequent as they once were. They do rely on a degree of local information before they're launched, and technologically there have been some advances in terms of the actual precision of the strikes themselves and whatnot. At the same time, the U.S. Military has opened up avenues for complaints about some of their strikes and whatnot. But we've gotten a lot of reports then at times that, communities feel maybe they're not heard or that they're not really, responded to, their complaints that the U.S. government hasn't really responded to. So I think it remains a work in progress. I think that's still a concern on the U.S. government side, and of course should be a concern going forward, because civilian casualties as a result of airstrikes really only undermines the wider strategic objective, which is basically to reduce al-Shabaab's capabilities and eliminate sort of support within the population as well for the group.
Right. Amar, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your analysis and valuable insights there.
Thank you for having me.
With counter-terrorism efforts gaining momentum in the Horn of Africa region, another country in Africa has stepped up its fight against terrorists, and that is the West African nation of Mali. The junta-led authorities in Mali have said that at least 30 suspected terrorists have been killed in an attack on security forces. The West African country's armed forces said in a statement that the confrontation took place in the Nioro du Sahel area, and this is located in the western part of Mali. Now, authorities said that the terrorists had infiltrated the city in large numbers and, along with the internal accomplices, had attacked certain sensitive points in the city. Mali's military said that the situation had been brought under control and several weapons had been seized. However, the junta-led authorities did not specify who these suspected terrorists were and what were the total number of casualties in the ensuing attack. Now, Mali has been battling with a political, security and economic crisis for years and has been ravaged by Al-Qaeda and Islamic State factions since 2012. It has also been grappling with a separatist insurgency in the north. Seeing the lack of cohesive response from the civilian government toward the growing security threats, the military decided to take control in back-to-back coups in 2020 and 2021. The junta-led government severed diplomatic ties with its former colonial power France, citing dissatisfaction with the European nation's counter-terrorism efforts. Mali, along with its neighbors, Niger and Burkina Faso, then went on to strengthen their partnership with Russia, securing military assistance to bolster their fight against terrorism, and have since launched several offensives against the terrorists, especially in recent months. Now, earlier this month, Mali's junta captured 2 high-profile figures linked to the Islamic State group in Sahel. The terrorists were believed to have masterminded several deadly attacks in the West African country in recent months. In December of 2024, the Malian army had captured another top Islamic State group figure. Earlier, it said it had killed members of the new separatist alliance formed by the Tuareg rebels. In October of 2024, the junta said that it had killed some 40 terrorists and destroyed their military bases. However, despite these efforts, the junta has also been accused of killing innocent civilians in its counter-terrorism operations. Earlier this month, 8 civilians, including women and children, were killed in the central part of the West African country. Civil society groups and rebels blamed the army and Russia's mercenaries for the tragedy. This has created pressure for the military junta, which has been delaying the handing over of power back to civilian rule and has struggled to contain violence, which has displaced thousands and claimed hundreds of lives. For our next story, we shift our focus to southern Africa. South Africa is getting tough on illegal immigration. It has been carrying out deportations and has beefed up patrol on the porous borders with neighboring Zimbabwe, a country in deep economic trouble. Since the new coalition government, led by President Cyril Ramaphosa, came to power last year, South Africa has deported and arrested more than 410,000 people at different sites. The coalition of 11 parties that campaigned on curbing migration has promised to speed up deportations. The government has been carrying out raids on buildings and restaurants owned by illegal migrants to make arrests, and these raids have been organized by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Though there are no clear estimates of the number of illegal migrants in South Africa, the last census found that around 2.4 million foreign-born people are living in the country. Almost half are from Zimbabwe, followed by people from Mozambique and Lesotho. South Africa has a history of welcoming migrants. The country's first democratically elected president, Nelson Mandela, had once ordered all electric fences on the borders to be taken down, as he believed in a pan-African approach. But today, his party, the African National Congress, led by Ramaphosa, is facing huge public pressure to step up action on illegal migration. As Pretoria struggles due to high unemployment and a stagnant economy, many citizens are turning against migration. Now, this has also led to xenophobia against other Africans, which has periodically erupted into anti-immigrant violence. At least 18 such incidents were reported last year. Immigration was also a big issue for last year's election, in which Ramaphosa's ANC lost its parliamentary majority for the first time in 3 decades. So, after forming the coalition government, authorities are taking a tougher stance on the issue. In a recent statement, they hailed improved border management initiatives. However, reports suggest that migrants continue to cross in illegally as they have found a loophole. It's the porous Limpopo border between Zimbabwe and South Africa. It is a 225-kilometer border that follows the median line of the Limpopo River. The river is one of the largest in Africa. Here, groups of young men known as Goma-Gomas smuggle people into South Africa for a small fee. Even though the crossing is illegal and dangerous, several migrants do take the risk. Now, the Goma-Gomas promise that they can evade the police and soldiers patrolling the bushes along the river. The Limpopo River's seasonal dryness is a natural pathway for those moving into South Africa from Zimbabwe illegally. Now, even if the officers do catch some migrants occasionally, they are unable to chase away those who jump into the river. As officers say, the river's middle is a no-man's land and they can do nothing. Now, then there is the challenge created by a 40-kilometer fence that was erected in 2020 between Zimbabwe and South Africa at the cost of $2.1 million. But sections of the fencing have been cut. Despite efforts to reinstall the boundary, there are gaping holes in the stretch of barbed wire. Now, these lapses are making many South Africans believe that the recently elected government, which promised to crack down on illicit border crossings, is not that serious in its fight against illegal migration, as it portrays. And staying in southern Africa, while South Africa is taking action against Zimbabwe's migrants, Zimbabwe is taking action against Chinese miners. Zimbabwe's government is scrutinizing a Chinese mining company for severe environmental impact due to its operations in the country. The company in question is Sino-Africa Huijin Holdings. It has been operating a gold mine in the country's east for at least 4 years since 2021. It lies in the Matasa district of the Manicaland province, and the mining firm has been facing accusations of severe environmental destruction and community harm. Several residents have raised issues against the operations. The complaints against the Chinese firm comes after the recent blast that took place at the mine. Apart from the health and environmental impact, locals also say that tremors from the blasts have caused structural damage to their homes. The Chinese gold mine has in fact been shut down twice in the past years over a series of complaints. These include widespread ecological damage, the displacement of wildlife, dust pollution, and the potential contamination of water sources due to the alleged cyanide leaching where gold is extracted from ore. The Chinese firm is also accusing of forging signatures on their environmental impact assessment documents. Now, after facing shutdowns in the past, the firm promised to improve the situation. And this is why it was allowed to resume operations. However, it has once again come to the spotlight. However, this is not an isolated case. A recent study has found Chinese mining ventures have led to various harmful repercussions across Zimbabwe. These include environmental degradation, disregard for the cultural rights of the host communities, and also the violation of labor laws. Chinese investors control an estimated 90% of the Zimbabwean mining industry. China remains a major player in Africa's mining sector, with a growing presence in the region. Beijing has reportedly invested in mining in at least 12 African countries, and many of these nations have raised concerns over the Chinese operations and malpractices. It's not just the environment, but Chinese mining firms are also accused of human rights violations. They have allegedly abused miners to extract the key minerals. They have also been criticized for safety issues. Recently, a Chinese-run gold mine was accused for rapidly encroaching on a heritage site in the DRC. In return, the Democratic Republic of Congo's officials arrested 3 Chinese nationals for smuggling 12 gold bars and $800,000 in cash. Apart from unsafe operations, many African nations have also accused China of carrying out illegal mining. And in turn, several African nations have arrested Chinese illegal miners. So while Beijing attempts to increase its dominance in the African mining industry and take away its crucial mineral wealth, the downside of its practices are not being overlooked by the African nations. And with that, it's a wrap on the show. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name.
¿Por qué no le llamamos América Mexicana? Se oye bonito, ¿no?
Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place.
En México gobierna el pueblo.
And the drugs that are coming through are at record numbers. Record numbers.
Sí, pero no es falso. Es falso.
The gloves are off. Even before taking office, Donald Trump is shaking up U.S. foreign policy. He's picking fights on all fronts. Trump has called Canada America's 51st state. He wants to seize Greenland. And he's also after the Gulf of Mexico. Trump wants to call it the Gulf of America. That's what he said in a press conference earlier this week.
Be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name.
Of course, Mexico is not amused, and of course they've shot back. Leading the charge is Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum. She has put together her own twist to Trump's proposal, calling the U.S. Mexican America.
The United Nations recognizes the name Gulf of Mexico, but next, why don't we call it Mexican America? It sounds nice, doesn't it?
América Mexicana. Se oye bonito, ¿no?
President Sheinbaum is taking a dig at Donald Trump. He said Gulf of America is a beautiful name. She says Mexican America sounds nice. And she pulled out an entire map to make her point. A very old map. It dates back to 1607. That's 169 years before the United States existed as a country. So that's history lesson plus retort rolled into one.
And the Gulf of Mexico has had that name since 1607, and it's recognized internationally.
The Gulf of Mexico has been known by that name since 1607. It predates the United States by centuries. The name is internationally recognized. Donald Trump cannot simply rename it on a whim. That is the message the Mexican president was sending, and she has a good point. Trump may be able to change names on American maps, but those changes are not binding on others, not even on American states for that matter. They don't have to call it the Gulf of America. If Trump passes an order, they can always overrule it. The American states, they can overrule it. As for Mexico, it is pushing back, but it cannot boycott Trump. President Sheinbaum still wants to engage with him. She thinks that Mexico can share good ties with the U.S. even with Trump at the helm.
I think there will be a good relationship. I don't see why there would be a bad relationship. I think President Trump has his own way of communicating.
What made Sheinbaum say that? Perhaps she's taking cues from her predecessor and mentor, AMLO, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. He was Mexico's president during Trump's first term, and he faced similar challenges. In his first term, Trump targeted Mexico with import tariffs. He demanded action against immigrants. He wanted to stop the flow of illegal immigrants from Mexico. And Obrador was happy to comply. As president, he ordered a crackdown on illegal immigrants. Sheinbaum is offering a similar collaboration. She has already spelled out the agenda. Immigration containment is on top of the list, followed by security and drug trafficking. You see, leaders across the world are preparing for the Trump presidency in their own way. Some are trying to appease Donald Trump. Others are taking golf lessons just to curry favor with him. But Sheinbaum's approach is different. The Mexican president is confronting Trump on the non-negotiables while offering cooperation on common challenges. Will it work? It's hard to say. Trump remains a mercurial leader. For him, perception is everything, and right now his view of Mexico is far from favorable. He calls it a dangerous place.
They're essentially run by the cartels, and can't let that happen. Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place.
Donald Trump says Mexico is run by cartels, a claim which Mexico has strongly rejected. But Trump remains unmoved. As president, he has pledged to slap 25% tariffs on Mexican imports. His aides are mulling military options. This includes the possibility of a direct attack. They're calling it a soft invasion of Mexico. And here's what it means. Trump's advisors want a covert team of operatives. They could be deployed to Mexico. Their mission, to assassinate the cartel leaders. One won't put it past the Americans. They're the masters of political assassinations and regime change, but they seldom do it so brazenly. As for Mexico, they're in for a bumpy 4 years, with the U.S. as their neighbor and Donald Trump its president. No one is safe from Donald Trump, not even his closest buddy, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They had a great bromance in Trump 1.0. He shifted the US Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He defended Israeli settlements in the West Bank, and he recognized Israel's rights over the Golan Heights. In return, Netanyahu heaped praises on him. He named the settlement after Donald Trump. He called it Trump Heights. But could the honeymoon be over? I ask because of this video. It was reposted by Donald Trump on social media. It features American professor Jeffrey Sachs. He's being interviewed by Trump's ally, Tucker Carlson. The professor talks about America's meddling in Syria and Iraq. He talks about the endless wars in West Asia, and he blames them on Netanyahu. He calls the Israeli Prime Minister an obsessive, deep, dark SOB. Now, Trump has shared this video. The question is why? Why is he trying to amplify this? Does he agree with this assessment? If he does, it's a rapid U-turn, because Trump spoke to Netanyahu only last month. It was said to have been a warm, friendly conversation. And this week, he threatened Hamas. He asked them to return Israeli hostages before he took charge. If not, all hell would break loose. Those were the words he used. So what changed in 24 hours? Chances are nothing. You see, this video has a long caption with it. It talks about how Barack Obama meddled in Syria, how the CIA tried to topple Bashar al-Assad, but the caption does not mention Netanyahu or Israel. So it is possible that Trump only read the caption, that he did not hear the whole thing, and he shared it. And frankly, I don't know which is worse, that Trump is reposting abuses against a world leader, or that he doesn't listen to what he shares. Either way, the damage is done. Netanyahu was supposed to attend Trump's inauguration this month, but reports say he has pulled out. No one is explicitly blaming Trump's video post, but the timing is certainly suspect. And do you know why this confusion exists? Because of his erratic policies. Consider the whole Greenland row. Trump is asking Denmark to hand over Greenland to the US. He says he needs it for national security. Now, Greenland is an autonomous region in Denmark. In simple words, it belongs to them. So Trump is talking about taking over sovereign land, that too from a NATO ally. And this obsession is not new. He first floated this idea back in 2019, but back then he talked about buying Greenland. This time, though, he's not ruling out military action. He wants to take it any way he can. So US allies in Europe are worried. Some of them cannot wrap their heads around it, like Germany's Olaf Scholz. He says he does not understand what Trump means.
In my discussions with our European partners, a certain lack of understanding has emerged with regard to recent statements from the United States. The principle of inviolability of borders applies to every country, regardless of whether it is to the east or west of us.
It is out of the question for the European Union to let any nation in the world, whichever it is, and let me say starting with Russia, to attack its sovereign borders.
But Trump is not de-escalating. He genuinely believes that Greenland wants to join the US.
Yeah, I don't think we had pushback. Greenland is, if you look at the people there, we got tremendous, we got applause as we landed yesterday. I had my representatives, my son Don, and representatives go there, and it was like a love fest.
Spare a thought for Denmark. They have no heavy artillery, no submarines, and no air defense systems. They're basically at the mercy of NATO and the US, which is why they're so cautious. Denmark has repeatedly said that Greenland is not for sale. But on the ground, opinion is split. Apparently, some Greenlanders do not mind the idea.
Denmark doesn't matter a lot to me. It's just a small country. We can't use them any longer because there are so many great powers in the world. So our partner should be a great power because Greenland is very wealthy. We have everything.
Because I think U.S. President-elect Donald Trump is too loud. His opinions, you can't count on us being taken over by force. I don't think so.
Greenland is an autonomous region. They also have a complicated colonial history with Denmark. On paper, they can become independent if they want to, but join the US? That looks like a long shot right now. Honestly, this is a wake-up call for Europe. They outsourced their defense and foreign policy to Washington, but they forgot a crucial question. What if the US no longer needs them? Donald Trump has brought that question to the fore, and Europe is struggling to answer it. Reports say they are planning a joint trip to Washington. Foreign ministers from Germany, France and Poland will meet Trump later this month. They're calling it a show of unity. Well, we say good luck. Handling Trump is all about subtlety, about knowing what to ignore and what to address. It's a job for cool and mature heads. In other words, not for Jagmeet Singh. He is the political equivalent of a hammer, except he hits everything other than the nail. And his latest target is Donald Trump. Listen to what Jagmeet Singh said, and I'm quoting here. "Cut the crap, Donald. No Canadian wants to join you. You come for Canadian jobs, Americans will pay a price." You say, forget Donald Trump. This is the real art of the deal. And he goes on. Jagmeet Singh has called Trump a bully and a troll. He has also issued a challenge to anyone running to be Prime Minister in Canada. He says, fight fire with fire. Impose retaliatory tariffs on America. Apparently, this is Jagmeet Singh 2.0. His party sources say that he plans to be unplugged and unfiltered this year. Unplugged from reality, I guess, because mocking Donald Trump is the worst idea. He and his allies feed on the online banter. Just look at what happened to Jagmeet's former bestie, Justin Trudeau. He said there isn't a snowball's chance in hell that Canada would join the US, which is Canadian for no way. Now look at Elon Musk's reply. This is what he wrote to Trudeau. "Girl, you're not the governor of Canada anymore, so it doesn't matter what you say." Is that appropriate diplomatic talk? Far from it. But that's what you get from Trump and his allies. They want you to push back, to engage in these online spats. And Jagmeet Singh has walked right into it, though frankly it works well for India. Until now, Jagmeet and Trudeau had an ally in Washington. Joe Biden may not have criticized New Delhi, but he did openly support Canada. Trump's Khalistan policy is more ambiguous. Nobody knows if he will support India or Canada. If Jagmeet Singh keeps attacking him in this manner, he may just side with India. After all, Jagmeet is the Khalistani mascot in Ottawa. So New Delhi should enjoy this banter. As for Jagmeet Singh, his party is projected to finish third in the election. His chances of becoming Prime Minister are about the same as Trudeau's, 0. And Trudeau is not even in the race. So it's easy for Jagmeet Singh to mock Donald Trump, to promise retaliatory tariffs, because he knows that he doesn't have to follow through, that he won't be in power in Canada. In fact, this has been the highlight of his political career, shoot and scoot. We saw that against India as well. Jagmeet Singh kept egging Trudeau on. He supported the baseless allegations against India. He even sought sanctions on New Delhi, and Trudeau played along. Jagmeet and Trudeau dragged Canada into a standoff with India, but when the going got tough, he jumped ship. He scrapped his coalition with Justin Trudeau. Like I said, classic shoot and scoot. Jagmeet Singh was convinced that India killed Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Khalistani terrorist in Canada, but the probe is not going to plan. Canada had arrested 4 Indian nationals in this case. Reports say all 4 are now out on bail. We're talking about men who allegedly gunned down a Canadian national, according to their investigation at least. And if that is true, how did they get bail? Apparently because evidence is lacking. Now, bail does not mean innocent. These men have not been cleared by Canadian courts, but it does confirm what India has been saying, that Canada does not have proof. Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh kept blaming the Indian government, but they did not share any evidence. Looks like their prosecution is doing the very same thing. Of course, none of this will bother Trudeau anymore. He's leaving this mess to his successor. But what about Jagmeet Singh? He has led the New Democrats in 2 elections in Canada in 2019 and 2021, and both times they got trounced. Before Jagmeet Singh, this party, the NDP, had 44 seats. In 2019, they were cut down to 24, and in 2021, they got 25 seats. I guess he wasn't unplugged in those elections. Yet Jagmeet Singh is still the party leader, hopefully not for much longer though. Canadian media is piling the pressure on him. Just look at this op-ed in the National Post. This is what it says: Jagmeet Singh's future of irrelevancy cannot come soon enough. I guess for once, we agree with Canada. Now let's move to the US city of Los Angeles, which is dealing with devastating wildfires. 5 people have been killed, 130,000 have been evacuated, thousands of homes have burnt to the ground, and firefighters are struggling to contain the blaze. By some estimates, the total damages are worth $57 billion. That makes it one of the most expensive disasters ever recorded. At this point, the priority should be dealing with the tragedy, but US politicians are mired in a political battle. As Los Angeles continues to burn, they're fighting over fire hydrants and debating whether they had enough water. Our next report tells you more.
Welcome to the Hollywood Hills, a legendary neighborhood in the heart of Los Angeles. It's home to countless celebrities, a front row view of the world's most influential studios, and the iconic Hollywood sign. But tonight, it's not the lights of Tinseltown that are shining bright, it's the glow of destructive flames. Wildfires are tearing through Los Angeles, leaving devastation in their wake. The Hollywood Hills now stand directly in the line of fire. Across the city, the devastation is heartbreaking. At least 5 lives have been lost. Over 130,000 people have been forced to flee their homes.
Please leave the area.
Even the richest and most famous haven't been spared. Prominent celebrities like Paris Hilton and Adam Brody have lost everything. Entire productions have gone dark, the Oscars have delayed their nominations, and a city built on storytelling now grapples with a real-life tragedy.
Getting everything, our house is on fire. That's our house. You can tell it's next, and we're getting out.
I feel like Governor Newsom, if you're watching this, if you can please help out and reach out to us, that would be wonderful. We live here in Altadena, and yeah, we're just going through it.
The first flames ignited in the Pacific Palisades. Within hours, the inferno spread to 4 other areas: Pasadena, Sylmar, Hollywood Hills, and the Acton region. Only 1 fire has been contained so far. The others continue to ravage the city. Fast-moving flames, fanned by powerful winds, have leveled 1,500 structures. Many of them are multi-million-dollar homes. Officials are calling it the worst fire in Los Angeles' history and possibly one of the most expensive disasters ever recorded. Early estimates put the damage at a staggering $57 billion.
Well, it's kind of sad, you know. I mean, everybody's lost, not just this community. The community next door, I'm sure all the people up there have lost everything. It's just pretty devastating. This is pretty devastating. I don't think LA's seen anything like this before.
What's gone up in flames? I can't believe I'm standing here. I broke every blockade to get here. It's just so sad. Excuse my language.
So what caused this devastating fire? Wildfires are a natural part of life in the American West. They even play a crucial role in the ecosystem. Southern California experienced 2 decades of drought, followed by 2 unusually wet years that triggered explosive vegetation growth. This lush growth dried out after 8 months without rain, turning the region into a tinderbox ready to ignite. And this winter, it was one of the driest California has ever seen. All it took was a spark, a single catalyst. Combined with extreme winds, the fires quickly spun out of control. While investigations continue to determine the immediate cause, one thing is certain: climate change is a major player in this tragedy. But as Los Angeles keeps burning, the raging inferno has led to a political battle. California is a blue state headed by Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom. US President Joe Biden, too, was supposed to be in Rome today, but he cancelled his visit to monitor the situation.
Trump, did you make a decision?
But President-elect Donald Trump is using this tragedy to take aim at Governor Newsom. He's accused the state government of gross incompetence. He claims fire hydrants ran dry when they were needed the most. And he's criticized policies that prioritized preserving wetlands and wildlife, arguing that these decisions have now come back to haunt Los Angeles. Trump's comments have sparked a fresh wave of controversy, turning the devastation into a political flashpoint.
The biggest homes, some of the most valuable homes in the world are just destroyed. I don't even know, you talk about a tax base. If those people leave, you're going to lose half your tax base of California. This is a true tragedy, and it's a mistake of the governor, and you could say the administration. They don't have any water. They didn't have water in the fire hydrants. They don't have water.
Trump says it's an issue he raised during campaigning, and his BFF Elon Musk has chimed in. He says LA's incompetence and the fire department prioritizing DEI, which stands for diversity, equality and inclusion, has left Los Angeles to die right now. So the city faces not only a natural disaster, but a political and social reckoning. This tragedy has exposed fault lines in policy and preparedness, with accusations and blame games shifting as quickly as the fires themselves. While residents grapple with loss and uncertainty, the larger questions loom. How will California adapt to a new era of climate-driven disasters? Who will take responsibility for the failures? And what does this tragedy mean for the future of a city built on dreams? For now, the fires rage on, leaving Los Angeles scarred and searching for answers.
Let's turn to the UK now, where politicians are training their guns on Pakistan and talking about cutting aid. This is about the so-called grooming gangs, groups of men who sexually abuse and rape young girls. They've been doing it for many years, and it's all documented. Now there are calls for a national inquiry on the issue. Prime Minister Keir Starmer is trying to avoid it, but the pressure is mounting. And where does Pakistan come in? Most of these gangs are made up of Pakistani men, and that has become the biggest flashpoint. Some British politicians want action against Pakistan. They say cut off foreign aid. And leading that charge is MP Rupert Lowe. He's a member of the UK's Reform Party. He says Pakistan must accept and jail deported rapists. Only then should aid be given. And how much money are we talking about? Last year, it was around $50 million. It is set to triple in the coming years. In fact, Pakistan is the biggest recipient of UK aid, and Elon Musk is supporting this move. He says the UK owes it to the grooming victims. Some diaspora groups are also unhappy with Keir Starmer. His ministers have often called the gangs Asian. But Hindu and Sikh groups have objected to it. They say most of the gangs are Pakistani, so call them Pakistani, not Asian. Tonight, let's dig deeper into this issue. Why is the focus on Pakistani grooming gangs? At the outset, let me say this, race and religion are a factor here, but they're not the cause. These gangs are not raping girls because they're Pakistani or Muslim. The far right may want to think that, but that is not the reason. The reason is that the system created in Pakistan and the UK is flawed, a system that does not punish abusers. First, look at some numbers. More than 4,200 Pakistani children were abused in 2023. That's almost 11 per day. Now, sex education is virtually non-existent in Pakistan, and so is legal support. They did not have a national child abuse law until 2020. They also did not have a national sex offenders registry until 2024. All of this makes abuse quite rampant in Pakistan. On the other side, the UK's visa system has been called weak. Criminal checks are not mandatory, so people coming in just have to self-declare. Reports say hundreds of foreign criminals have been allowed to enter the UK. These are convicted murderers, rapists and child abusers. They're all allowed. They basically fell through the cracks in the system. And this works both ways. One such example is that of Sohail Ayaz. He was a Pakistani bookkeeper and accountant. He was wanted in Italy for abusing children. Yet he was granted a UK visa. In 2008, this man started working at a British charity. He was later identified, arrested and deported. Guess what Pakistan did with him? He was appointed to advise the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa government. But like most abusers, he did not change his ways. He was caught again in 2019, though not before he had raped multiple victims in Pakistan. In total, Ayaz admitted to abusing 30 children, 30. Clearly, this is systemic failure. And you can't avoid the issue simply because of race or religion. Even Pakistanis admit the problem. Let me quote a 2018 report in The Dawn. This is the largest English newspaper in Pakistan. Look at what they said. I'm quoting here. I was offended by the use of Pakistanis and Muslims, believing that it was wrong for mainstream broadcasters to narrow down so much on a group of people based on their country of origin or religion. Later, when more cases came to light, it dawned on me that the sections of British media describing the perpetrators as Pakistanis were not off the mark. So the problem does exist, and Britons have a right to be angry. Let me tell you what happened to the Rockdale grooming gang. Their ringleader was convicted in 2012, 12 years ago. He was deported. He was ordered to be deported back to Pakistan. And guess where he is now? He is still in Rockdale, in a £140,000 apartment fighting deportation because Pakistan refuses to take him back. It is not racist to raise these problems. It is not racist to question Pakistan's weak laws, especially when it is wreaking havoc on other parts of the world. What I'm about to tell you now may sound like a plot out of a crime thriller, but it happened for real. It includes a Japanese crime syndicate, an Iranian nuclear consignment, and an American operation. The story revolves around a man called Takeshi Ebisawa. He's 60 years old, a Japanese gang lord, and now a global headliner. He tried to sell nuclear material to the Iranians and was caught by the Americans. Now he has pleaded guilty and faces a life behind bars. His story begins in Tokyo's shadowy streets. Ebisawa was a criminal, but not a regular criminal. He was a high-ranking boss in the Yakuza. That's Japan's notorious crime syndicate, the Yakuza. It is based in Japan, but its operations are spread across the world, in Sri Lanka, in Myanmar, in Thailand, and even in the United States. In 2020, Ebisawa approached a man, someone he believed was a high-level dealer, someone connected to an Iranian general. But this dealer was in fact an undercover agent. He was a man working for the DEA, the American Drug Enforcement Agency. Ebisawa obviously had no idea. He remained in touch with this agent and carefully crafted a deal. Then 6 months later, he made his move. Ebisawa sent an email with an offer, 50 tons of uranium and thorium for $6.8 million. And the email was not just words, it included photographs, images of a dark, rocky material along with the pictures. There was a Geiger counter. This is a device used to measure radiation levels. Now, Ebisawa claimed that he was sourcing them from Myanmar. He was offering uranium and thorium. And what did he want in return? He wanted surface-to-air missiles, among other things. Then he doubled down on his claims. Ebisawa provided the American agent with yellow cake. This is a uranium concentrate, yellow cake. US authorities tested it, They found that this sample contained uranium, thorium and plutonium. And all of this happened when Ebisawa was traveling to the US. So he was promptly arrested. Along with him was a 61-year-old Thai national. He too was arrested. Both were hit by a flurry of charges, and now the Japanese crime boss has pleaded guilty. He could be looking at a life in prison. But Ebisawa's arrest is just the tip of the iceberg. This case shines a spotlight on the illegal trade of nuclear materials. And it's a problem that has existed for some time now. In the 1990s, over 1 million Russians worked in nuclear facilities. By that time, the Soviet Union had collapsed. This led to an economic crisis. So these Russians found a way out, some of them at least. They would smuggle classified nuclear material and then sell it to the highest bidder. The Russian government did crack down, but the threat could not be eliminated. Since 1993, the global nuclear watchdog has recorded more than 4,200 such incidents where nuclear material was smuggled and trafficked, not just to states, but also to non-state actors. They too are getting access to nuclear materials. Like the Al-Qaeda. Reports suggest that the Al-Qaeda chanced upon a shipment of enriched uranium. That's the kind of uranium that you need to make a nuclear bomb, enriched uranium. And it's not just nuclear material. Take Abdul Qadir Khan, for example. He is known as the father of Pakistan's nuclear program. He not only built a bomb for the terror state of Pakistan, he also sold this technology to others. He smuggled nuclear technology to several nations, the likes of Iran, Libya, and North Korea. So Ebisawa's story is a grim reminder. The shadowy trade of nuclear materials is not just fiction. It is a terrifying reality. A battle that transcends borders and comes with catastrophic implications. Our next story is about Iran. The country is looking for a new capital. President Masoud Pezeshkian has been talking about this for months now. And now his official spokesperson has confirmed it. Iran's regime is looking to relocate. It wants to leave Tehran and make its way to the sunny coast of Makran. But is this even feasible? Does Iran have the resources to move its capital? And what makes Makran so special? Our next report has the details.
Tehran is the current capital of Iran. It is Iran's most important city by far. Tehran is around 4 times the size of Iran's second city, Mashhad. The capital and its surrounding region are home to about 20% of Iran's population and 30% of Iran's GDP. It's the definition of a primate city, disproportionately larger and more important than any other. But there's always a problem with putting all your eggs in one basket. If the basket breaks, you're in big trouble. Tehran is a basket that is breaking. It is bursting at the seams because of overpopulation. The water supply there is stretched to the brink. Tehran reportedly consumes 25% of Iran's drinking water, and there are frequent water shortages there. Industries and heavy traffic are taking a toll on the air quality, choking the city every winter. Tehran also lies on major fault lines. It is prone to earthquakes. A big one could kill millions of people and destroy Iran's already fragile economy. So, President Masoud Pezeshkian has come up with a plan. He wants to move the capital. Iran has considered moving capitals before. It has commissioned at least 6 feasibility studies since 1989. Iran's parliament passed a law in 2014 mandating that the government take relocation seriously. Former presidents Mahmoud Ahmadinejad and Hassan Rouhani both considered the idea as well. But despite all this, the needle hasn't really moved. Even the current government spokesperson says there's no hurry.
We are seeking assistance from academics, elites and experts in this field, including engineering, sociology or economics. It is definitely in the Makran region in the south. Hopefully, we can proceed in the most effective direction, although the matter is not urgent.
Iran is taking it slow, but it seems to have identified the new capital region, the Makran coast. Makran is an arid coastal belt, split between Iran and Pakistan. It isn't the first place you would think of for a new capital, but Iran has a plan.
Makran is being considered. In fact, the region of Makran, and of course, two councils have been formed. One is a council that is assessing the problems of the capital, and two, a council that is working on the sea-oriented economy, and one of its assignments is working on the measurements required for Makran area.
Iran wants its new capital to be coastal. It wants to take advantage of the trade possibilities and cut on transportation costs. Pezeshkian said, and I quote, "Transporting raw materials from the south to the center, processing them, and then returning them south for export drains our competitive capacity. We must shift the country's economic and political center to the south and closer to the sea." That is why they have zeroed in on Makran. It fits all the required criteria. But is this plan realistic? Moving capitals is rare, but it has been done before. Turkey moved its capital from Istanbul to Ankara in the 1920s. Brazil moved it from Rio de Janeiro to Brasilia. The old capitals remain economic power centers, but the new administrative capitals are successful in their own right. They help relieve some of the pressure from the bigger cities. The problem with Iran's plan isn't functionality, it is finances. The country is reeling from Western sanctions. It has an abundance of resources, but hardly anyone to trade with, because the West has hammered Iran's economy. Iran's exports may become more competitive with the coastal capital. It may be able to reduce costs and offer terms that potential partners can't refuse. But how will Iran afford to set up a new capital in the first place? Money is the biggest hurdle for Iran right now. So while Pezeshkian's plan might be great in the long run, he might not have the funds to begin the journey.
Earlier this week, we told you about India and the Taliban, how India was backing the Taliban against Pakistan. Pakistan carried out an attack on Afghan soil. India supported the Taliban's version of events. That was part one of this developing story. Part two took place yesterday in Dubai, when India and the Taliban held high-level talks. India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and Afghanistan's acting Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi, they met in Dubai. Now, Muttaqi is a member of the Taliban regime. Since India does not recognize the regime, he is seen as the acting foreign minister. That part has not changed. But the high-level talks indicate a shift, a reset between New Delhi and Kabul. It shows that India is willing to engage with the Taliban at the highest levels. Let's take a closer look at this. Both diplomats flew down to Dubai for the sit-down. During the talks, India's focus was on the Afghan people. India has been providing humanitarian assistance to them for years now, and it has agreed to extend this assistance. New Delhi will also support two key areas: Afghanistan's health sector and the rehabilitation of Afghan refugees. This is the need of the hour. A number of Afghans live in other countries, in neighboring nations like Pakistan and Iran, both of which have been cracking down on these Afghans. Pakistan is particularly harsh. It has been expelling Afghans in large numbers and piling new burdens on the ones who remain. Millions of these refugees have been forced to go back. The Taliban are looking to rehabilitate them, to give them a place to live, and it wants India to help. New Delhi agreed to do this, to keep supporting the ordinary people of Afghanistan. But India was not just meeting with the Taliban to act as some guardian angel. This is geopolitics. India has interests too, and India wants to protect them. One area of concern is security. Afghanistan has been used to support terrorist attacks against India. This has happened in the past when the Taliban were close to Pakistan. India wants to make sure that this never happens again. And the Taliban understand New Delhi's concerns. They reassured Foreign Secretary Misri. They said, and I'm quoting, "Afghanistan does not pose a threat to any nation." It's a bit rich coming from the Taliban, but this is what they told India. Let's hope that this proves true. India's next concern was economics. New Delhi has poured a lot of money into Afghanistan over the years, about $3 billion by some estimates. India has funded a number of infrastructure development projects. The Taliban want this to continue. India does not want all that money to go to waste, so it is trying to secure these investments. And not just in Afghanistan, in neighboring Iran as well. India is building the Chabahar port in Iran's Balochistan region. This will allow India to bypass Pakistan and access Iran, Afghanistan, and all the Central Asian countries. India has spent millions on Chabahar as well, so it wants to maximize the port's potential. That's where the Taliban talks come into play again. India needs to engage with them so that trade can flow all the way north, and the Taliban have agreed to this too. Trade through the port will be promoted. This will help with India's humanitarian aid deliveries as well. So it works out well for both sides. That was everything that they agreed on. The Taliban, of course, wants more. More engagements, more trade, and more people-to-people contacts. They want an easier visa regime for Afghan entrepreneurs, medical patients, and students. India has agreed to look into this too. All this shows that India has some sway over the Taliban regime. It is forging a working relationship. Over time, this should be used to help the Afghan people further, especially the Afghan women. Because no matter the geopolitics, India cannot simply look away and ignore their plight. It must use whatever leverage it has to speak up for them. Do you like hot dogs? If you are in North Korea, you can't eat, cook, or sell them anymore, because Pyongyang has outlawed hot dogs. The beloved American food is facing Kim Jong-un's ire. As part of his war on foreign influence, it has claimed countless victims already, from South Korea's tteokbokki to Japan's sushi, from skinny jeans to high heels, from K-pop to foreign books. Even certain haircuts are banned in the hermit kingdom of North Korea, and now hot dogs are going to the dogs. What does this mean for the country? Here is a report.
What do you think counts as treason? Trying to illegally overthrow a government? Conspiring with enemies of your nation? Well, if you're in North Korea, it could take much, much less. Now, eating hot dogs is treasonous in the Hermit Kingdom, because Pyongyang has outlawed hot dogs. Those eating, cooking, or selling the beloved American food could be detained and even sentenced to the country's labor camps. It sounds like a bit much, but if you plan to argue, you're barking up the wrong tree. Because apparently, Kim logic is the supreme logic. You see, hot dogs are very American, and they have found a fan in North Korea. People were eating the food by dipping it in the Korean soup budae-jjigae, also known as the army base stew. This is a South Korean-American fusion dish. The stew was banned in 2017, but people couldn't stop eating the hot dogs with or without the soup. So now, a hot dog ban has come in paw with the soup ban, pardon the pun. Because Kim is trying his best to expunge Western influence from his country. So hot dogs have been buried along with budae-jjigae and tteokbokki, the South Korean dish, and even Japanese sushi. You may ask, is North Korea really in a position to ban food? This is a country where millions are living in poverty. The population is largely malnourished. So banning food in a country which doesn't have enough food to eat in the first place seems a little counterintuitive. But why feed the people when you can embody cancel culture and tighten your leash on hot dogs? Picture this. You live in North Korea. Want to get a haircut? If you're a woman, Kim has been kind enough to limit your confusion. There are only 14 options to choose from. And if you're married, hooray! Your hair will be low maintenance because long hair is outlawed. If you're a man, things may get tricky because your hair can't be longer than 5 centimeters. So carry a ruler to the barber shop. Now level 2 awaits you. What will you wear? Well, let's rephrase. What shouldn't you wear? No short skirts, no big logos, nothing flashy, no high heels, no designer shoes, no skinny jeans. Clearly, Kim knows what's up with Gen Z, so much so that he's banned these things. He also knows that fashion clashes are the worst, so he can wear a leather jacket, but it's outlawed for the commoners. What about life goals? Which career should you pick? If you plan on being a rock star, don't. Mullets are outlawed, so are spiky or dyed hair. And if you plan on becoming the next dictator, don't. Kim Jong-un's current look is patented. If you get a similar haircut, punishment awaits you. What about marriage? Well, white wedding dresses are also outlawed in North Korea. But no matter what you wear to your wedding, know that it's for the keeps, because anyone seeking divorce will be sent to the labor camps. Do you know what else is banned in the country? Foreign TV, movies and books, South Korean entertainment, international calls, sports cars, iPhones, slang and Christmas. Because even Santa will have difficulty leaving this country if he gets here. It's illegal for North Koreans to leave without government permission. And if you don't oblige to the countless demands on the treason list, you will face torture, forced labor, life imprisonment, and even execution. Pyongyang is world-renowned for its human rights violations. And now, in this war on treasonous foreign influence, hot dogs are Kim Jong-un's latest hit job. Safe to say, the Hermit Kingdom is going to the dogs.
For our next story tonight, let's go back in history. 110 years to be precise. On this day in 1915, a Pravasi, an overseas Indian, returned to his homeland. You must have heard of him. His name was M.K. Gandhi. The world knows him as Mahatma Gandhi. On this day in 1915, he returned to India from South Africa, after which he led the freedom movement and transformed countless lives. So this day, this milestone is celebrated by India with the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, a day dedicated to overseas Indians. Every 2 years, India holds this convention. It honors the contributions of the Indian diaspora to their homeland. Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the 18th edition. It is being held in the state of Odisha. It is themed Diaspora's Contribution to Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat means a developed India. The world's most populous nation wants to be a developed nation by 2047. Viksit Bharat is India's ambitious roadmap, and this road is smoother thanks to overseas Indians.
सोशल वैल्यूज हैं जो आप सभी वहां की सोसाइटी में ऐड करते हैं. हम सिर्फ मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी ही नहीं है, बल्कि डेमोक्रेसी हमारी लाइफ का हिस्सा है, हमारी जीवन पद्धति है. हमें डायवर्सिटी सिखानी नहीं पड़ती. हमारा जीवन ही डायवर्सिटी से चलता है.
According to the United Nations, 18 million Indians live overseas. They form the world's biggest diaspora, and they are a global asset because they are well educated. They lead in the global pool of educated immigrants, and they earn more. Many of them are doctors, engineers, or tech leaders. Take the US, for instance. This is the world's biggest economy. Last year, India contributed about 2 million degree holders to this country. That's 14% of their total educated immigrant population. 79% of the Indians living there are college graduates, which is almost double of the nationwide average, which stands at 34%. Which brings us to the earnings. Indians are the highest earning ethnic minority group in the US. Look at the median household earnings. The nationwide average is around $64,000. For Indian households in the US, it is over $123,000. That's almost double of the average. And this is not just about the US. This pattern is playing out the world over. Indians have become an indispensable force for countries across the world and by proxy for India. They are bolstering India's economy. You see, many Indians living abroad send money back home. These are called remittances. And they infuse billions of dollars into the Indian economy. Last year, this number stood at $129 billion, making India the top recipient of remittances globally. This is almost equal to the annual budgets of Bangladesh and Pakistan combined. This inflow boosts foreign exchange reserves. It drives development in rural areas and it provides support to families. But their contribution is way more than monetary. You see, members of diaspora act as bridge builders. That's what they're often called, because they help build ties with other countries. They bring advantages to their new and original country, and they transfer skills and knowledge. Study after study shows that. They help drive progress in their home country. They increase their home country's recognition on the world stage. They fuel its soft power. They can also influence policy making in both their home country and the one they live in. For instance, when members of a diaspora are involved in politics, they're more keen to increase trade between the two nations. So there are many upsides. And we can see this with Indians overseas. They are growing in influence, socially and politically. They're increasingly visible in global politics. From the US to the UK to Singapore, they are expanding India's cultural footprint. They're burnishing India's image and fueling economic opportunities through tourism and exports. So whether you look at the numbers or beyond, you will see that Indians stand out. They've positioned India as a global talent headquarters, as a country building a global workforce.
आने वाले कई दशकों तक भारत दुनिया का सबसे यंग और स्किल्ड पॉपुलेशन वाला देश बना रहेगा। ये भारत ही है जहां से दुनिया की एक बड़ी स्किल डिमांड पूरी होगी। आपने देखा होगा दुनिया के अनेक देश अब भारत के स्किल्ड यूथ का दोनों हाथों से स्वागत कर रहे हैं।
In a globalized era, the diaspora only becomes more important with each passing year. Whether it is technology, best practices, or resources, be it tourism, trade, or investment, the two-way flows you enable are invaluable.
This is not to say that there are no challenges. To create a global workforce or to achieve Viksit Bharat ambitions, India will have to do more than leveraging the diaspora's financial resources. India must tap into their knowledge, their experience, and their global networks. With innovative policies and platforms, India wants to do just that. I'm sure you've heard of Infosys. It is one of the largest IT companies in India. Their Mysuru campus is in the news right now, all thanks to a new visitor, an elusive leopard. It's been roaming around the campus since December 31st, and obviously this is a security issue, so the company asked some of its employees to work from home and cue the jokes. You see, Infosys was co-founded by Narayan Murthy, a giant of the Indian IT sector, but recently he's been under fire for his opinions on workplace culture. He has advocated for 6-day work weeks. He says people should work for 14 hours a day. And yes, he opposes work from home. So the internet cracked the obvious joke. If you want remote work in Infosys, let a leopard loose. Take a look. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban is holidaying in India's Kerala with his family. South Korean protesters keep warm on the coldest day of winter yet with foam blankets and cup noodles, and humanoid robots walk, talk and flirt at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 2007, Apple CEO Steve Jobs introduced the first iPhone. It was Apple's risky move into the mobile phone market. The first iPhone offered a touchscreen and easy access to the internet. At that time, it was revolutionary, changing the smartphone market forever. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
때문에 얼마나 많은 백성들이 삶을 후퇴당했는지. 여기까지 보도록 하시죠. 여기가 공수사회를 알려드리고 하겠습니다. 큰 박수로 인사합니다. 나가십시오. 하고 싶었던 말이 하나 있습니다. 무상식도들!
Feels like
자리가 많아서
eres el más guapo.
Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for being with us today. We've got the latest on the wildfires raging throughout Los Angeles, as well as a brewing battle between Donald Trump and one of America's most stalwart allies. All that and more coming up. Now, what you just saw is the large-scale destruction caused by the most destructive fire in the history of Los Angeles, California. There are now at least 5 wildfires raging across Los Angeles and the neighboring Ventura County with almost zero containment. The latest blaze sprung alive on top of the iconic Hollywood Hills, which includes celebrity homes and landmarks like the Hollywood sign and the Dolby Theater. Authorities say the wildfires have killed at least 5 people, destroyed more than 1,000 buildings, torched nearly 27,000 acres of land, and forced about 130,000 people to evacuate. Now, as the flames rage on, firefighters in Los Angeles are facing an additional challenge, a critical shortage of water. The water tanks that supply 3 million gallons of water to the Pacific Palisades, where the largest wildfire is flaring up, ran dry on Wednesday.
We had a tremendous demand on our system in the Palisades. We pushed the system to the extreme. 4 times the normal demand was seen for 15 hours straight, which lowered our water pressure. We were pushing 75 CFS on our trunk line to try to keep water pressures in the system. If there's a message you take away from me today, is I need our customers to really conserve water, not just in the Palisade area, but the whole system, because the fire department needs the water to fight the fires, and we're fighting a wildfire with urban water systems, and that is really challenging.
And of course, never one to miss a chance to sow division, Donald Trump blamed California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom for failing to contain the natural disaster.
Well, it's very sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsom to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific because they're trying to protect a tiny little fish, which is in other areas, by the way, called the smelt. And for the sake of the smelt, they have no water. They had no water in the fire hydrants today in Los Angeles. It was a terrible thing. And we're going to get that done. It's going to finally be done. I got it done from the federal side, and he didn't want to sign it, but it's not going to happen again like that. There's no reason. Can you imagine? You have farmers that don't have any water in California. They have plenty of water. They don't have a drought. They send it out to the Pacific, and it's crazy. So what's happening in California is a true tragedy.
Now, it's worth noting that when Donald Trump was president in 2019, he planned to pump more water from California's Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta to supply farms. However, his plan fell short after environmentalists and state officials said it would threaten endangered salmon, smelt, and steelhead species of fish. Meanwhile, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is facing a different kind of fire. She's receiving massive backlash on social media for being in Ghana to attend the inauguration of its new president while the fires rage in her city.
I know the world is looking at images of our city's devastation. I have seen the front lines of the Palisades fire, and it is staggering. I spoke with President Biden today and Governor Newsom earlier today, and they assured me of full federal and state support.
Now, a mandatory evacuation has been issued in the Hollywood Hills following the spread of the wildfires. The homes of several celebrities, including Paris Hilton, Billy Crystal, and Mandy Moore, have in fact been destroyed. Meanwhile, Jamie Curtis, Maria Shriver, Mark Hamill, and James Woods are among the stars who were forced to evacuate. Other stars who own property in the area include Adam Sandler, Ben Affleck, Tom Hanks, and Steven Spielberg. The blaze has also postponed award ceremonies and filming of several movies and shows, disrupting the entire film and television industry. And staying in the United States, Elon Musk has ramped up his attacks on billionaire George Soros after writing a long thread on his social media platform X. The latest attack comes just days after President Joe Biden awarded Soros the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Now, the 94-year-old billionaire was unable to attend the ceremony, and the prestigious award was received by his son, Alex Soros. However, Elon Musk's rant against Soros began right after the medal award was given to his son when the Tesla CEO likened George Soros to the Emperor Palpatine of Star Wars. And not stopping there, Musk again accused the philanthropist and billionaire of harboring hate towards humanity and the Jewish people. Mind you, Soros himself is Jewish. Musk has accused Soros of donating $15 million to organizations that work with Hamas, which has helped the terror group end the ongoing war with Israel. The Tesla and SpaceX CEO then accused George Soros of interfering in democracies globally and even funding and orchestrating regime changes across the world. Now, it's not just Elon Musk who's been railing against the Democratic rainmaker. In fact, Donald Trump has long accused Soros of funding and influencing the district attorney overseeing his hush money trial.
So this was a very big day, a very revealing day. As you see, their case is totally falling apart. They have nothing on books and records, and even something that should bear very little relationship to the case. It's just a disaster for the DA, for the Soros-backed DA. It's a disaster. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA, and the whole thing, we didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now.
And it's not just Elon Musk and Donald Trump, but international right-wing leaders, including Viktor Orban and Benjamin Netanyahu, have also been critical of George Soros and have accused the billionaire-turned-philanthropist of meddling in their countries.
We see that the vast network of world power and the worldview of the liberal life embodied by the Soros empire is now being pushed out of America. And now only Brussels is in its hands. So we patriots have to face the fact that Soros has lost Washington, but he still has Brussels in his hands. This is where he withdrew. The key to our future is that here in Brussels, the patriots who oppose everything that is happening, who are in opposition to Brussels, can win a majority in Brussels in the foreseeable future. And can we take back Brussels from George Soros? That's the question now.
And now it must be noted that, like George Soros, Elon Musk is also being accused of meddling and interfering in other countries. Most recently, the leaders of France, Germany, the United Kingdom, and Spain accused the Tesla CEO of inciting hatred and attacking European institutions using his social media platform X.
The international far right that we have been opposing in Spain for years, led in this case by the richest man on the planet, openly attacks our institutions, incites hatred, and openly supports the heirs of Nazism in Germany, in the next elections to be held in the most important country in the European economy. The decisive factor is that Mr. Musk has supported a party that is partly right-wing extremist and, as we can see, is not only active in this direction in this country. And that's something we don't just disagree with, I reject that.
While the honourable member for Clacton may miss out on his big allowance from Elon Musk, the spectre of the richest man in the world trying to buy a British political party should give us all pause for thought.
For years now, Soros has been targeted by the political right wing, including Donald Trump and now even Musk. However, with Musk himself facing accusations from America's closest allies over political interference, it looks like the two billionaires have similar practices, but for their own interest. And speaking of Donald Trump, the president-elect shared a video on his social media platform Truth Social criticizing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in not so pleasant language. The clip shows economist Jeffrey Sachs calling the Israeli leader a deep, dark SOB. Sachs also accuses Netanyahu of manipulating U.S. foreign policy to wage endless wars in the Middle East. The clip is a snippet of an interview where Sachs talked about Netanyahu's strategy for eliminating Hamas and Hezbollah. He claims the Israeli prime minister has been following a systemic plan since 1995 to eliminate Hezbollah and Hamas by toppling their supporting governments in Iran, Iraq, and Syria. The Columbia University professor added that Netanyahu has been trying to get the United States to go to war against Iran.
Netanyahu had, from 1995 on, the theory that the only way we are going to get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah is by toppling the governments that support them. That's Iraq, Syria, and Iran, and the guy is nothing if not obsessive. And he is still trying to get us to fight Iran to this day, this week. He is a deep, dark SOB, sorry to tell you. He has gotten us into endless wars, and because of the power of all this in U.S. politics, he has gotten his way.
Now, Trump's motives to promote Sachs' video remains unclear. However, it comes weeks after the Israeli prime minister claimed to have a friendly and warm discussion about hostage negotiations in Gaza about the change of regime in Syria.
We have no interest in a conflict with Syria. We will determine Israel's policy towards Syria according to the emerging reality on the ground.
I discussed all of this again last night with my friend, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump. It was a very friendly, very warm, and very important conversation. We talked about the need to complete Israel's victory, and we also talked at length about the efforts we are making to free our hostages.
Now, after his election victory, Donald Trump has repeatedly assured Netanyahu that he is, in fact, trying to bring back the hostages before his inauguration.
Bibi, we had a very good talk. We discussed what is going to happen, and I'll be very available on January 20th, and we'll see. As you know, I gave warning that if these hostages aren't back home by that date, all hell's going to break out.
Now, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have had a tumultuous relationship over the years. They worked closely during Donald Trump's first term, with the president-elect recognizing Israel's sovereignty in the Golan Heights and supporting the Abraham Accords with Gulf states. However, the two had a falling out in 2020 when the Israeli leader congratulated President Joe Biden for winning the election, which Donald Trump to this day contests as fraudulent. Later, Trump accused Netanyahu of disloyalty and even used the F word while interviewing for a book about his Middle East peace efforts. With Donald Trump's just days away from taking office, it remains unclear, however, why he shared the video now and whether he will resume ties with Netanyahu or hold grudges. Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram and Threads, has ignited controversy with sweeping changes to its moderation policies. The new guidelines allows users to accuse LGBTQ individuals of mental illness, shocking many who once viewed Meta as an ally. This dramatic shift starkly contrasts with the platform's 2021 ban of Donald Trump for inciting violence during the January 6 Capitol riots. Critics have called the move a dangerous rollback of protections for marginalized groups. Here's more on the about face by the social media giant.
Social media platforms bridge gaps and connect people worldwide. However, they also serve as tools for hate, misinformation, and abuse. And Meta's latest policy changes have raised significant concerns, especially among the LGBTQ+ community and human rights groups. This Tuesday, Meta updated its moderation guidelines for Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. The changes now allow accusations of mental illness against LGBTQ+ individuals, specifically regarding their gender identity or sexual orientation. If that wasn't enough, Meta's revamped guidelines will now also tolerate terms like weird, address women to be household objects, and black people as farm equipment. Of course, just like many other times, Meta justified this move and cited political and religious discourse around homosexuality and transgenderism.
So we built a lot of complex systems to moderate content. But the problem with complex systems is they make mistakes. Even if they accidentally censor just 1% of posts, that's millions of people. And we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
This adjustment has sparked outrage among advocacy groups, which accuse Meta of enabling hate speech.
Without these necessary hate speech and other policies, Meta is giving the green light for people to target LGBTQ people, women, immigrants, and other marginalized groups with violence, vitriol, and dehumanizing narratives. With these changes, Meta is continuing to normalize anti-LGBTQ hatred for profit at the expense of its users and true freedom of expression.
Meta's overhaul extends beyond LGBTQ+ issues. The company has also scrapped policies prohibiting insults based on race, ethnicity, national origin, disability, and gender identity.
I think that this is a bit politically motivated, but I also think that there has been a huge push worldwide for these changes to happen. The oversight board, for example, with Meta was an interesting experiment, and obviously, it's not going to continue in its current form, but there will be implications from it.
After the major policy reforms, CEO Mark Zuckerberg also announced a major shift in fact-checking. Zuckerberg explained Meta will replace its trusted organizational partners with a community-driven system similar to X's community notes.
First, we're going to get rid of fact-checkers and replace them with community notes similar to X, starting in the US. So over the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community notes system.
Meta's current stand contrasts sharply with its previous policies. In 2021, the company suspended President-elect Donald Trump's accounts on Facebook and Instagram for 24 hours and then extended the ban for 2 years. This action followed posts he made during the US Capitol riots, which were deemed a severe violation of Meta's rules. But with the latest policy changes, similar posts may not likely see a ban on the account and would be corrected by community notes instead. These recent developments signal a U-turn in Meta's approach to moderation. Policies that once protected users from hate and abuse now appear relaxed. For example, while the former US president faced consequences for inciting unrest, today's changes suggest greater leniency towards harmful speech. But who doesn't want to be friends with the president? It seems like Zuckerberg is doing everything to join Trump's inner circle, even if it means more hate speech online. From meeting the president-elect at his Florida residence to the company donating $1 million for his second inauguration, the tech giant is doing everything to be in Trump's good books, including appointing hardcore Trump supporters to its board like UFC CEO Dana White. Meta's policy changes have profound implications for online discourse. By allowing targeted accusations and removing protective guidelines, the platform risks becoming a breeding ground for hate and misinformation. Once a champion of safeguarding speech, Meta now faces accusations of abandoning its responsibilities. And critics ask, how far will Zuckerberg go with his political agendas?
And finally from Canada, where in Indian weddings, vibrant celebrations have become the center of an online firestorm. A local resident was so disturbed by the drumming and dancing near her home that she called for the deportation of Indians. Sharing her frustration on X, she described the wedding as a nuisance and even claimed that everyone will despise the Indians given enough time. Her remarks have sparked fierce debates about cultural tolerance and racism in Canada. Our final report brings you more.
Weddings are moments of joy, bringing families together to celebrate love. In India, they are grand affairs filled with music, dancing, and vibrant traditions. However, when such celebrations take place abroad, they often become targets of unwarranted criticism, revealing underlying prejudices. A recent incident in Canada has reignited concerns about racism towards Indians. Sadie Crowell, a Canadian woman, posted a video complaining about a nearby Indian wedding. Originally posted on TikTok, the video, which has now gone viral and shared on the platform X, shows her lamenting the noise from the celebrations that extended into the early morning. Crowell's caption, however, took her frustration to a deeply offensive level. Everyone will despise the Indians given enough time. Now, this isn't an isolated incident. Canada has seen repeated targeting of Indians and Indian culture.
You are Indian?
In October last year, another video went viral. An Indian Canadian recorded a white Canadian woman telling him to go back to India, without knowing that he was a Canadian citizen.
So is that a crime?
And within a few months, another incident, this time targeting Indian wedding celebrations, has gone viral. However, Crowell's video has divided the internet. While some sympathize with her, others are calling out the inherent racism in her remarks. One user wrote celebrating marriage isn't a crime, while another pointed out, go and enjoy the band rather than showing hatred. The debate spiraled further when certain users on X used the incident to justify anti-Indian sentiments. Comments ranged from calls for mass deportation to conspiracy theories accusing Indians of enabling corruption. What's more striking is the double standard at play. Canada prides itself on being a multicultural nation, yet incidents like these show a lack of genuine inclusivity. And the criticism of the Indian wedding is more than just a complaint about noise. It's a reflection of deeper biases, because one cannot celebrate diversity by silencing cultures that you don't understand.
That's all we have time for today. We certainly thank you as always for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority, tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's begin with the latest update from Mauritius. The United Kingdom is doing every possible thing to save its Chagos deal after the African island nation's new government began giving it a hard time. In the latest, the UK has reportedly offered to front-load a tranche of payments to Mauritius to finalise the draft deal over the sovereignty of the Chagos Islands that was struck last year between UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the former Mauritius Premier Pravin Jugnauth. Media reports suggest that the UK is offering to pay Mauritius about £90 million, or nearly $110 million a year for the initial 99-year lease of Diego Garcia, the main atoll in the Indian Ocean archipelago, which hosts a strategically crucial US-UK military base. It is believed that London has issued a new proposal to pay an initial tranche covering several years' worth of payments as a sweetener to finalize the stalled Chagos deal, before the US President-elect Donald Trump takes office on the 20th of January. The latest offer is also being seen as a compromise between the new Mauritian administration's demand to increase the financial settlement and the UK government's refusal to increase the overall cost of the 99-year lease. However, experts' reports suggest that the full details of any final financial settlement may never be made public on the grounds of national security. Now, the Chagos Islands are a group of over 60 small islands in the Indian Ocean. After decades of criticism, the UK finally agreed to cede its last colony of Africa to Mauritius in October of 2024. However, as per the draft deal, it was decided that the UK would retain control of Diego Garcia for 99 years. But after former Prime Minister Jugnauth was ousted from office in November, the new government, led by Prime Minister Navin Ramgoolam, began raising concerns about the draft deal that was agreed upon by his predecessor. In December, the Ramgoolam government said that the proposed agreement, which had not been ratified by a treaty, would not produce the benefits that Mauritius expected. Then the Mauritian government, which restarted talks over the deal with London, also said that the UK was nitpicking about the compensation to be granted to the country. And earlier this month made it clear that the tenants must not become the owners of Diego Garcia. This sent shockwaves across London, which was keen on finalising the deal after facing years of backlash over its control of the islands. Now, the UK's Keir Starmer saw the Chagos deal in October as a win for both sides, as it was giving away its last African colony to Mauritius in return for retaining its control over the Diego Garcia military base, which had been built after forcibly removing the Chagos Islanders. But the scrutiny and the renegotiations from the new Mauritian government have created panic for officials at 10 Downing Street and the White House, who were hopeful that the deal would be finalized before Donald Trump assumes office on the 20th of January. Now, reports suggest that Trump might quash the whole deal. He fears it's a threat to national security and might allow China to set up a rival base in the region. Now, the UK is still reportedly hopeful that after its latest offer to pay the Mauritian government up front, both the countries might agree on the terms of the deal ahead of Trump's inauguration. But the Mauritian government has not yet commented on the offer. Will Port Louis accept the offer and finalise the deal with London? Or will it hold out the deal until Trump assumes office? Now, for more on this, we have with us Musa Mdunge, an international affairs expert who is joining us live from Dundee in the UK. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, Musa, what are the key implications of the UK front-loading a tranche of payments to Mauritius in this deal? And how might it influence the finalization of the sovereignty agreement over the Chagos Islands?
Thank you for that question. Well, this particular move by, the UK government under Keir Starmer certainly will bring forth a deeper motivation for Mauritius to finalize this particular deal because of the kind of financial incentive. Rather than receiving, the 90 million pounds per year, they're going to get a couple of these payments front-loaded in advance. And this will then allow the Mauritian government to be able to use that money to support, long-standing government programs. We know that over the past, 5 to 10 years, the economy has struggled. The government finances have really not looked good. And so in many ways, one must take this as an economic and incentive that is being placed in the hands of Mauritius by the UK government. And so in many ways, it is likely that this particular deal will certainly pass the mark, particularly in terms of the Mauritius government.
Yeah. And how does this financial offer align with the geopolitical interests of the UK and Mauritius, particularly in the context of international legal rulings and the regional dynamics?
Well, certainly, what is at the center of this is the issue of territorial sovereignty and issues of self-determination, which there are long-standing debates in terms of public international law discourse. And in terms of the United Kingdom, particularly given its history of colonization, its history of imperial expansion, the need for the maintenance of military bases by countries like the United States, vis-a-vis France, vis-a-vis the United States, draws certain controversial eyes, particularly because in many ways, these military bases are seen as almost colonial conquests. Look, for example, what is being done in this particular deal. The using of this this particular military deal and this deal in order to produce a financial center for the government. And so the commodification of military bases is what we are seeing happening here, Alison. And what is interesting to see is what will be the response of people like the Chinese, like the Indians, like the Saudis, who themselves have global ambitions.
And on that, what challenges or criticisms could arise from this approach, both domestically for the UK and then internationally, in terms of setting precedents for similar territorial disputes?
Well, certainly, this does perhaps set an interesting precedence in international law, especially, Alison, when you consider a continent like Africa, where there is, yes, a presence of foreign military powers, but in terms of foreign bases, barring Djibouti, which is known to have quite a couple of military bases from the Chinese all the way to the Americans, what we'll see this do is perhaps create a larger incentive, especially by poor countries, in order to sell off strategic locations in order to receive, the kind of payback that such a deal will produce for Mauritius. So in terms of that, this could really set off a change in the way military bases are used as forms of economic diplomacy now.
Yeah. Right. Musa, thank you. As always, great to speak with you. Thank you for joining us on Firstpost.
Thank you so much for having me.
For our next story, let's shift our focus from East Africa to the central part of the continent. In the Central African country of Chad, there has been a deadly assault on the presidential complex. Several gunmen attempted to storm the head of state's residence in the capital of N'Djamena. Now, this attack came just hours after China's top diplomat had met with Chad's president in the presidential palace. Authorities have said that at least 18 attackers and 1 security personnel were killed after members of an alleged 24-strong command unit tried to overrun the presidential complex.
What happened was an attack by 25 assailants, 24 to be precise, a sort of group of bandits who arrived armed with machetes and knives. They descended violently, stabbing the 4 guards who were present. 1 guard was killed, 2 others were seriously injured, and 1 sustained a lesser injury, though his life is not in danger. After that, they managed to penetrate a short distance inside the presidency, and one of the guards began firing, alerting the other guards stationed nearby.
Reports suggest that the armed unit opened fire inside the president's complex on Wednesday evening, and all roads leading up to the complex were blocked with tanks visible on the streets. Now, Chad's president, Mohamed Idris Deby Itno, was also reportedly inside the complex at the time of the attack. The situation was later brought under control, with the government saying that the attempt to destabilize Chad had been fully eradicated. The government also assured the people that there was no security threat weighing on the country and that it would annihilate those who question the integrity of Chad. Now, according to media reports, the attackers were considered to be members of the Boko Haram terrorist group that is known for its mass kidnappings, killings, and human rights abuses, and has wreaked havoc in the Lake Chad region of the country. But the government said that they were probably not terrorists and were just a band of intoxicated men wielding knives and machetes.
Personally, I don't find it credible that this was a terrorist act, as I was at the scene. However, the public prosecutor will provide clarification on the matter. In reality, they're a group of amateurs. They had no weapons of war. Their attempt was disorganized and completely incomprehensible.
Now, the attack on the presidential complex coincided with the official visit by China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who was at the presidential complex just hours before the attack occurred. Wang Yi is on an Africa tour this week to advance Beijing's already sizable influence across the resource-rich continent as the West's influence wavers.
You have arrived at a time when Chad has decided to free itself from the tutelage of foreign forces on its territory and to turn resolutely towards development. Who better than China to be an effective development partner?
Interestingly, the assault has occurred about a week after Chad held its parliamentary elections. The elections were supposed to restore democracy, but the main opposition boycotted it. Results of the elections, which were held to consolidate President Deby Itno's grip on power, are yet to be announced. Now, President Deby Itno has been Chad's head of state since 2021, after his father, President Idris Deby, was killed by rebels in the same year. He legitimized his power following a presidential election in May of 2024, which the opposition called a fraud. Recently, he ousted troops of the Central African country's longtime partner, France, and has forged closer ties with Russia, along with West African countries such as Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. But despite forging newer partnerships, the country has continued to see attacks from militants and terrorists. And with this latest attack on the oil-producing nation's presidential palace, doubts are growing about the worsening security situation in Chad. And moving on to Mozambique, opposition leader Venancio Mondlane has returned to the country after months of self-imposed exile. Mondlane returns to a tense and chaotic atmosphere in the southern African nation over the disputed October presidential results. He has denounced the results, which put his rival, Daniel Chapo of the Frelimo party, as the presidential winner. His homecoming comes days ahead of Chapo's inauguration on the 15th of January. But Mondlane has pledged to install himself as the country's leader instead. Upon his return, he called himself the president and accused the government of genocide.
I, Venancio Mondlane, president elected by the Mozambican people, not by the Constitutional Council, not by the CNS, but elected by the genuine will of the people. I swear on my honor that I have served the Mozambican homeland and the Mozambicans. I realized that the regime opted for a strategy of creating a kind of silent genocide. People are being kidnapped from their homes. People are being extrajudicially executed in the woods. Mass graves with supposed supporters of Venancio Mondlane are now being discovered.
Mondlane could face arrest for inciting weeks of protests that have crippled the nation. While such statements could land him in trouble, Mondlane also extended an offer of peace. He says he is ready to take part in the negotiations over the disputed polls.
I am here to break this narrative that I am voluntarily absent from dialogue initiatives. So I'm here. I'm here in the flesh to say that if you want to negotiate, if you want to talk to me, you want to come to the conversation table, I'm here.
Mondlane was welcomed by large crowds in the capital of Maputo. Hundreds of chanting supporters, some blowing whistles, headed there to see him. Security forces had restricted access to the airport where he landed. In some areas, gunshots were also heard, while clashes repeatedly broke out between security forces and his supporters. Mondlane's homecoming is giving many Mozambicans hope, who have been rallying against the incumbent party and want him as their leader.
With his arrival is a hope that opens for us, is more of a shine as we all are in the darkness. With his arrival is a bit of relief. We will see what's going to happen. He comes to light the flame that was already extinguished in us.
Yes, I will receive him. We are looking forward to receiving our father of the nation. We are waiting for the father of the nation. He is the Moses who comes to rescue the people from slavery.
These supporters for weeks have been rallying against the election results on Mondlane's calls. The waves of violence have left around 300 people dead since the October polls. The initial results declared by Mozambique's election commission gave Frelimo's Daniel Chapo 70% of the votes, which were later revised by the top court to 65%. While opposition leader Mondlane initially received 20%, his revised tally increased the vote to 24%. The Frelimo's 49-year-long reign has now been extended, and 48-year-old Daniel Chapo will take over from the outgoing president, Filipe Nyusi. However, Mondlane has declared himself as the true winner. The 50-year-old former radio presenter is popular among the youth and has utilized his social media presence to mobilize the masses. He had earlier rejected any negotiations over the election result and had called for more protests in the nation. Now, weeks of violence have caused major losses to Mozambique's economy. More than 12,000 Mozambicans have lost their jobs due to the closure of companies. Many industries have been looted and vandalized, and several international firms have shut their operations in the African nation. The unrest has disrupted cross-border trade, shipping, mining, and other industries, and thousands of people have reportedly fled to neighboring countries. And now, with Mondlane's arrival ahead of the new president's inauguration, the next few days could be particularly tense. How will the situation unfold? We will keep you posted. Our last story today is from neighboring South Africa. The legacy of Nelson Mandela, the first president of democratic South Africa, faces a major dent after his grandson was arrested for hijacking. On Wednesday, Johannesburg police traced a hijacked car after receiving a tip-off call. Following the direction, they reached a residence in Houghton, previously owned by former President and Nobel Peace Prize winner Nelson Mandela. It was the house where he reportedly passed away in 2013 and is a stark reminder of Mandela's struggles and his journey that ended apartheid in the country. But now it seems like the house has turned into a criminal ground. Johannesburg police have recovered an unlicensed firearm, stolen goods and the hijacked vehicle from the residence. Police say the victim of the hijacking was safe and unharmed. He was dropped off at a different location after being held at gunpoint by the hijackers. Police have arrested 5 people linked to hijacking, 4 men and 1 woman. One of them is Mandela's grandchild and the others are believed to be his friends. The suspects are expected to appear in court soon. The South African media reports say that Mandela's grandson, who has been arrested, is 33 years old, Mbuso Mandela. And Mbuso is the 8th grandchild out of 17 grandchildren that Nelson Mandela had. And this is not the first time that Mbuso had been on the wrong side of law and order. In fact, he has a criminal history and he has faced arrest multiple times. In 2022, Mbuso Mandela was arrested for possessing an unlicensed firearm. Then in 2015, he was accused of raping a minor, but the charges were later withdrawn. Mbuso has also faced arrest for dealing drugs, and he has also admitted to abusing his girlfriend in the past. The caretaker of Nelson Mandela's Houghton estate says that the grandson always has his friends over for drinks and that Mbuso usually is out of the house and only returns late at night. The caretaker has accused the Mbuso of disrespecting his ancestors and stripping the Mandela family of its dignity. The Houghton residence, once a symbol of Mandela's legacy, now lies in despair, and even its condition is severely deteriorating. Meanwhile, Mbuso Mandela has publicly accused Nelson Mandela Trust of colluding against him and the family, failing to act in their best interests. But while Mbuso Mandela engages in disputes regarding the house, his deeds are not helping and are only tarnishing the revered image associated with his name. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
President Putin wants to meet. He's said that even publicly.
Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are planning to meet, which can only mean one thing. They want to end the war in Ukraine, or at least try to end it. Trump has promised to stop the fighting on day one in office, but for that, he needs Putin. Reports say both men had a phone conversation in mid-November. This was after Trump won the election, but neither side confirmed it. In fact, the Kremlin outright rejected those reports. This time, though, they are being open about it. Trump says Putin is keen to meet him. He says his team is making the arrangements. Listen to this.
President Putin wants to meet. He's said that even publicly. And we have to get that war over with. That's a bloody mess. Soldiers are being killed by the millions. I looked at some very graphic pictures yesterday. The soldiers that are being killed, you know, it's a flat field. The only thing that stops a bullet is a body.
And what is Moscow saying? Well, they too are keen on talks with Donald Trump, but only after his inauguration.
President Putin has repeatedly declared that he is open to contacts with international leaders, including the President of the United States of America, including Donald Trump. We see that Mr. Trump is also declaring his readiness to solve problems through dialogue. We welcome that. In all likelihood, there will already be some movements after Mr. Trump enters the Oval Office.
Putin and Trump have a good equation, as good as a US president and a Russian president can have. In 2018, they held a bilateral summit in Finland. They also met on the sidelines of multilateral summits like the G20 and the Asia-Pacific Forum. During the pandemic, Trump sent COVID tests to Putin, that too in secret. Reports say they kept in touch even after Trump left office. A recent book claims that they spoke 7 times after 2021. Again, neither side has confirmed any of this. We don't know when the next meeting could happen, but chances are it will happen on neutral turf. Trump and Putin met in Finland, which was neutral back then. And Biden met him in Switzerland, which is again neutral. As for the agenda, we don't have to speculate. It will be Ukraine all the way. Having said that, there are 3 things to watch out for. Number 1, will Zelensky get an invite for this meet? Ideally, he should. The talks will focus on a war in his country, so it's pointless without him at the table. That's the first point. Number 2, how will Europe react to this? Their big 2 have softened their position on Russia. In November, Chancellor Olaf Scholz spoke to Putin. It was their first conversation since the war began. And it came after Trump's win. In France, President Macron is asking Ukraine to be realistic, especially on issues of territory. We have to see how Europe responds to these talks because their support will be vital to peace. Zelensky has repeatedly sought security guarantees to end the war, and he wants the US to provide them. But Donald Trump is not about to send US soldiers to uphold a peace in Europe. So that job will fall on Europe. And finally, factor number 3, will Trump actually follow through on his campaign promise? In public, he has expressed sympathy with Putin. He says he understands why Russia invaded Ukraine.
You know, a big part of the problem was Russia for many, many years, long before Putin said you could never have NATO involved with Ukraine. Now, they've said that. That's been like written in stone. And somewhere along the line, Biden said, no, they should be able to join NATO. Well, then Russia has somebody right on their doorstep, and I could understand their feeling about that.
But we can't go by the rhetoric alone. Trump has appointed an envoy to settle this war. His name is Keith Kellogg. Now, Kellogg has explained his ideas in a paper. He says Ukraine should get aid only if they participate in talks. And what if Ukraine agrees, but Russia does not? Well, then the aid should continue, at least according to him. So Trump's policy is not set in stone. He has a record of radically changing his position, and that is what Zelensky is counting on. Trump's unpredictability.
Трамп може бути вирішальним.
We had several conversations during meetings or telephone conversations. I think he is strong and unpredictable. I would like Trump's unpredictability to concern, first of all, Russia. I think he really wants to end the war. I think this is true.
It all hinges on that Putin-Trump meeting, on who has the upper hand when the talks begin. Ukraine is trying desperately. This week, they launched a new offensive in Kursk. Remember, Kursk is a region in western Russia. Ukraine occupied parts of it last year. They're hoping to use it as a bargaining chip. Kiev is also escalating attacks in the east. Russia says they launched a missile attack on Donetsk. Take a look.
Начать экстренную запись.
Zelensky also attended a Western Arms Forum in Germany yesterday. It's called the Rammstein Group. This forum is led by the United States. It has been building up Ukraine's military-industrial complex. Pentagon Chief Lloyd Austin was also in attendance. He announced a new arms package for Kiev. This one is worth $500 million. He also urged Trump to keep supporting Ukraine. On the way back, Zelensky stopped in Rome. He met Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and she is seen as a Trump whisperer in Europe. I guess Zelensky is trying everything in the playbook. Biden's endless checkbooks kept him in the game. But with Trump, he may not even be at the table. Putin is not the only world leader on Trump's calendar. He's going to have a packed schedule in the weeks ahead, starting with his inauguration in 10 days from now. Donald Trump has an elaborate guest list. At least 8 world leaders have been invited, and topping the list is Xi Jinping, the Chinese president. He was among the first world leaders who got an invite, but he is not going. Instead, Xi Jinping is sending one of his top representatives. Beijing has not named the man yet, and we say man because there are no high-ranking women in the Chinese government, so it's going to be a man. Let's tell you about the names doing the rounds. Han Zheng is one of them. He is one of China's vice presidents. In the past, he stood in for Xi Jinping, but mostly in ceremonial roles. Another probable is China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi. He could be sent to the US. And Trump's advisors have their own preference. They want Kai Chi to attend. He's a very influential man. Kai Chi is known as Xi Jinping's right-hand man. The two have worked together for decades. Kai is a member of China's Politburo Standing Committee, that's the top decision-making body of China. He also serves as Xi Jinping's chief of staff. Kai accompanies Xi on most foreign trips. When Xi Jinping meets world leaders like Vladimir Putin, Kai is in the room. He's a close confidant of the Chinese president, and that is why Trump's advisors want him in Washington. These discussions also offer valuable insights. They show that Trump's team is actively engaging with China even before he formally takes office, which is quite different from Donald Trump's public stance on China. In public, he takes a hardline position. He talks tough on China. He's packed his administration with China hawks. He's also vowed to impose major tariffs. And recently, he opened a whole new front against China. Trump accused Beijing of controlling the Panama Canal.
You look at, you don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it.
So a lot of anti-China rhetoric. At the same time, Trump has kept the door open for engagement. Last month, he said the US and China can solve problems together.
I have had, especially through letters, some very good conversations.
Have you had conversations with Venezuela?
You know, because China and the United States can together solve all of the problems of the world.
This week, Trump gave another statement. He said he will get along with Xi Jinping. Trump says he's already talking with Xi through intermediaries, and China has confirmed this.
China attaches great importance to the previous statements made by President-elect Trump. China and the United States have maintained communication through various means. China is willing to work with the United States to uphold the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, win-win cooperation.
But China still does not fully trust Donald Trump, else Xi Jinping would have made the trip perhaps. Of course, there are many others who won't miss the chance. Like I said, many world leaders have got the invite, including Argentina's president, Javier Milei. Reports say that he has accepted the invitation. Milei was among the first foreign leaders to meet Trump after he won the election, so he'll be making a second trip to the US in 2 months. Then we have the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni. She too could return to the US. She met Trump at Mar-a-Lago only last weekend. The two leaders had dinner, and that is when Trump extended the invite to Meloni.
As far as the inauguration is concerned, I confirm the invitation. I confirm that I would like to be there. I am pleased to be there, and clearly I am evaluating it precisely on the compatibility of the agenda with the many things we have to do. But if I succeed, I will gladly participate.
So Meloni is trying to adjust her schedule to attend. Who else can we expect at the inauguration of Donald Trump? Brazil's former president Jair Bolsonaro, El Salvador's president Nayib Bukele, Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, who by the way is currently holidaying in Kerala in India. Also Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, he too has got an invite. So many influential figures will be in attendance. This inauguration is shaping up to be a high-profile event. Reports say they've run out of invitations. Trump's team has stopped offering tickets to major donors. They don't have any room for more. Even 7-figure donors are on wait lists. So even money cannot guarantee you an invite. This is a stark contrast from 2016 when Trump's first inauguration drew thin crowds. This time, filling the space won't be an issue. India's Republic Day is coming up. On the 26th of January, we commemorate the day we adopted our constitution. We celebrate our transition into a republic. Every year, we have a grand Republic Day parade in India. It takes place in the capital, New Delhi. There's always a chief guest at the event, the leader of a friendly nation, who brings along a contingent of soldiers to join the parade. Obviously, this takes time and effort to arrange. It's not something that you can put together at the last minute. So the guest is always confirmed well in advance, and the public is usually informed ahead of time. But it's been rather quiet this year. The government of India has not officially announced the chief guest yet, even though it's almost certain to be the new president of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto. Last year's chief guest was French President Emmanuel Macron. His visit was confirmed in December. Before Macron, there was Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, the president of Egypt. His visit was confirmed 2 months in advance, in November 2022. The Wuhan virus pandemic derailed the 2021 Republic Day parade, but before it struck, Brazil's then President Jair Bolsonaro was a chief guest in 2020. His visit was also confirmed by November the previous year. So why is the Indian government suddenly silent about Prabowo's visit? The answer may lie with India's noisy neighbor, Pakistan. Pakistani media reports suggest that Prabowo is headed there. He's planning a 3-day trip. He plans to go immediately after attending India's Republic Day parade on the 26th of January itself. This may be the reason for the Indian government's silence, because let's face it, it is not ideal. Prabowo has been invited to New Delhi as the chief guest on an important day. So for him to fly off to Pakistan right after that is awkward, to say the least. Perhaps Prabowo has not considered the optics, or maybe he did not get the memo on dehyphenation. Dehyphenation is a foreign policy initiative. India has keenly pursued this over the last 2 decades. Up until the early 2000s, foreign leaders would club visits to India and Pakistan, get both visits done in one go. Former US President George W. Bush did this in 2006. He came to India to sign the landmark India-US Civil Nuclear Agreement and then flew off to meet Pervez Musharraf in Pakistan. It wasn't a good look back then either. So India started making it clear that this was not appropriate. It wanted leaders to separate their trips, keep their relations with India and Pakistan separate, thus dehyphenate both the ties and the trips. Every American president since Bush has respected this. Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, all of them came to India and all of them chose to skip Pakistan. And it's not just the Americans. Take the Saudi Crown Prince, MBS, Mohammed bin Salman. He was in India for a visit back in 2019. He went to Pakistan that same month. But he took a detour. He did not fly there directly. Instead, he made a stopover in Dubai to respect India's stance. But maybe Prabowo is not aware that this is the official policy now, or maybe he doesn't consider it a big deal to visit India and Pakistan back to back. After all, his predecessor did the same thing. At the same time, by the way. Joko Widodo was among 10 chief guests at the 2018 Republic Day parade. That's when India called all the leaders of ASEAN nations. So Indonesian President Joko Widodo, the then president, was one of them, one of the 10 guests. And he flew straight to Pakistan after the visit and then proceeded to hold bilaterals. Prabowo is now planning to do the same. But here is the issue. In 2018, Joko Widodo was one among 10 chief guests, so all eyes were not on him. His trip could be overlooked. Right now in 2025, it's just Prabowo, so all eyes will be on him. So his Pakistan trip may come across as an affront to India. He probably does not mean it that way. After all, New Delhi and Jakarta share deep ties. Indonesia is India's largest trading partner in the ASEAN region. Trade was valued at almost $40 billion in 2023. They're working well on defense as well. Indonesia is interested in India's BrahMos missiles. Apart from trade, the two countries share cultural ties and a historic friendship. India's first Republic Day chief guest was Sukarno, the first president of Indonesia. This was back in 1950. Prabowo will be the 4th Indonesian president to be given this honor. The warm ties and mutual respect have always been there. So the India-Pakistan trip schedule is unlikely to be an insult by Prabowo, but it may be seen as one. So to avoid the hassle, he should rethink his decision. Friday. I'm sure everyone is already in weekend mode. You're looking forward to 2 days without work. But what if you had to work on Saturday, or worse, on Sunday? You would probably feel deflated and angry. But that's what the chairman of Larsen & Toubro is pitching. Now, Larsen & Toubro, L&T as it's called, is an Indian multinational. They work in heavy industries and construction. Their chairman is S.N. Subramanian. Let me quote from what he said. "I regret I'm not able to make you work on Sundays. If I can make you work on Sundays, I will be more happy because I work on Sundays. What do you do sitting at home? How long can you stare at your wife? How long can the wives stare at their husbands? Come on, get to the office and start working." And he did not stop there. He also advocated for 90-hour work weeks. Let me repeat that, 90 hours of work per week. To put that in context, the average in the US is 36 hours per week. In China, it is 48 hours. So needless to say, 90 hours is unfair and borderline impossible. You would have to work all 7 days. These comments have triggered major backlash online. Take a look. Actor Deepika Padukone has also joined in. She said it's shocking to see senior managers make such statements. She also added a hashtag to her comment, hashtag mental health matters. Badminton star Jwala Gutta also chimed in. She called the remarks misogynistic and scary. As the outrage grew, L&T released a clarification. They said the company is focusing on nation building and that the comments reflect a larger ambition. But let's be honest, they do not reflect a larger ambition, they reflect a larger problem. Because the L&T chairman is not the first to trigger this debate. Recently, Narayan Murthy did the same. He called for 6-day work weeks in India. These are titans of India's corporate sector. They have built companies and institutions. They have created millions of jobs. So how are they getting this wrong? Tonight, let's try to answer that question. The average age of an Indian CEO is 57 years. But as a country, we are much younger. The average Indian is just 28 years old. We are talking about a massive age gap here. This leads to different opinions and perceptions, different, not necessarily wrong. And corporate leaders need to realize that. They must reach out to younger workers, understand their concerns, and listen to their viewpoints. If not, such debates will never end. You cannot copy-paste your experiences to present times. That's a recipe for misunderstandings. Plus, we need to be rational about it. People work more when there is incentive to work more. In this case, who has more incentive? A CEO with stock options or an employee with no stake in the company? I think the answer is obvious. Founders and CEOs will naturally like to work harder because when the company succeeds, they become millionaires. And the employees? Maybe a promotion or a hike. In fact, we are seeing that in India right now. Corporate profits are at a 15-year high. They have increased 300% in the last 4 years. Yet salaries are stagnant. They have increased between 0.8 and 5.4%. If you account for inflation, it's actually negative. So what is the incentive for these workers? Their companies are making more money than ever, yet they are not benefiting. And finally, we need to end this obsession with time. More time does not mean more productivity. In fact, it means the opposite. Let me show you this study by a Stanford professor. He looked at workers in a munition factory. One set worked for 70 hours a week, the other worked for 53 hours. And guess what? The 70-hour group had 19% less output. And this is just one example. Most studies link more hours to less productivity, and the reasons are quite obvious. You get less sleep, you have less energy, and you don't have time to focus on your family, so you end up burnt out. Then why do companies persist with it? Well, no one has been able to answer that. Some say it's because corporations are inherently rigid. They do not like big changes or tweaks. Others say it's because time is easier to measure. Either way, companies and corporate leaders must realize the truth. More hours does not equal more output. And if they disagree, we have a question for them. You are set to undergo a dangerous, a serious operation. You have 2 doctors to choose from. One who works all 7 days a week, the other who works 5 days a week. Which one would you trust to operate on you? Now to Los Angeles, a city that is battling one of the largest wildfires in US history. The flames remain uncontained. Close to 180,000 residents have been evacuated as the fire engulfs more homes and buildings. At least 10 people have died, 10,000 buildings have been destroyed, and another 60,000 are at risk. More than 8,000 personnel have been deployed to fight the blaze. Local authorities are working tirelessly to bring it under control, but strong winds have made firefighting difficult. It could take days to fully extinguish the flames. The wildfires have triggered lawlessness too. There are growing reports of looted homes as more people abandon their homes to save their lives. Here's a report.
Los Angeles is burning. It's a scale of devastation the city has never seen before. At least 10 people have died. The fires have spread across 35,000 acres. 10,000 buildings have been destroyed, another 60,000 are at risk. The damages are worth well over $100 billion. This is the costliest wildfire in US history.
Based on the devastation that is clear, it looks like a bomb, an atomic bomb dropped in these areas.
Videos like these paint a grim picture. Multiple wildfires are burning across Los Angeles now. None of them are anywhere close to being contained. The skies are buzzing with aircraft dropping retardants and water on the flames, but these efforts are making little impact. For the victims of this fire, these losses are personal and real. Los Angeles is home to Hollywood. The wildfire is even threatening the city's iconic Hollywood sign. Many A-list celebrities have lost their homes. This includes names like Mel Gibson, Adam Brody and Paris Hilton, who shared a video of her charred home in Malibu. These fires have been raging for 3 days now. Thousands of firefighters still remain overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the blaze. It's being made worse by strong winds and the lack of rain. Looters are now taking advantage of the chaos. They are raiding empty homes and shops which have been abandoned. At least 20 arrests have been made so far.
If anybody is involved in looting or any property damage, that he is ready to prosecute to the full extent of the law.
There are now 8,000 personnel on the ground trying to stop these raging wildfires and maintain order. Yet the crisis remains beyond control. California Governor Gavin Newsom has now called in troops from the National Guard. This is a military reserve force, and they have been asked to put an end to the looting. Misinformation is also spreading as fast as the wildfire. This video is doing the rounds. It shows a group of men taking goods from a home. On social media, users have claimed this is footage of looters in Los Angeles. But that's incorrect. Turns out this is an old video, and it's not from Los Angeles, but from Compton. And these men are not looting this home, they were helping the homeowner move. The crisis in Los Angeles shows how extreme weather events are intensifying. And this exposes just how unprepared our communities, our governments and public spaces are to deal with it.
We live in a world where convenience is currency, where speed reigns supreme and where accessibility is everything. And that explains the success of quick commerce, or QCom. In India, it has revolutionized the way we shop. And now these companies want to take it a step further. Imagine a piping hot meal delivered to your doorstep, and that too in just 15 minutes. QCom companies are offering quick meals. They're introducing their private food labels. Zepto has Zepto Cafe, Blinkit has Bistro, and Swiggy is coming up with Snack. And how does it work? These platforms source ingredients and ready-to-eat food from vendors. Then they cook or heat it up in their dark stores. These are mini kitchens designed for maximum efficiency. Again, the focus here is on speed. Zepto claims it takes them less than 2 minutes to cook anything on the menu, less than 2 minutes to cook it. And that is what allows them to deliver the food in 15 minutes. Of course, the menu is limited, but the ease of it makes it quite appealing. Imagine craving a sandwich and getting it in 10 minutes, the same time you may take to make it yourself. That is the market they're targeting. Busy individuals who value ease over everything else. But not everyone's thrilled about this innovation. India's restaurant industry is sounding an alarm. I'm talking about the NRAI, the National Restaurant Association of India, NRAI. They're gearing up to sue Swiggy and Zomato. They want to drag these companies to court. On what grounds? Unfair trade practices.
Now, see, these guys have their entire data, right? Nothing stops them, and they don't share the data with us, right? So they exactly know who our customers are, and for us, there's consumer masking, which I believe is absolutely unfair. But not getting there. But what they can easily do is that they can migrate our traffic to their app and sell similar products, which I believe is absolutely unfair. I think private labeling, them getting into private labeling is getting into the food business, right? Aggregators are supposed to facilitate the food business by, ensuring food delivery. But them getting into the food business, I think it's complete abuse of power.
Restaurant owners say Swiggy and Zomato have their data, their customer data, because customers order food from restaurants through Swiggy and Zomato, so they have that data. And now they're using it to develop their own products and then promote them aggressively. The NRAI, the Restaurants Association, believes that this will hurt traditional restaurants. Their businesses will be affected. Blinkit has responded to these concerns. Blinkit is owned by Zomato. It says Zomato won't launch private brands on its app. Their new platform, Bistro, will be completely independent, that it will not use data from Zomato. At least that's what they're promising. But this is not the first time that these platforms are facing backlash. In 2022, they were accused of violating India's competition laws, again by the same Restaurant Owners Association. The allegations included imposing pricing restrictions, capping discounts, and even threatening to lower rankings for restaurants, especially those that did not play by these rules. At the heart of this battle is one major concern: monopoly. Take Swiggy, for example. As of 2024, Swiggy had around 196,000 restaurant partners. 196,000 restaurants were on Swiggy across 653 Indian cities. So restaurants rely heavily on these platforms. They can reach new customers. They can attract more business. 1/3 of a restaurant's revenue is generated on Swiggy and Zomato. That is the average. In return, most of them pay heavy commission fees, anywhere between 15 to 25%. Let me put it in simpler words. Say a restaurant earns 1 lakh rupees from food deliveries, then 15 to 25,000 rupees of this goes to platforms, Swiggy and Zomato. So they're already taking a considerable chunk. And now restaurants may have to compete with these very platforms. Remember, this debate is not just about profits or competition, it's also about the future of India's food industry. Yes, quick commerce is great, but the flip side is the pressure that it puts on traditional businesses, like your small family-run restaurants. They simply cannot match the scale or speed. The Restaurant Association argues that this creates a fundamentally uneven playing field that leaves restaurants with limited choices and owners battling with shrinking margins. And by the way, it's not just restaurants who are at the receiving end in this game. Across the board, QCom platforms promote their homegrown brands. They push them on their websites. So it's the first thing that you see when you search for an item. And they offer discounts too. Amazon, for instance, often uses such aggressive tactics to make sure that customers buy Amazon's own private label products. Same with Grofers and Big Basket. Everyone is pushing their own labels. For the customer, it may feel like the ultimate win, a hot meal in just 10 to 15 minutes, or even cheaper products. But will this innovation push out the smaller players, or will it force industries to adapt and evolve? Either way, one thing is certain, the battle between convenience and fairness is far from over. As India's food delivery giants push the boundaries of what is possible, this could be a defining moment for the future of food commerce. For our next story, let's go back in time. The year was 2022. The Wuhan virus was spreading across the globe. The world was under lockdown and vaccinations were compulsory. At this time, an unvaccinated Novak Djokovic landed in Australia. He was going to compete in the Australian Open, but the tennis star was instead detained and finally deported. This incident sparked a lot of media frenzy, and now Djokovic has made a new claim. The former world number one believes that he was poisoned in detention. Why did he say so? Our next report tells you.
This wasn't the usual battle on the court. This was Novak Djokovic against a different opponent, the food he was served in detention. The 24-time Grand Slam winner claims he was poisoned. The story began in 2022. The COVID-19 pandemic was very much still a reality. The world was under lockdown. Vaccines were the name of the game. But Djokovic chose to remain unvaccinated. He landed in Melbourne, ready to compete in the Australian Open. But the tennis star was stopped at the airport. Australia at that time had strict rules. Any unvaccinated person could not enter the country. If they did, they needed a medical exemption. Djokovic had none. So the tennis star was held in detention. Djokovic appealed to the courts, and during this time he was kept at a park hotel in Melbourne. The hotel had long been a symbol of despair for asylum seekers. There are reports of deteriorating conditions, even that of maggot-infested meals. But Djokovic believes his diet wasn't just subpar, it was a weapon.
I realized that in that hotel in Melbourne, I was fed with some food that poisoned me. I had some discoveries when I came back to Serbia. I never told this to anybody publicly, but discoveries that I had a really high level of heavy metal. Heavy metal. I had the lead, very high level of lead and mercury.
This is what Djokovic revealed in an interview. The Serbian player has a very strict diet. It's reportedly a strict gluten and dairy-free diet. Djokovic said tests dictated a high level of heavy metal in his body, which was strange. So he believes he was poisoned. Now, the Australian Border Force hasn't responded to this, neither has the government. Djokovic was asked about this today as he's in Melbourne again for the Australian Open. He says he just wants to focus on tennis.
Do you have any evidence linking your high heavy metal blood levels to the food you were served in hotel detention 3 years ago?
The GQ article came out online yesterday, and I think it's a February issue, so it's coming out in print version. I've done that interview many months ago, so I would appreciate not talking more in detail about that, as I would like to focus on the tennis and why I'm here. If you want to see what I've said and get more info on that, you can always revert to the article.
Of course, focus is important. After all, Djokovic is aiming for his 11th Australian Open win. But that doesn't change the fact that he's controversy's favourite child. In the 2020 US Open, he hit a ball that struck a line judge and he got disqualified. He didn't wear a mask at the 2021 Australia Open. During a dramatic Wimbledon final, Djokovic was fined $8,000. This was for smashing his racket. And he refused to take COVID-19 vaccines, claiming he was not anti-vax but pro-freedom. Which brings us to this episode in Melbourne. Australia refuses to speak about it. Djokovic is reluctant to expand on the issue, and all of that is just fueling the fire. As the race for the title begins in Australia, the world is interested in just one thing: what truly happened off the court in 2022.
Our next story is about corruption. This is a global problem. It plagues a number of countries, but some more than others. Among those at the top of the list is Nigeria. Nigeria is Africa's most populous nation. It used to be Africa's biggest economy as well, but it has now slipped to fourth place. This slide is often linked to President Bola Tinubu, his economic policies and his reputation for corruption. Tinubu recently featured on a list, the list of the most corrupt leaders in the world. The winner was former Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. He was followed by Kenya's William Ruto. But Tinubu made the top 5. Now, I must clarify here that these rankings were sourced from the public. There wasn't a scientific formula involved. It was about public perception, and Tinubu is perceived to be extremely corrupt. So is his government. There are a number of reasons for this. Let me show you some of the latest examples, starting with the government. Nigeria has an anti-corruption agency. It is called the EFCC, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. This is Nigeria's watchdog. Its job is to tackle corruption, and technically they are doing that, but at home. Let's show you today's major headline. The EFCC has detained 10 of its own over some missing items. This statement was put out by the agency. You'll notice that they said some operational items could not be accounted for. Okay, that sounds like some missing equipment. But then the Nigerian press dug a little deeper, and it turns out that the operational items were jewelry and cash worth $350,000 to $400,000. What operations were they pulling off with all that jewelry? 10 EFCC officers were detained in Lagos. They are apparently answering questions. That is all that the commission has revealed. They haven't told the public who the corrupt officers are. I know it's innocent until proven guilty, but the very same commission usually does not follow this. They happily share the names of under trials, but suddenly the agency is shy about revealing the names of its own officers. And this has been quite a bad week for them. They were forced to make another announcement on Monday, telling the people that 27 other officers had been dismissed for fraudulent activities and misconduct. This is not a great look for Nigeria's anti-graft watchdog, and definitely not a good look for the Tinubu government. Bola Tinubu is 72 years old. He's been around for a while. He's a seasoned politician. So as you would expect, he has been linked to a number of scandals over the decades. One of the worst involved drug dealing. Tinubu allegedly held money from drug trafficking in his accounts. This was according to the US Justice Department. Tinubu, of course, never accepted the charges, but he did pay out a settlement worth $460,000. Now, these charges are old. No final verdict was reached. So let's put them aside for now. After all, people can supposedly change. So what has Tinubu been up to recently since he became president? Well, he was caught up in a fake diploma scandal for a while. There were allegedly some errors in his college certificate. Okay, mistakes happen, moving on. Then there was a major scandal involving a highway. Tinubu issued a $13 billion government contract to a company co-owned by his son. Tinubu is quite the caring father, apparently, but alas, most people do not see it that way. That is why he made it to the top 5 in the Corrupt Person of the Year award. The perception is quite prevalent, and reports say that he is quite vexed. He's even hired American lobbyists to clean up his image. He's reportedly paying them $2.7 million, though I wonder, is he paying from his own pocket or Nigeria's treasury? I suppose we'll find out eventually. A reality show has gripped New Zealand. It is a 24-hour bird-watching live stream with 2 majestic albatrosses as protagonists. They have millions of ardent fans, and this is not an isolated case. Birding is booming the world over. People are tuning in to birding live streams. They're tracking bird migration on apps and identifying them on public platforms. AI has joined the club too. Now there are smart goggles to identify birds just by looking at them, apps to identify them by listening to their calls, and AI bird houses to feed them. Birding is a $15 billion industry, and experts say it is a rare force of good, both for the birds and for the economy. Here's a report.
Do you like reality shows but are tired of all the breakups, the yelling and the surgical makeovers? Well, New Zealand has a suggestion for you. How about a low-drama 24-hour reality show with no socialites? Instead, two hopefuls who have most likely mated for life and await their child's birth. That's quite a positive plotline, isn't it? Well, this could be why millions of people have tuned in to watch a live stream about the birds' breeding season on New Zealand's South Island. The live stream started in 2016. It showcased these majestic birds, the northern royal albatrosses, as a way to raise awareness about the vulnerable species. There are 17,000 of these birds the world over. 1% of them are in New Zealand, and they are threatened by plastic pollution and warming seas. New Zealand's Department of Conservation wanted to boost their conservation measures, so they launched the live stream following the lives of the albatrosses. Then came the pandemic, and the stream's popularity exploded. But this isn't an isolated case. When people all over the world were forced to stay home, they didn't have to travel long distances to spot birds. They tuned into bird-watching live streams, and this led to the birding boom. And years later, it has not slowed down. Today, more than 45 million people regularly birdwatch. Devoted fans are tracking bird locations on apps, on public bird listing platforms, and many of them are being inspired to get out to birdwatch in real life. Like in 2023, when a 70-year-old birder did something that had never been done before. He managed to see more than 10,000 different bird species in the wild. This record was previously unthinkable. But now it's possible thanks to new technology. Today, birding is a $15 billion industry, and like any other booming industry, AI is making a move here. There are AI-powered binoculars that will identify birds for you. And sometimes you don't even have to see a bird to identify it. There are apps which will record a bird's call and identify it. AI tools can track bird migrations by relying on weather radars. There are remote sensing technologies which can monitor birds in locations you may not be able to reach. And even AI birdhouses. These are tech-powered bird feeders for the wild birds on your porch, and they will record videos of the birds for you to see. Sure, it can get a little voyeuristic and obsessive, but experts say this industry is a rare force of good. It has helped identify new species, track their movement, monitor their health, and improve conservation efforts. It has helped funnel money into rural communities, which the environmental movement has struggled to do. It's also boosting tourism, like in Ecuador, which is home to 1,600 different bird species. That's almost twice as the whole of Europe. Here, birding tourism is growing rapidly, so much so that farmers are increasingly transitioning their land from agriculture to bird reserves. Or look at Colombia, where bird watching has increased more than 27-fold since 2010. So the benefit is not just for the birds, but for the economy as well, and for the bird watchers. Study after study shows that birding is good for you and has health benefits. So if you haven't yet, let birding take flight in your life. It could help you, the birds, and the planet.
Every 12 years, a temporary city is conjured on the banks of the river Ganga in Prayagraj, in India's most populous state, Uttar Pradesh. It is complete with roads, pontoon bridges, toilets, and temporary housing. This year, the city is taking shape again. Millions of visitors are settling into their tents. The air is thick with devotion and excitement, and Prayagraj is all set for the Mahakumbh. This is a Hindu pilgrimage. It will begin on January 13th. Then go on for 45 days. During this period, people will bathe in the sacred Ganga and Yamuna rivers. This is unlike any other pilgrimage. It is held every 12 years and it is a mega event. Mahakumbh is the world's largest gathering of people. This year, more than 400 million visitors are expected to attend. This is roughly 3 times the population of Russia, 400 million. This is more than thrice the visitors compared to the last Mahakumbh, which was held in 2013. So this is a record-breaking projection. But it's not surprising. If you had $1 for every time a movie showed a child getting lost at a Kumbh Mela, you'd have enough money to make a film yourself. Because that is the reputation. Crowds, stampedes, separation. Honestly, the Kumbh has not helped its case either. Over the years, it has witnessed a fire, a bridge collapse, and multiple stampedes. Hundreds of people have died, thousands have been injured, and many more have gotten lost. As per 2001 figures, 4,000 to 6,000 pilgrims lost their relatives every single day in the Kumbh crowds. So you get the stereotype. But this was decades ago. Most of this Kumbh chaos lives in the past. The Mahakumbh of today is a formidable beast. It is a study in crowd management, in logistics, in waste management, and that's exactly what 24 prominent institutes want to do. Researchers from Harvard and Stanford are on the ground and they want to study this year's mega affair. It has undergone a major makeover. This year, more than 7,000 crore rupees have been allocated to the Kumbh. That's about $813 million, and it has given the Mahakumbh a facelift. The security has upped its game. It has gone digital. AI-enabled cameras and drones will surveil the area. They will detect barricade jumping and estimate crowd density. There are AI face recognition systems at security checks. There is a real-time Google Chat feature for visitors. Plus, underwater drones will be deployed. They will provide surveillance beneath the waters, ensuring safety during the holy bath. Apart from this, infrastructure has been upgraded. Authorities have earmarked $185 million for waste management alone. More than 150,000 toilets have been set up. There is an AI-driven parking system. Pilgrims can pre-book their parking spots. AI will predict parking patterns. Plus, there are EV charging stations, vehicle maintenance stalls, and special transportation has been allocated. We are talking about thousands of buses, trains, and helicopters. They aim to ensure seamless commute. These are all remarkable upgrades for any convention, let alone a spiritual or religious one. But what's the point? A sense of duty and respect? Yes. A need for security? Yes. But why make the affair bigger than it already was? Because the Mahakumbh is big money. It is like any other big-ticket event. It is a hub of economic activity. It creates jobs. It generates huge revenue. In 2013, it generated 12,000 crore rupees. That was the last Mahakumbh. Every 6 years, a half Kumbh is also held. The last one was held in 2019. Back then, it generated 1.2 lakh crore rupees. This year, the Mahakumbh is expected to raise 2 lakh crore rupees. That is $23 billion. Think about it. The daily items used like water bottles, they alone will generate more than 17,000 crore rupees or about $2 billion. Think about the flowers. That's another 800 crore rupees or $92 million. And these are just the little things. Look at the hotels, the luxury domes on the riverbank, the transportation. And you will see this. The Mahakumbh is a money spinner. It has immense potential economically and culturally. So will this high-tech makeover pay off? We'll find out in a few days. Yesterday was former US President Jimmy Carter's funeral. It was supposed to be a somber occasion, but all anyone could talk about was a presidential club. All the living ex-presidents and vice presidents were in attendance, and all of them sat together. Just think about the animosity there. Some of it was quite evident. Mike Pence's wife refused to shake hands with Donald Trump. George Bush also ignored Trump. Jill Biden gave the cold shoulder to Kamala Harris. Meanwhile, Trump and Obama were joking. Obama, who called Trump childish and weird, Trump, who called Obama a jerk. It was almost like a high school drama. Take a look.
What were you talking to Barack Obama about?
It did look very friendly, I must say. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize it, how friendly it looked. I saw it on your wonderful network just a little while ago before I came in, and I said, boy, they look like two people that like each other, and we probably do.
It's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Missiles strike a supermarket in Russian-controlled Donetsk. A cold snap brings heavy snowfall to western and northern Japan, and cleanup continues on the Black Sea coast after the oil tanker spill. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1946, the first meeting of the United Nations General Assembly began in London. Delegates representing 51 nations attended the session. The scope and purpose of the UN was decided in this meeting. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a good weekend.
Начать экстренную запись.
Hello, everyone, and happy Friday. We're so glad that you're with us today. Coming up on the program, Donald Trump announces a potential meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin, and a nation mourns the loss of a humble peanut farmer turned global leader. We begin in the United States, where Donald Trump said on Thursday that an in-person meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin is being arranged. However, there are no other details about this potential meeting, and the Kremlin has also stated that Putin is open to the meeting. Meanwhile, the incoming president has also appointed Keith Kellogg, a former national security advisor and a retired lieutenant general for the U.S. military, as the next ambassador to Ukraine. Now, Kellogg has been tasked with ending the war between Ukraine and Russia, even if it means that Kyiv has to cede land to Putin. However, Lloyd Austin, the outgoing defense secretary, urged the incoming administration to support Ukraine in defeating the Russian forces.
I'm leaving this contact group not with a farewell, but with a challenge. The coalition to support Ukraine must not flinch. It must not falter, and it must not fail. Ukraine's survival is on the line. But so is all of our security. And so this coalition must continue to stand foursquare with Ukraine and to strengthen Ukraine's hand for the negotiations that will someday bring Putin's monstrous war to a close. Now, that road is challenging, but all the alternatives are far worse. No responsible leader would let Putin have his way. It's up to the future administration to make their own decisions. We want to make sure that we've done everything we can to ensure that, we're continuing to support, to provide, and they have the options to go in whatever direction they want to go in.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that he is looking forward to working with Donald Trump once he assumes office. He also added that only Trump can stop Putin, but it will not come at the cost of Ukrainian lives and territory.
We'll first come to an agreement with Trump, and only then. And I'm convinced that he can offer strong security guarantees together with Europe, and then we can talk with the Russians. Only this way it can happen. We can't just immediately sit down, the three of us. If Trump, for example, immediately went for a ceasefire without serious security guarantees for Ukraine, he would have given Putin a green card. I'm not saying that this is what he wants. He doesn't want this. I trust what he's saying. However, he would have given him a pass, opportunities so to say. Because in Putin's head is one goal, to put me at odds with Trump. In Putin's head is to finalize the occupation of all Ukrainian territories. This is all in his sick head, I'm sure.
Now, Donald Trump has promised to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine once he's sworn into office. However, the next commander-in-chief has seen his initial overtures to both leaders so far rejected, suggesting a deal to end the war might be much more elusive than Trump expected. And staying in the United States, massive wildfires sweeping across Los Angeles, California have killed at least 10 people, displaced close to 200,000, and burned over 30,000 acres of land. And as new fires continue to spring up, a millionaire real estate executive is drawing backlash for offering to pay any amount of money to private firefighters to protect his luxury home from the Palisades wildfire. In a post on X, Gelt Venture Partners co-founder Keith Wasserman asked if any of his followers had access to private firefighters. However, his post was met with immediate outrage, with social media users calling out his tone-deaf request. Some users, in fact, claimed Wasserman's family had already been evacuated, but he still wanted to risk the lives of firefighters to save a house that was most likely insured. Other users accused the millionaire of trying to eat into resources at a time of crisis. Wasserman's post went viral with millions of views in a matter of hours. However, he later disabled his account due to massive criticism. Now, the latest and most destructive wildfires in Los Angeles have also ignited fury against California Governor Gavin Newsom and City Mayor Karen Bass. Newsom, who's being blamed for the shortage of water amid devastating wildfires, was confronted by a distraught resident on Thursday who offered to fill up the hydrants herself. Meanwhile, Karen Bass is also under scrutiny for her decision to cut the fire department's budget by over $17 million last year. And fanning the political flames, President-elect Donald Trump took to social media and called the two Democrats grossly incompetent.
One of the best and most beautiful parts of the United States of America is burning down to the ground. It's ashes, and Gavin Newsom should resign. This is all his fault. Fire has been spreading rapidly for 3 days, zero containment. Nobody has ever seen such failed numbers before. Gross incompetence by Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass.
And now Donald Trump's close ally Elon Musk and several other Republicans have blamed California's diversity and inclusion policies promoted by Democrats. Moreover, MAGA supporters have singled out Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, who is the city's first openly queer woman overseeing the firefighters.
Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades fire. However, preliminary reports estimate the damaged or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles.
Conservatives claim Crowley was hired under the DEI program and isn't actually qualified for the position. However, the fire chief has more than 22 years of experience as a firefighter, and back in 2016, she also became the city's first female marshal. Now, as Republicans continue to politicize the disaster, time is running out, with the Los Angeles wildfire set to become the costliest in American history, with damages estimated to exceed $150 billion. And on Thursday, hundreds gathered at the Washington National Cathedral to honor the longest living president, Jimmy Carter. A humble peanut farmer, Jimmy Carter rose through the ranks of the Democratic Party to become president and even won the Nobel Peace Prize. The 100-year-old president's solemn occasion turned into a unifying moment as 5 living presidents attended the ceremony. Former President Barack Obama and President-elect Donald Trump shared smiles and conversations, while former President George W. Bush and Bill Clinton received a gracious welcome. And in the front row were President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, who also delivered heartfelt eulogies. Our next report has more.
Jimmy Carter, the humble peanut farmer who rose to lead a superpower, was laid to rest on Thursday in Washington, D.C. The longest living US president passed away at the age of 100, leaving behind a legacy defined by service. The National Cathedral hosted a rare gathering of 5 former presidents: Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden. Each bearing their own history with the man they came to honor. It was a scene brimming with reverence but laced with political tension as the world turned its gaze to this historic reunion. Yet amid the tributes to Carter's legacy, the attention shifted swiftly to a more peculiar drama. One unfolding not in speeches, but in subtle glances, unexpected exchanges, and the unmistakable hum of social media. Because in today's hyper-connected world, nothing escapes scrutiny, and cameras caught moments that spoke louder than any eulogy. Barack Obama and Donald Trump seated beside each other. It was a scene few could have imagined, because in the past, Obama was the same man who once branded Trump unfit for office and was now chatting amiably with him. And just like the wildfires, social media erupted. Obama and Trump looked like besties, one user quipped on X, while others speculated about the nature of their camaraderie, with one saying, "Is Obama warming up to Trump's influence?" The irony wasn't lost. Trump, a polarizing figure, now seemed to draw more attention because who doesn't want to be friends with the next president?
Off the top, you mentioned the Carter funeral today. What were you talking to Barack Obama about?
It did look very friendly, I must say. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize it, how friendly it looked. I saw it on your wonderful network just a little while ago before I came in, and I said, boy, they look like two people that like each other, and we probably do. We have little different philosophies, right? But we probably do. I don't know, we just got along, but I got along with just about everybody on that. We met backstage, as you know, before we went on, and I thought it was a beautiful service, but we all got along very well, which is good.
Noticeably irritated and, as the internet claims, jealous, was Vice President Kamala Harris, who was seated directly in front of the pair and became an unwilling star of this narrative. As they say, only if looks could kill. The viral video captured Harris's subtle glances back at the duo, and as she turned, the cold sigh sparked a flood of speculation. "Why is Obama talking to Trump and not me?" a user claimed, with another pointing out, "Kamala is a bit jelly." But this is just the tip of the iceberg. At the funeral, the other who's who also didn't go unnoticed. For example, the outgoing President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. Seated next to Vice President Harris, the First Lady didn't so much as glance her way. The cold shoulder between the duo was so noticeable that the internet didn't once hold back questioning the political estrangement. When the Bidens were escorted to their seats, Jill Biden looked visibly uncomfortable and leaned to the side of her husband, showing Harris her back, and the outgoing president also preferred to look at the ceiling rather than the person he once hailed. However, the feeling of isolation was not just limited to the vice president. President-elect Trump and wife Melania were also caught in the crossfire. After Trump and his former Vice President Mike Pence warmly shook hands at the Carter funeral, former Second Lady Karen Pence remained seated and not once looked at the president-elect to greet him. The scene was like something straight from a movie where exes are invited to the same party but remain unfazed by each other's presence. The funeral was less a tribute to Carter's enduring legacy and more a showcase of shifting political alliances. Trump's newfound rapport with Obama, juxtaposed against Harris's isolation, painted a vivid picture of Washington's evolving dynamics. For many, it seemed the world had turned against Harris. Yet, even in her most solitary moments, she remained unbored. So, while the nation bid farewell to a man of peace, the spectacle of power plays and personal tensions underscored the fractured state of American politics.
And now moving to the United Kingdom, tech billionaire Elon Musk is reportedly looking into how Prime Minister Keir Starmer could be removed as the country's leader. Reports say the world's richest man has privately discussed with his inner circle how he could destabilize the ruling government with the help of his right-wing allies. The Tesla CEO reportedly seeks to build support for alternative political movements to force a leadership change before the UK's next general election. Several British prime ministers in recent decades, including Tony Blair, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, and Rishi Sunak, exited early due to their waning popularity. Elon Musk, who boosted President-elect Donald Trump's victory in the United States, has taken keen interest in British politics in the past few months. Musk has emerged as a strong critic of Prime Minister Starmer, issuing aggressive posts against him on his social media platform X. And over the last week, he shook the Labour government by scrutinizing Starmer's past record as a prosecutor and accusing him of being complicit with the crimes of child sex offenders. The attacks on Starmer evolved around the sexual exploitation of thousands of young girls by Pakistani grooming gangs across England over several decades. However, the British leader has firmly rejected this criticism of his time as a prosecutor.
On the question of Elon Musk, look, I think most people are more interested in what's going to happen to the NHS, frankly, than what's happening on Twitter. Those that are spreading lies and misinformation as far and as wide as possible, they're not interested in victims.
In recent weeks, the SpaceX CEO has also backed the Reform UK party, but he's distanced himself from its leader, Nigel Farage. Elon Musk is instead strategizing to replace Farage with a new candidate, as the right-wing populist party has surged in popularity in recent polls. Meanwhile, in a bizarre turn of events, controversial internet personality Andrew Tate has launched his own political party, Britain Restoring Underlying Values, or BRUV. The former professional kickboxer, who remains under house arrest in Romania over charges of human trafficking, child sex abuse, and tax evasion, says he intends to run for prime minister.
Yes, I am launching a political party. All the leaders of Western countries have failed. The chance of me becoming UK Prime Minister within the next 10 years is somewhere near 100%, because I'm one of the most well-known people on the planet who can self-fund, and everybody understands, even if you don't like me, I get things done. I will be the next UK Prime Minister. I guarantee that there is a timeline that everybody is going to live in. Every single person watching this video at some point in the future is going to watch me become the Prime Minister of the UK. And I will fix every single problem. I've laid out how I'm going to do it. You can go to votebrov.co.uk and you will see exactly how I'll fix all the issues.
Elon Musk has voiced his support for Tate's bid to become the Prime Minister of UK. And in a video clip circulating on social media, Tate referred to himself as the unofficial Prime Minister of Britain. A social media user sharing Tate's video claimed that even if the influencer doesn't win the election, his involvement is capable of transforming British politics. And Elon Musk agreed to the user's sentiment. Now, of course, it remains to be seen if Musk, who previously called on Britain's King Charles to dissolve Parliament and call a snap election, would officially endorse Andrew Tate's bid. And finally, from Europe, in southern France, a recycling campaign that's anything but ordinary is creating massive controversy. In Béziers, buses are rolling out with the faces of Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, and Ali Khamenei with a tagline, "Don't forget to sort the trash." And what started as a local push for waste sorting has now gone global, sparking outrage, debate, and even diplomatic tensions. While critics call it offensive, supporters say it's genius. Here's our final report on the campaign.
Béziers, a picturesque city in southern France, has taken waste sorting to a whole new level. But it seems like not everyone is amused. A striking new campaign launched on January 4 features local buses plastered with bold red posters depicting three controversial leaders: North Korea's Kim Jong-un, Russia's Vladimir Putin, and Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The message: don't forget to sort the trash. Now, this is not your average recycling public service announcement, and Béziers' mayor is unapologetic about it. He said the campaign was meant to provoke thought and spark conversations about both environmental responsibility and tyranny.
We've done ordinary campaigns before. No one even notices them. This one, everyone noticed.
But not everyone finds it funny. Iran's foreign ministry lashed out, calling the campaign insulting and provocative. The posters, they claim, are a blatant violation of cultural respect.
The use of offensive content against officials of the Islamic Republic of Iran is a flagrant violation of internationally accepted principles and rules based on respect for the cultural values of other nations. The French government should take the appropriate measures to prevent the repetition of such provocative actions.
This uproar comes as France and Iran's relationship is already on shaky ground. Tehran is holding 3 French nationals whom France has labelled hostages. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron recently branded Iran as the main strategic and security challenge in the region. Iran, unsurprisingly, didn't take kindly to the remarks, dismissing them as baseless.
Iran is the main strategic and security challenge for France, the Europeans, the entire region, and far beyond. The acceleration of its nuclear program brings us very close to the breaking point. Its ballistic program threatens European soil and our interests. Iran is already involved in Russia's war against Ukraine through assertive and fully identified military support.
Facing backlash and concerns for the safety of bus drivers, Béziers officials decided to remove the posters.
We take this very seriously. I don't want the slightest problem for anyone.
Social media reactions have been as varied as the colors in a recycling bin. Some residents admire the campaign's creativity, calling it courageous and creative, while others are appalled, accusing the city of poor taste and unnecessary provocation. But if the goal was to get people talking, that mission is certainly accomplished. In the end, whether people see the campaign as offensive or innovative, one thing is clear: sorting waste has never been this provocative.
That's the show for today. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in, not only today, but all week. We're certainly glad to have you with us. We hope you have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here on Monday. Donald Trump's return to the Oval Office is imminent. He will soon take the oath of office and once again lead the nation.
God spared my life for a reason.
President-elect Donald Trump's first priority tackling illegal immigration and securing the nation's borders.
We're going to fix our borders.
The incoming administration has prioritized the Russia-Ukraine war. Can they succeed in ending one of the world's most challenging conflicts?
I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
And as he returns to the White House, will Donald Trump resume a bruising trade war with the world's second largest economy, China?
If China or some other country is behaving badly, we have things called tariffs.
All of this and more right here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus is on Mozambique. Opposition leader Venancio Mondlane has returned from months of self-imposed exile, and violence has erupted again in the southern African nation. At least 3 people were shot dead by police in the capital of Maputo on Thursday, as thousands gathered to welcome Mondlane. Local media say the police used live ammunition to disperse Mondlane's supporters. Tear gas was also fired in certain areas. Several people were wounded as police barred them from going to the airport where Mondlane landed. As he exited the terminal, Mondlane knelt on the ground holding a Bible. He later stood on the top of a car and addressed the supporters while being surrounded by security guards. Mondlane had been away from Mozambique for more than 2 months. He had fled after 2 of his associates were shot dead in the capital Maputo ahead of the election results. He returns to the nation from an unknown location, just days ahead of the inauguration of the president-elect Daniel Chapo on the 15th of January. Frelimo Party's Chapo has been declared the winner of the disputed October polls. This extends Frelimo's almost 50 years in power, but Mondlane says that the mandate has been stolen from him. He has called himself the true winner and has pledged to install himself as the new president. Upon his arrival, he addressed supporters as their elected president.
I, Venancio Mondlane, president elected by the Mozambican people, not by the Constitutional Council, not by the CNS, but elected by the genuine will of the people, I swear on my honor that I have served the Mozambican homeland and the Mozambicans. Number 1, I am not willing to accept the election results if they are the same as those announced so far. Number 2, the only role I am willing to take on is the role I have always been willing to take on, which is to defend these people, to fight for these people, for truth, for justice, for values.
Mondlane, who is a popular figure among the Mozambican youth, has mobilized months of protests against the election results. Around 300 people have died since the unrest was triggered in the country, with most deaths caused by gunfire from security personnel. Mondlane says his return is a pivotal moment for Mozambique's democracy. He also said he is ready to negotiate with the government over the election dispute. But the government is yet to comment on Mondlane's statements. Meanwhile, analysts caution that his return could exacerbate the political divide, and the situation could become worse with the inauguration ceremony approaching. The weeks of unrest in Mozambique have crippled the nation. It has caused major losses to the economy, with around 12,000 job losses. Businesses have been looted and vandalized. and foreign firms have ceased operations. The violence has affected cross-border trade and the mining industries. While thousands have fled to neighbouring nations who are facing the brunt of the Mozambican crisis, the worst is felt by Malawi. More than 2,000 Mozambican families have sought refuge in Malawi, but the country is also facing drought, food and fuel shortages. The president has declared a state of disaster and called for international support amid the humanitarian crisis. The regional bloc, called the Southern African Development Community, or SADC, says it is ready to end the turmoil in Mozambique, but so far it has not helped and the situation is getting worse with each passing day. Can the Southern African nation make sure the Mozambican unrest doesn't become a wider crisis? Now, for more on this, we have with us Professor Adriano Nuvunga, who is Director at the Center for Democracy and Human Rights. He is joining us live from Maputo. Thank you for being with us, Professor. Now, Professor, what does Venancio Mondlane's return from self-imposed exile signify for Mozambique's political landscape, and why has it sparked such a significant response from his supporters?
Mondlane's return is politically significant. He has been mobilizing his supporters from overseas, from where he was in exile following the attempts to his life. Now he returned to engage in politics from within the country, and his leadership in the ground has been missing in terms of directing his supporters and what to do. We have seen instances where some of his supporters were looting, and that was attributed to the fact that he was not in the country to direct his supporters on what to do. And the fact that despite the intimidation by the police, the attack that we saw on his support, and they turning in big numbers to welcome him, it's a further evidence of how politically significant this moment is for the country, for his supporter, and for the future of democracy in Mozambique.
Right. And Professor, given the use of live ammunition by the police and the deaths of 3 individuals in Maputo, what does this incident reveal about the government's approach to the handling of opposition and public demonstrations?
Now we have counted about 500 people that have been killed. The 3 people that were killed yesterday, it is compared to the bigger number, it is a small evidence of how repressive the establishment is towards free and peaceful demonstrations, and towards the exercise of the right for a free and peaceful assembly. But we saw yesterday, and this it tells also how difficult it is for the opposition parties, opposition candidates to be loyal. You need a loyal opposition for a country to move forward. But you have only a loyal opposition when the government it's engaging in a peaceful, it's engaging not in a repressive, the way that we have seen with the opposition, but it is the government that is instigating the violence that we see. They are the government police and the government forces that are attacking protesters that were assembling yesterday to welcome their leader. So these risks jeopardizing the governance in the months to come, because we see more militarization, weapons being imported, aimed at targeting those who are assembling peacefully to protest for.
Right. And Professor, how might these clashes and Mondlane's return impact the already tense post-election environment in the country? And what could this mean for the stability of the region moving forward?
As I said, 500 people have been killed. Yesterday, 3 were killed. The day before yesterday, 2 were targeted. So we see a wave of targeting dissent, of targeting young people throughout the country. And the argument is that those people were participating in protests. In Mozambique, free and peaceful protests. It is granted in the constitution and ordinary laws, but people are being targeted. With this happening, we risk to see further clashes. We risk to see more violent protests to take place as people are grieved by the way that their community members are being targeted. And with this happening, we see, just like in the past, we risk to see waves and waves of violence at the community level, which will, of course, impact the stability of the country as we move ahead. President Chapo will be inaugurated next week. But, you know, being inaugurated in such a context might not be enough to contain the tension, might not be enough to bring the country to stability, because the police, the armed forces, they are attacking civilians, they are targeting civilians, they are killing people, they are committing abuse and violations of human rights. So it will take the government to have a restrained attitude to engage in a dialogue if the country is to be stabilized and waiting for the overall stabilization of the region.
Right. Professor, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights and analysis there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
From the growing clashes in Mozambique in the east, let us now shift our focus to West Africa, where insurgent and terrorist activities are on the rise and creating havoc for governments. In the West African country of Benin, which is sandwiched between Nigeria, Togo, Niger and Burkina Faso, at least 28 soldiers have been allegedly killed in an attack in the northern part of the country. Authorities said that the attack took place near the border with the insurgency hit Burkina Faso and Niger, known as Point Triple. In a statement, the country's National Guard chief said that the attack was a hard blow to the security forces and added that the position attacked was one of Benin's strongest and most militarized in the region. Authorities in Benin have further said that about 40 assailants had been reportedly neutralized in the ensuing attack. Now, attacks in northern Benin have been increasing in recent years, with authorities blaming the members of the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda groups based in neighboring countries of fueling violence in the West African country. Benin's coastal neighbor, Togo, has also suffered similar attacks as these terrorist groups increase their presence beyond West Africa's central Sahel region. Moreover, Burkina Faso and Niger, along with Mali, have also for years endured insurgency driven by groups linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State Sahel province. However, this is not the first time Benin has seen such an attack in its northern region. In addition to the most recent assault on its troops earlier this week, in December of 2024, gunmen killed 3 soldiers who were guarding an oil pipeline in the northeastern city of Malanville. In another attack in June last year, 7 Beninese troops were killed at the Penjari National Park on the border with Burkina Faso. Reports suggest that between 2021 and December of 2024, over 120 soldiers have been killed in various acts of violence. The Beninese authorities, who rarely comment on attacks, also reported in April 2023 that there were about 20 cross-border incursions since 2021 in the West African country. And Benin has been trying to improve its security situation in recent years. In 2022, Benin deployed nearly 3,000 troops to secure its borders as a part of an operation called Mirador. Later on, the country's authorities also recruited nearly 5,000 additional personnel to reinforce security in the north. And the president of the country, Patrice Talon, late last year made it clear that there would be no more political compromises.
Benin, our country, has found its way, and this is irreversible. No more usurpation of political power by incompetent and ill-intentioned sellers of illusions. No political compromise detrimental to our development will be conceded to please anyone or satisfy any political consensus.
In addition to Benin's own efforts at fighting violent extremism, the United States sent $6.6 million worth of armored vehicles and defense equipment to Benin in November last year. Earlier, the European Union also announced 47 million euros, or nearly $49 million, to help fight terrorism and violent extremism. But with jihadist and terrorist attacks increasing in Benin, concerns remain on how well the Beninese forces can tackle the worsening security situation in its north. And staying on in West Africa, a controversy has erupted in Ghana. Now, during the inauguration ceremony of the West African country's new president, John Mahama, Burkina Faso's leader, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, has sparked concerns when he met his Ghanaian counterpart with a holstered pistol at his waist. Traoré was one of the 17 heads of state who were invited to attend Mahama's inauguration ceremony that was held in the capital city of Accra earlier this week. Leaders from countries such as Nigeria, Kenya, the DRC, Rwanda, Gambia, Sierra Leone and Chad, among others, were also attending the inauguration that saw Mahama return for a second tenure in the cocoa-producing nation.
Today, we celebrate African democracy as Ghana and our beloved people mark the transition from one democratic government. It further demonstrates that in West Africa, we are capable of democratic and productive endeavors.
However, what drew everyone's attention was Burkina Faso's gun-wearing leader. Many described it as an unusual move for a head of state to carry a sidearm to an inauguration ceremony, as the security of the visiting leader is the responsibility of the host nation. While others saw it as a lack of trust in the ability of Ghanaian officials to protect the Burkinabe junta chief. Now, some even said that the military leader attending an investiture of a democracy with a gun was a bit awkward. Social media users were also quick to comment on the military leader carrying the gun. Many questioned that was it all right for the Burkina Faso leader to meet with his Ghanaian counterpart on stage with a gun. One user even noted that Traoré had not carried a gun with him while meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin, so it was astonishing why he carried it to Ghana. Now, Traoré has been the president of Burkina Faso since 2022. He came to power after a military coup in the West African country in the same year. Since he came to power, he has turned away from former colonial ruler France and pivoted toward Russia for security support. Moreover, Burkina Faso, along with two other military-led states, Mali and Niger, have also broken away from the regional bloc ECOWAS to form a new alliance. Now, these West African countries have accused ECOWAS of trying to destabilize their countries. Traoré has also defeated an attempt in September last year to overthrow him in a coup, and now ensures that he keeps tight security detail against him. So in such a scenario, there might have been a possibility that Traoré had this thought at the back of his mind that led him to attend the inauguration ceremony in Ghana with a sidearm. Yet Traoré's attendance at the inauguration was seen as a significant diplomatic gesture aimed at normalizing relations between the two West African countries. Ghana and Burkina Faso have had strained relations in recent years, particularly after the former president, Nana Akufo-Addo, had accused Traoré of harboring Russian mercenaries. So, with the two countries moving past their tumultuous past, all eyes are now on how Ghana would support Burkina Faso's efforts to address the jihadist insurgency in the region, which has posed a threat to coastal West African states. And for our last story, we take you to Morocco, a country known for its rich cultural heritage, scenic beauty, and culinary masterpieces. The North African nation has broken its tourism record as it welcomed over 17 million visitors in the past year. And that's a target it had aimed to achieve by the year 2026. But as the country invests to make itself a tourism hub, more and more people are choosing it as their next vacation spot. Our next report gets you all the details on Morocco's tourism success.
Morocco is climbing up the list of the world's top favorite tourist destinations. The country has broken its own tourism record. It welcomed around 17.4 million tourists last year, the most it has seen by the end of any year. This marks a 20% increase from the previous year. This tourist influx is driven by foreigners and also Moroccans living abroad, who share the proportion equally. This boost puts the North African nation ahead of its strategic tourism roadmap. Morocco had set a goal to receive over 17 million tourists by 2026. But the target has already been hit 2 years ahead of schedule thanks to its vibrant, breathtaking tourist hotspots that have attracted visitors from around the world. Often called the gateway to Africa, Morocco is considered an all-in-one destination. No matter what kind of traveller you are, Morocco has something for you. From colourful markets, palaces, heritage sites and wondrous medinas, it is a cultural powerhouse. Its natural beauty cannot be overlooked. From capped mountains, captivating landscapes of the Sahara Desert and breathtaking beaches, Morocco is a paradise for nature lovers. And how can one forget the food? From tagine to the famous couscous, Moroccan food is a culinary masterpiece with a blend of spices and herbs. One of the most popular destinations within Morocco remains Marrakech. Known as the Red City, it is famous for palaces, gardens and rich culinary heritage. It's also known as the City of Luxury. And who can forget Casablanca? Known as Morocco's film city, Casablanca has a rich culture of music, movies, culture and cuisine. Blessed with scenic beauty and culture, tourism has become a lifeline for Morocco. As of 2023, it contributed about 7% of the country's GDP. It accounted for around 2 million jobs. By the end of 2024, Morocco's tourism revenues stood at more than $10 billion. With a record number of tourist arrivals, Morocco has also become Africa's most visited destination in 2024, surpassing Egypt. This comes as the North African kingdom in recent years has made significant efforts to make itself a tourism hotspot. It has invested heavily in modernizing its airports, public transportation and hospitality. The country is also set to host football's African Cup of Nations later this year and the FIFA World Cup in 2030. The excitement is already palpable among Moroccans.
With the African Cup of Nations and then the World Cup 2030 in Morocco, the country will prosper and more tourists and national teams from different countries will meet in Morocco. Hotels are prospering together with cities. We have hospitality. Frankly, I was very happy when I heard Morocco, Spain, Portugal will organize 2030 World Cup. Honestly, this is a big honor, especially after the Atlas Lions made us proud in Qatar 2022. This is a big honor to organize 2030, as it will also help develop infrastructure and tourism.
With the efforts by the authorities and happening events lined up, Morocco is expected to see a surge in already increasing tourist numbers. If not already, it is better to add it to your list of next wanderlust destinations as Morocco becomes the next vacation hotspot of Africa.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching, have a great weekend, and goodbye.
From breaking news to the day's biggest controversies, shedding light on the world's top headlines, detailed analysis on the stories that matter the most to you. Catch it all on Spotlight at 6 p.m. India time and 12:30 GMT, only on Firstpost.